Chapter 25:70. The true land of flying immortals could not be entered by those without great fortune. It was a special place, outside of the three realms and six daos. Even the power of heaven's wrath could not touch this place. It was a holy land that all quasi-sages yearned for. However, this land of flying immortals had disappeared after a great change in the past. Some said that an ancient sect had severed the passage between the land of flying immortals and the outside world. Some said that the land of flying immortals flew away by itself. However, no one knew the truth. All these rumors could not be trusted. However, the ancient jade talisman that Ji Chongkong had obtained by accident was a treasure that could allow one to enter the land of flying immortals. Even Ji Chongkong himself did not expect this. The land of flying immortals was very quiet. The immortal birds and spirit beasts were very peaceful. They did not run away in panic because of Ji Chongkong and He Tian's arrival. Primal chaos Qi, Yin Yang Qi, five elements Qi. How is this possible? At this moment, He Tian was stunned. He saw a mountain spewing five elements divine light floating in the void in the distance. He also saw a ball of primal chaos divine light faintly appearing in another direction. In the void, Yin and Yang Qi interweaved as if they were evolving the world. What is this place? He Tian was very excited. This was definitely a holy land for cultivation. All sorts of spiritual energy gathered here. There seemed to be all sorts of perfect daos here. Could it be that this place was the birthplace of a supreme being? When he thought of this, even the experienced and knowledgeable Black Sky found it hard to believe. One had to understand that this type of place only existed in legends. When a supreme being achieved the Tao, the supreme being's great Tao would throw the world into chaos, opening up a unique world. In such a place, there were all kinds of power of the great path emerging. It seemed to be a flawless great path, but this was just an illusion. He Tian knew that the five elements Tao, Yin Yang Tao, and even the primal chaos Tao were not perfect Taos. It was because a perfect Tao created a prime. It's you. Ji Chongkong knew of He Tian. After all, he had followed Gu Fei in the primal chaos world for a period of time. He Tian also knew of Ji Chongkong's existence. Brat from the Ji clan, I didn't expect it to be you. He Tian was also surprised, but when he remembered that this place was the great Myrtle ancestral star, he understood. The Ji clan was the ruler of the great Myrtle ancestral star, a great clan that controlled the entire planet. This was something unimaginable in other ancestral planets. It should be known that an ancestral planet was extremely huge, and its territory was boundless. Since ancient times, even the Supremes could not control the entire ancestral planet. However, in the ancestral Myrtle star, the Ji clan had achieved something that was almost impossible. They were the sole ruler of the entire star, and no other force in the star could contend against them. Back then, Supreme Ziwei was from the Ji clan, and it was precisely because the Ji clan was the lineage of a supreme that they were able to control the entire ancestral star. Although Supremes have disappeared for countless years, he must have left behind a way for the Ji clan to continue ruling the great Myrtle ancestral star. Ji Chongkong was a genius of the Ji clan back then. Naturally, he had to return to the great Myrtle ancestral star. There was no one else in the land of ascension. It was as if no one had come here before. No one had left behind any traces. This made Ji Chongkong feel incredulous. Could it be that no one had come here in the past? That seemed impossible. Otherwise, how could the ancient jade talisman he had obtained by chance resonate with this world? Good. I was looking for a place to undergo my tribulation. This is great. He Tian couldn't help but feel excited after learning about this place from Ji Changkong. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck, but with the existence of heaven's wrath outside, he didn't dare to undergo his tribulation in the outside world. He didn't expect to enter such a special place. Above the saints was the saint ruler. Erebus was about to undergo the tribulation of the saint ruler. He did not want to waste time, so he directly came to a spiritual peak floating in the air and sat down cross-legged, sensing the great path of yin and yang in this world. Ji Changkong didn't go to the spiritual peaks floating in the void. Instead, he rushed to the ground and entered a valley where spiritual energy gathered. At this time, the news of the flying immortal land had already reached the Ji clan. The Ji clan leader was extremely shocked, especially when he knew that Ji Changkong had entered the legendary flying immortal land. He couldn't sit still anymore. The clan leader personally came to the flying immortal ruins. Unfortunately, the legendary land of flying immortals had already disappeared into the void. The strange phenomena on the ruins of the flying immortals had also disappeared. Preposterous. The clan leader had no choice but to leave. However, he sent 9 experts to guard the flying immortal ruins. Once Ji Changkong came out of the land of ascension, they would immediately kill him. While He Tian and Ji Changkong entered the legendary land of ascension, Gu Fei's indestructible battle body was still in seclusion on the soaring dragon ancestral star. Gu Zhong stood guard outside Gu Fei's seclusion grounds. Gu Fei's real body was still waiting in the depths of the fallen god sea, far away from the soaring dragon continent. At this time, a strange fluctuation came from Gu Ling's seclusion grounds. The aura of heaven's wrath descended from the sky. Gu Fei and Yen immediately rushed to Gu Ling's seclusion grounds. Ling is indeed my daughter. Haha. When Gu Fei sensed the powerful aura coming from Gu Ling's seclusion grounds, he could not help but laugh. This was a sign of becoming a saint. His daughter was about to become a saint. Gu Ling was the descendant of Gu Fei, and Yen, the 2 saints. Her bloodline was extremely powerful. As someone with the bloodline of a saint, her starting point had already surpassed most living beings. Following the awakening of his bloodline power, Gu Ling's cultivation soared by leaps and bounds. Even Gu Fei was shocked by this improvement, but at the same time, he was a little worried. Gu Ling's cultivation was rising too quickly, and this didn't seem to be a good thing. Just as Gu Fei was about to take out the mountain and river cauldron to help Gu Ling block the power of heaven's wrath, the saint aura coming from Gu Ling's seclusion grounds suddenly retreated like a receding tide. It quickly disappeared. Gu Fei felt that it was strange. Could it be that Gu Ling felt the threat from the sky and sealed herself? Is my daughter coming out of seclusion? Beside Gu Fei, Yen looked at Gu Ling's seclusion grounds expectantly. After all, the hearts of mother and daughter were connected. She had not seen Gu Ling for a while and missed her. However, Gu Ling did not come out of seclusion. Her seclusion grounds were completely silent. Gu Fei could not help but nod. His daughter was well aware of her situation and was in a good state of mind. She did not come out of seclusion right away and continued to consolidate her cultivation. In the end, Gu Fei and Yen left. They knew that no one would dare to harm their daughter. Even so, Gu Fei still buried the violet gold divine sword outside Gu Ling's seclusion grounds. In reality, Gu Ling had the Ren Huang divine mace to protect her. There was no need for Gu Fei to leave such a trump card. At this time, on the falling stars continent, after the red dragon successfully passed the tribulation, everyone was working hard to cultivate. They knew that others were afraid of the power of heaven's wrath and did not dare to pass the tribulation, but they did not have such concerns. In particular, Gu Fei's disciple, Yao Yu, was cultivating crazily. She asked Gu Fei to help her improve her cultivation. Gu Fei immediately set up a killing formation and sent Yao Yu into it. Since it was a killing formation, this formation was naturally filled with danger. This was a trial for Yao Yu, but such a method was exactly what Yao Yu needed. Rumble, in a large formation in the ancestral land of the demon clan, there was a strange sound like thunder. In an open space, countless formation patterns emerged and intertwined, evolving into a part of the void. At this time, Yao Yu was in the middle of a battlefield, facing all kinds of extremely powerful wild beasts. Under her feet, there were already 5 or 6 terrifying wild beasts that had fallen. However, there were still 9 extremely powerful wild beasts surrounding her. Their fiendish auras were vast and mighty. These 9 wild beasts let out deep roars as they stared fiercely at Yao Yu. It was as if they would pounce on Yao Yu at any time. Yao Yu knew that this was a kind of killing field evolved from a killing formation. This was no different from a real battlefield. If she was injured here, her life would be in danger. Roar! A wild beast covered in black scales suddenly roared. Its 4 limbs pushed off the ground, and its huge body, which was like a small mountain, immediately rose into the air and pounced on Yao Yu. Swoosh! The wild beast's sharp claws directly tore the void, grabbing at Yao Yu. Come on! Yao Yu roared. Both her feet stepped on the ground, and her whole body shot up into the sky. Then she stretched out her right hand and pressed it down on the wild beast. Bang! The void shook, and a huge blue hand appeared between the heaven and earth, slapping down on the wild beast. The powerful water element power was vast and mighty, and ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out from the huge hand. She directly used the heaven-covering palm. The huge hand covered the sky, and the huge hand formed by the water element power directly enveloped the wild beast below. Boom! With a loud sound, the huge hand slapped down, and the wild beast was smashed into pieces by Yao Yu's heaven-covering palm. It immediately died. However, at this time, a green sharp claw swept towards Yao Yu, leaving 3 bloody scratches on her back. Yao Yu backhanded a punch, avoiding the mysterious wild beast that was hidden in the fog. Come on, I will finish you all at once. Although Yao Yu was injured, her battle intent was still as strong as ever. She made a grabbing motion in the air with her right hand, and a blue divine sword immediately appeared in her hand. Chapter 25:71. Yao Yu was sent into a killing formation by Gu Fei to train. The killing formation evolved into a battlefield, allowing Yao Yu to fight against incomparably strong beasts. As a martial artist, fighting was the foundation. Raising one's cultivation and combat strength in battle, breaking through the shackles of cultivation was the most important part of a martial artist's cultivation, because martial artists were born to be fighters. In the battlefield evolved by the killing formation, Yao Yu was facing 8 ferocious and powerful beasts. She was still calm and composed, even though she was injured. Yao Yu stood in the air. She glanced at the beasts that were approaching her. Her eyes were incomparably sharp, and her battle intent was like a rainbow. On her back, there were 3 bloody claw marks that were flowing with blood. She had completely forgotten about the pain. The muscles all over her body were tense, ready to release an incomparably tyrannical power at any moment. This was the advantage of a martial body. The martial body contained incomparably strong power. It was the most suitable to fight with an opponent for a long time, exhausting them to death. Roar! The beasts roared. After the beast that was hidden in the fog succeeded in its attack, it retreated and waited for the next opportunity to attack. It was a cunning beast. The other beasts had tyrannical strength. They took heavy steps and slowly approached Yao Yu. The incomparably strong and ferocious aura caused the entire world to shake. The power of the killing formation was constantly increasing. The strength of the beasts that evolved from the killing formation was also constantly increasing. The terrifying aura caused the world to lose its color. Do you think that Yaoyu will be in danger? On a mountain peak far away from the killing formation stood a man and a woman. The man was dressed in black and looked like an ordinary person. He did not emit any tyrannical aura from his body. He was not very handsome, but he was very pleasing to the eye. Standing beside the black-robed young man was a woman in white. This woman had a peerless appearance and an extraordinary temperament. She did not look like someone that could be seen in the mortal world at all. Don't worry. Injuries are inevitable, but she won't die. The black-robed young man said, in the ancestral land of the demon clan, other than Gu Fei and Yen, no one else had this right. The young man and woman on the mountain peak were Gu Fei and Yen. A great change is about to occur. Only the strongest will be able to survive. Yen said, is a change about to occur? Gu Fei suddenly looked up into the sky. His gaze was extremely deep, and there were Tao patterns faintly visible in it. It was as though he wanted to see through this universe. At this time, in the killing formation, Yaoyu had already fought with the beasts. It was an extremely fierce battle. Although she killed all the beasts, she was also seriously injured and almost died. This kind of life and death battle was the best and most direct way to stimulate the potential of the Yaoyu martial body. When the Yaoyu martial body recovered, it would definitely become even stronger. There was no doubt about that. Yaoyu sat cross-legged in the middle of the killing array, surrounded by darkness. After the ferocious beasts created by the killing array were killed, the killing array would automatically gather energy and prepare for the next wave of attacks. During this period of time, it was the best time for Yaoyu to heal her injuries. When the next wave of attacks was launched, her martial body would completely recover. Soon, Yaoyu's body was enveloped by a misty water vapor. A powerful water elemental energy was rapidly condensing, emitting a powerful fluctuation. At this time, all the old antiques in the human realm felt that a change was about to occur. The power of heaven's wrath was about to disappear completely. Once the power of the 3 realms and 6 Daos disappeared, the ancient saints would definitely jump out at the first moment. This would be a great upheaval for the entire cultivation world. The ancient desolate forces would have no scruples. This was an unprecedented challenge for Gu Fei. No one knew what would happen to the 3 realms and 6 Daos after the power of heaven's wrath disappeared. However, there was one thing Gu Fei could be sure of. The stronger one was, the more likely they would be to survive in this upcoming chaotic world. Tunglong Continent, in the eastern imperial city of the eastern region. Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique was still deducing the ancient formation. At this time, no one dared to cause trouble. It was rare for the eastern imperial city to calm down. Even the spies sent by the various forces outside the city lord's mansion had lessened. The Dongfang clan still didn't make any moves. Ever since Dongfang Yifeng was rescued by Dongfang Xian, he never appeared again. Some people were puzzled by the Dongfang clan's reaction. One should know that the Dongfang clan was a powerful clan that could contend against the ancient desolate forces. Such a clan naturally had the resources to deter all the other forces. Although Gu Fei and his disciple were powerful, they could still kill them and take back the Eastern Imperial City if they used their ancestral weapon. Time was passing by. There wasn't much time left for the agreement between Gu Fei and the middle-aged man. This made Gu Zhong unable to sit still. He had fought against the middle-aged man before and knew how powerful he was. Moreover, the middle-aged man was wearing the 4 spiritual battle armor, an immortal, venerable battle armor. Gu Zhong was a little worried because he knew that his master didn't bring the supreme weapon back to the Tunglong continent. He didn't know what his master's chances of winning against such an opponent were. Rumble. On a dark and windy night, the sound of thunder came from Gu Fei's seclusion ground. Rays of divine light broke through the seal of the seclusion ground and rushed out. Finally succeeded, Gu Zhong, who was sitting cross-legged outside the seclusion ground, suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes like 2 lightning bolts in the darkness. He grabbed the Thunder God spear and stood up. Buzz. A rumbling sound came from Gu Fei's seclusion ground. At the same time, countless ancient runes interweaved and reformed around Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei's body was radiating divine light. Under the guidance of his powerful divine sense, an ancient formation was finally formed, emitting a boundless aura. The runes of the formation were branded in the void. A mass of divine light flashed. An ancient grand formation was slowly operating. Every rune was radiating dazzling divine light. It's finally done. Gu Fei stared at the grand formation. His entire body felt like it was going to collapse. He was simply too tired. From the start, he hadn't stopped, not even when the middle-aged warrior was fighting Gu Zhong. Chapter 2572. There's movement at the formation. In the ancestral land of the Falling Star Continent's demon clan, an old man and a giant serpent guarding the ancient array platform were alerted. Both the old man and the giant snake were extremely shocked. Ever since Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique had used this ancient formation platform, no one had used it again. I have to tell my big brother. The giant snake dashed out in a flash. Did he succeed? The old man muttered to himself. His voice was trembling. If it was really as he thought, then the entire overseas forces would make a big move. At this moment, the ancient runes on the ancient formation lit up continuously. A powerful wave of energy was emitted from the formation. The ancient formation was reviving. Furthermore, no one was causing it to revive. The formation was reviving on its own. Very quickly, figures rushed over from all directions. The formation is reviving. Did the Lord succeed? The person who arrived first was enveloped in a ball of fire. Within the fire, the shadow of a firebird could be faintly seen, emitting a powerful aura. It was the Iron Blood Taoist. After Gu Fei returned to the Falling Stars continent, the affairs of the Falling Stars continent were still managed by the Iron Blood Taoist. It could be said that Gu Fei had become a hands-off shopkeeper. Very quickly, the 12 great bandits arrived as well. The important figures of the 3 continents had also arrived. Everyone was extremely excited. They knew very well what this meant. In reality, the 3 continents had already cut off contact with the Tunglong continent. No one was willing to risk getting lost in the sea of the fallen gods and venture out to sea. Finally, Gu Fei and Yen arrived together. Gu Fei landed on the ancient formation. The moment he stepped on the ancient formation, the entire ancient formation immediately emitted a dazzling light. Buzz. The space shook, and a portal appeared before Gu Fei. He did not enter the portal. Instead, he was sensing something. Very quickly, he smiled. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the portal and walked out. The person who walked out of the void portal held a divine spear that flickered with lightning. He gave off a strong sense of oppression. It was as if a mountain had suddenly pressed down on everyone's hearts. This is an expert. Everyone was shocked. However, at this moment, that person suddenly knelt before Gu Fei, who was standing in front of the void door. Master, that person put down the divine spear in his hand and knelt at Gu Fei's feet. He seemed to be extremely emotional. His body was trembling, and tears were flickering in his eyes. Get up. Gu Fei was a little emotional when he saw that person. He stretched out his hand to help the person up. After that, the ancient spirit platform gradually stopped operating, and the door that had appeared in the void disappeared. This person was Gu Zhong. Gu Fei's indestructible battle body had finally succeeded in reversing the flow of the ancient teleportation formation, allowing Gu Zhong to cross the endless void and arrive at the falling star continent. Gu Zhong's arrival made everyone extremely excited. They finally didn't have to hide in the ocean anymore. They could come to the Tung-Long continent. Many people yearned to go to the Tung-Long continent, especially the ancient sages. Even the three honored ones were the same. One should know that the Tung-Long continent was a world of experts in the cultivation world of the ocean. In the East Royal City's City Lord's mansion, Gu Fei's indestructible war physique was building a formation platform. Pieces of incomparably precious divine materials were refined into bricks by him and then used to build the formation platform. Previously, he broke through the treasury of the governor's mansion of the East Royal City and obtained the treasures of the Dongfang clan. Now, what he lacked the least were divine materials. Violet azure essence iron, yin-yang jade chaos stone, and other divine materials were all refined by him into bricks, becoming the unremarkable bricks on the array platform. Each of these divine materials was a rare divine material in the world. Ordinary cultivators might not even have seen them before. Even a sage-level expert would be tempted by these divine materials. However, Gu Fei's indestructible battle body was used to refine them into bricks to build the formation platform. If the higher-ups of the Dongfang clan knew about this, they would probably vomit blood because of Gu Fei's indestructible battle body. Soon, a formation platform was built. Then, Gu Fei's indestructible battle body started to imprint the ancient formation diagram that he had spent several months to deduce on the formation platform. As the runes were imprinted into the formation platform, an ancient formation began to take shape. A formation platform built with rare divine materials was a very good carrier. It could bear the ancient runes. If it was a formation platform built with ordinary materials, it would definitely not be able to bear the runes. 3 days later, the formation platform was completed. It was located in the backyard of the governor's mansion. It was surrounded by divine light. Every brick on the formation platform was made of rare divine materials. When Gu Fei's indestructible battle body imprinted the last rune on the formation platform, the entire formation platform immediately emitted a dazzling divine light. It was as if a divine sun had appeared on the earth. What happened? At this time, all the cultivators in the East Royal City were alarmed. Some powerful cultivators even rushed out directly to the sky and looked in the direction of the governor's mansion. Someone discovered the divine light in the backyard of the governor's mansion. They couldn't help but be shocked. They sensed a powerful wave of energy spreading from the backyard of the governor's mansion. What are Gu Fei and his disciple doing? Some people whispered. No one knew that Gu Zhong had already left the East Royal City. He had even left the Tung-Long continent and gone to the Falling Stars continent. Could it be that the two of them are doing something big again? Some people guessed. Then, the spiritual chi from all directions began to gather towards the newly built formation platform. The runes imprinted on the formation platform lit up continuously. This formation platform was not only used for inter-region transportation, but it could also directly leave the Tung-Long continent. Even the ancient powers might not have such a long-distance teleportation formation. Of course, if it was the inheritance of the Supremes, they might have a more powerful teleportation formation. It should be known that the Supremes of the ancient times were supreme beings who could roam the 3 realms and 6 Tao. Every ancestral star had left their footprints on it. There might be a teleportation formation between the 5 ancestral stars of the human world. This kind of teleportation formation could not be compared to ordinary teleportation formations. At this time, the ancient teleportation formation platform in the ancestral land of the demon race on the Falling Stars continent lit up again. A void door appeared on the formation platform. Rumble? Chapter 2573. Rumble. The platform vibrated, and a powerful wave of energy came from the East Royal City Lord's residence. The platform was completely activated, and a blurry void door appeared on the platform. Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique stood in front of the platform and watched this scene unfold. At that moment, he suddenly raised his head and gazed into the horizon. He saw a chariot rapidly approaching the East Royal Kingdom from afar. The chariot was pulled by 3 serpents. Each serpent gave off a powerful and ferocious aura. All the cultivators in the East Royal City were shocked. The powerful aura from the chariot made the sky feel like it was about to collapse. However, this was only a feeling that cultivators had. The stronger one's cultivation was, the more terrifying the feeling would be. However, the mortals in the city didn't feel anything at all. It's here. The eyes of Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique flashed, and an incomparably powerful aura erupted from his body. The chariot crossed the void and came to the sky above the East Royal City. The middle-aged warrior standing on the chariot was surprised to see the platform in the Lord's residence. "You're quite punctual." Gu Fei flew up to the sky and came to the opposite side of the chariot. "This isn't your real body." The middle-aged warrior glanced at Gu Fei and said. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. This person was very powerful and terrifying. He was able to see through Gu Fei's real body at a glance. This was something that had never happened before. "Are you really the legendary 4 spiritual immortal sovereign?" Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique's expression became solemn. The opponent gave him an invisible pressure. This pressure was so strong that he couldn't help but be moved. "Humph." The middle-aged warrior smiled and didn't say anything. "Come, let me see who you are," Gu Fei said. 9 golden Tao patterns emerged from his body, emitting a powerful aura of the great Tao. It was as if a golden god of war had appeared in the sky. "Although it's powerful, it's just a refined tool. I'm not interested in fighting you." The middle-aged warrior shook his head and said, "Good fellow, who do you think you are?" Gu Fei chuckled. He had never met such a person before. To think that he would dare to look down on him. Even if it were an immortal lord, he would not dare to do so. "I want to fight your real body." The middle-aged man glanced at Gu Fei and said indifferently. He had no intention of attacking, as if he really didn't put Gu Fei's indestructible war physique in his eyes. "Defeat me first. Only then will you be qualified to fight against my real body." Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique was like a rainbow. His long hair fluttered even though there was no wind. A heaven-shaking aura erupted from his body. The powerful force caused the surrounding space to tremble. "All right then." The middle-aged warrior took a step forward from the war chariot and instantly approached Gu Fei's indestructible war physique. He stretched out his hand and pressed it against Gu Fei's indestructible war physique. "Humph." Gu Fei's indestructible war physique sneered and punched forward. The golden fist light illuminated the heaven and earth. Just a punch was enough to shatter the void. Bam! When Gu Fei's fist collided with the middle-aged combatant's palm, a transparent ripple spread out from the middle-aged combatant's palm. The strongest punch was actually blocked by the middle-aged combatant, just like that. What? Gu Fei's indestructible war physique was taken aback. The opponent's palm was as soft as water. Gu Fei's fist actually felt weak. Roar! Gu Fei's indestructible war physique roared. His right arm shook, and an even more powerful force erupted from his fist. Wang! The void trembled. Gu Fei's indestructible war physique's fist seemed to have turned into a resplendent golden sun. This was a kind of pure yang energy that actually shook the middle-aged warrior's palm away. Huh! The middle-aged warrior seemed to be taken aback. Then his palm also shook. Lines of Tao emerged from his palm, and the power of the great Tao erupted. Boom! The middle-aged warrior's palm pressed forward, breaking through the heavy metal elemental energy, and once again pressed on Gu Fei's fist. The heavy power of the great Tao spread out from his palm. Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique only felt an irresistible force being transmitted from the other party's palm. His body was sent flying out uncontrollably. This Gu Fei's indestructible war physique was incomparably shocked. This middle-aged warrior was truly too powerful. Perhaps not even an immortal venerable could match up to such an existence. As I said, a tool of war is just a tool of war. The middle-aged warrior took another step forward like a shadow. He reached out his palm once more, pressing it towards Gu Fei's indestructible war physique. The divine light of the great Tao emerged from his palm. This palm displayed a supreme power that could crush everything. Without any suspense, Gu Fei's indestructible war physique was once again sent flying by the middle-aged warrior's palm. Countless cracks could be seen on half of his body, as though it would collapse at any time. So strong. Gu Fei's indestructible war physique was extremely shocked. His indestructible war physique couldn't even withstand a single blow from this middle-aged warrior. This was an existence that even the indestructible war physique couldn't resist. Damn it! Gu Fei's indestructible war physique directly cast the secret word of Wu. A layer of misty, immortal light spread out from his body, destroying the void that was enveloped by the immortal light. Secret word of Wu. The middle-aged warrior seemed very surprised. He hastily retreated, not daring to be enveloped by the misty immortal light. He instantly returned to the war chariot. Roar! The old dragon roared and pulled the war chariot away in an instant, avoiding the spreading misty immortal light and stopping in the sky. At this time, the space portal on the formation platform in the city lord's palace completely appeared. Then, an extremely powerful aura spread out from the space portal. It was as though a supreme existence was about to cross over from the space portal. This is, in the distant sky, the middle-aged warrior standing on the war chariot suddenly changed his expression. He then directly drove the war chariot and rushed into the distant sky, leaving just like that. What's going on? Seeing this scene, Gu Fei's indestructible war physique couldn't help but be surprised. Why did this guy retreat just like that? At this time, a figure appeared behind the space portal. The powerful aura made the world tremble. At this moment, all the cultivators in the East Royal Kingdom were terrified. What's going on? Is a supreme existence coming to the East Royal Kingdom? Someone exclaimed. Rumble, thunder rumbled from the depths of the sky. This was a sign that the power of heaven's wrath was about to be activated. A terrifying aura of destruction descended from the depths of the sky. This was a terrifying aura that could make all living beings in the world feel despair. After the figure in the space portal sensed this aura, the supreme pressure from the space portal immediately retracted. Then, a figure walked out from the space portal. It was a handsome young man in purple robes. This young man was like the incarnation of the immortal path. The aura of the great Tao revolved around him, and 9 immortal rings appeared behind his head. This person was Heavenly Emperor Ziyang. To be precise, he was Immortal Sovereign Ziyang. What's going on? Why is there that person's aura here? After Heavenly Emperor Ziyang walked out of the space portal, he immediately frowned. He then took a step forward and disappeared into the void. At this time, all the cultivators in the East Royal Kingdom heaved a sigh of relief. He left just like that. Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique was surprised to see Heavenly Emperor Zi Yong leaving right after crossing a region. At this time, another powerful figure appeared in the space portal above the formation platform. Then, that person walked out. This person was shrouded in a layer of fiery light, like an ancient god of fire. As soon as he walked out of the space portal, the temperature in the city lord's residence rose by a lot. My lord, the Iron-Blood Daoist, hurriedly came forward to greet Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique. Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique nodded and did not say anything. At this time, one powerful figure after another appeared behind the space portal and walked out. In an instant, incomparably powerful auras were emitted from the city lord's residence. What's going on? Why are there so many experts in the city lord's residence? All the cultivators in the East Royal Kingdom were extremely shocked, especially the spies of the Dongfang family in the city. All of them were staring at the city lord's residence. No one knew what was happening in the city lord's residence. Everyone was extremely curious, but no one dared to peep at the city lord's residence at this time. This time, Gu Fei's real body did not come to the East Royal Kingdom. However, there were many overseas experts from the Falling Stars continent who crossed over to the East Royal Kingdom. There were 7 or 8 saint-level experts. Even Heavenly Emperor Zi Yang came. This time, Gu Fei let these people take the lead. An hour later, the formation platform in the city lord's residence gradually stopped operating. The space portal above the formation platform disappeared into the void. In the city lord's residence stood a group of incomparably powerful experts. This was a terrifying force. Even if one of them walked out, the entire East Royal Kingdom would be shaken. What's going on? Why are there so many experts in the city lord's residence? Sensing the incomparably powerful auras coming from the city lord's residence, all the cultivators in the East Royal Kingdom were extremely shocked. There were 7 or 8 true saintly auras coming from the city lord's residence. This made the spies of the Dongfang family feel very uneasy. Perhaps something terrible was about to happen. Very soon, the Iron-Blood Daoist led the 12 great bandits into action. All of the Dongfang family strongholds in the East Royal Kingdom were directly wiped out. Chapter 2574. Gu Fei's revenge against the Dongfang clan finally began. Apart from the Dongfang clan's ancestral land, all the strongholds in the eastern region were razed to the ground by the Iron-Blood Daoist and the 12 bandits. The entire eastern region was in turmoil. All the forces related to the Dongfang clan hurriedly jumped out to disassociate themselves from the Dongfang clan. Heavenly Emperor Zi Yang also returned, but he didn't catch up with the middle-aged fighter. This shocked Gu Fei's indestructible combat physique. Heavenly Emperor Zi Yang was an immortal sovereign, and not an ordinary one at that. He was a primordial immortal sovereign. Heavenly Emperor Zi Yang had a great background. He was the 9th and last disciple of the Supreme Taoist Ancestor. The Supreme Taoist Ancestor only accepted 9 disciples in his lifetime. As the youngest disciple, Heavenly Emperor Zi Yang received the inheritance of the word Wu created by the Supreme Taoist Ancestor. The word Wu was the nemesis of the other 8 secrets. It could suppress the other 8 secrets. The Supreme Taoist Ancestor passed this secret technique to Heavenly Emperor Zi Yang. This was enough to show how much importance the Supreme Taoist Ancestor placed on Heavenly Emperor Zi Yang. With Heavenly Emperor Zi Yang, the 12 bandits, led by the Iron-Blood Daoist, were invincible. Wherever they went, no one from the Dongfang clan could contend against them. All the experts of the Dongfang clan retreated to the ancestral land. with the ancestral weapon of the Dongfang clan guarding there. No one could break into the ancestral land for the time being. Moreover, Gu Fei's real body hadn't returned from overseas. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang and the others were only the vanguard. Even so, the powerful arrival of Heavenly Emperor Ziyang and the others was enough to change the power structure of the entire eastern region and break the balance between all parties. Although the Zhao clan of the ancients didn't say anything, the entire clan had already prepared for the worst and recalled all the experts in various regions. Even with the foundation of the ancients, they had to be careful. Soon, these people learned about the origin of these experts. These people came from overseas in the depths of the God-fallen sea. This news immediately caused a sensation in the entire eastern region. Then, all the super forces of the Tunglong continent were alarmed. How did the forces of the God-fallen sea come to the Tunglong continent? Someone asked this question. One had to know that the cultivators between the Tunglong continent and the fallen god sea had been isolated for countless years. Now that they had suddenly appeared, no one could understand why. No one knew how powerful this overseas force was. Very soon, the attention of all the superpowers in the Tunglong continent was attracted to the eastern region. This force had changed the power structure of the eastern region. Moreover, it was very likely that it would affect the power structure of the entire Tunglong continent. If this was really the case, a superstorm would engulf the entire Tunglong continent. At that time, many people would die. It should be known that every faction had their own territory, and no one wished for their territory to be taken away by others. There would definitely be resistance, and a great battle was bound to occur. All the forces began to prepare, especially the primordial Zhao family. One had to know that the primordial Zhao family's territory was in the eastern region. At this time, Heavenly Dwarch, Ziyang, and the others had yet to touch the primordial Zhao family's interests. But once Heavenly Emperor Purple Sun and the others touched upon the primordial Zhao family's interests, the primordial Zhao family would naturally react. Rumble. At dusk, the sky was filled with sunset clouds. A city was turned into ruins with a rumble. This was the second big city controlled by the Dongfang family, second only to the Eastern Imperial City. However, such a big city was forcefully broken through by the Iron Blood Taoist and the others. The entire city was destroyed. None of the disciples of the Dongfang family in the city could escape. Of course, the Iron Blood Taoist and the others were not easy to kill. When the city was besieged, all the ordinary people in the city had already fled. The people left in the city were those who were loyal to the Dongfang family, and those disciples who were unwilling to leave. At this time, in a cave deep in the ancestral land of the Dongfang family, there was a vast amount of chaotic energy. The cave was taking in and spitting out the chaotic energy. In the depths of the cave, there was a stone coffin floating. This place was a forbidden area in the ancestral land of the Dongfang family. Usually, even the master of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Chen, was not allowed to approach this place. But now, a group of high-ranking members of the Dongfang family had gathered outside the cave. The leader of this group was not Dongfang Chen, the current master of the Dongfang family, but two white-robed old men. These two old men's status in the Dongfang family was clearly higher than Dongfang Chen's. They were the only two remaining elders of the Dongfang family. These two elders were definitely antiques who had lived for countless years. At this time, no one spoke. They all stared nervously at the Chaos Cavern in front of them. Inside the Chaos Cavern, a stone coffin floated in the chaotic energy. There was no aura coming from the stone coffin. It was simple and unadorned, as if it had existed since the beginning of time. Could it be that the great ancestor is still in a deep sleep? The high-ranking members of the Dongfang family were all bewildered. No one's consciousness could enter the Chaos Cavern. Even the two elders did not know about the stone coffin. The family has already reached a critical juncture of life and death. Could it be that the legends of the family are false? Some of the high-ranking members of the Dongfang family felt uneasy. After all, Gu Fei had already begun to act. The Dongfang family could only hide in the ancestral land, not daring to leave. This was too depressing. Just as everyone was feeling a little disappointed, a stone coffin floating in the chaotic energy seemed to shake. This shocked the high-ranking members of the Dongfang family. However, at this time, an incomparably powerful figure appeared on a mountain peak outside the ancestral land of the Dongfang family. What a great land of ascension, a divine land in the human world. A middle-aged man in a purple robe appeared on the mountain peak amidst the swirling purple energy. This person was Heavenly Emperor Ziyang. The arrival of Heavenly Emperor Ziyang made the experts guarding the ancestral land of the Dongfang family very nervous. "Who are you?" "This is my ancestral land. Leave at once." A young expert, holding a divine cauldron, walked out. "Humph!" Heavenly Emperor Ziyang sneered. He waved his hand, and a purple immortal light immediately rushed out of his hand, striking the expert of the Dongfang family. The immortal light streaked across the sky like a rainbow. It directly pierced through the great formation protecting the ancestral land of the Dongfang family, and pierced through the young expert. The young expert immediately turned into a cloud of blood mist. Even the divine cauldron in his hand shattered. When the others saw this, their shock was no small matter. Although it was only the first layer of the great formation, it was indeed an ancestral formation. It was extremely powerful. Even if a Saint Emperor were to come, he wouldn't be able to break through this formation. However, this person easily broke through the formation and killed a powerhouse. At this time, all the experts of the Dongfang family in the first layer of the ancestral formation felt a chill in their hearts. It was hard to imagine what kind of existence this was. Even the ancestors of your family have to be courteous to me. Who do you think you are? Heavenly Emperor Ziyang glanced at the experts of the Dongfang family in the first layer of the ancestral formation and said disapprovingly, "Just who are you?" A white-haired old man walked up and stared at Heavenly Emperor Ziyang on the opposite mountain peak. "You don't have the right to know who I am." Heavenly Emperor Ziyang said indifferently. All right. The old man's gaze became fierce and fierce. He didn't make a move. Instead, he directly led the experts in the first layer of the ancestral formation and retreated into the second layer of the ancestral formation. The ancestral formation that enveloped the entire ancestral land of the Dongfang family had a total of 9 layers. The 9 layers of the ancestral formation made the ancestral land of the Dongfang family impregnable. Since ancient times, it seemed that no one had been able to break through the ancestral land of the Dongfang family. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang didn't make another move. These people weren't worth his time. He carefully observed the human god land in front of him. In the human world, there aren't many divine lands like this. After a long time, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang retracted his gaze and closed his eyes. After pondering for a while, he directly soared into the sky and left the ancestral land of the Dongfang family. Seeing that Heavenly Emperor Ziyang had left, the old man in the second layer of the ancestral formation heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure that Heavenly Emperor Ziyang gave him was too great. Just who is this person? The old man muttered to himself. The identity of Heavenly Emperor Ziyang was very mysterious. The people of the Dongfang family only knew that there was at least one Saint Venerable in Gu Fei's camp. However, no one knew the origin of this Saint Venerable. Could it be him? The old man said in shock. At this time, the upper echelons of the Dongfeng family were gathered in the Chaos Cavern. No one paid attention to the sudden arrival and departure of Heavenly Emperor Ziyang. The people of the Dongfeng family naturally didn't know the identity of Heavenly Emperor Ziyang. If they knew the origin of Heavenly Emperor Ziyang, these people wouldn't be so calm. However, just as the powerhouses of the Dongfeng family were holed up in the ancestral land, another force in the eastern domain, the demons, also became restless. In the area where Taishan Mountain used to be, an incomparably huge demonic cave was swallowing and spitting out incomparably pure demonic qi. The demonic qi connected the sky and the earth, and there was a vague demonic shadow inside. The internal affairs of the human race. The opportunity for us, the demons, has come. An old voice came from the depths of the demon cave. There was a demonic nature in the voice. This was a kind of demonic voice. If a cultivator with a weak cultivation heard this voice, he was afraid that the inner demons would be drawn out and there would be the danger of becoming a demon. At the edge of the demonic territory, the figures of demons began to appear. Ferocious and terrifying demonic beings began to rush out of the demonic territory from time to time. They slaughtered in the territory of the human race and collected the souls and essence of the human race. The territory of the Dongfeng family was constantly being attacked by demonic beings. Some powerful demon generals began to appear and directly occupied the territory that originally belonged to the Dongfeng family. Preposterous. Chapter 2575. Demons were the greatest enemies of all living beings in the world. Demons brought about death and destruction. Demons used the blood and divine souls of all living beings to cultivate and improve their cultivation. Wherever demons appeared, there would be no lack of bloodshed. Just as Gu Fei and the Dongfeng family were fighting, the demons of the East region began to move and began to encroach on the Dongfeng family's territory. The territory of the Dongfeng family was enough to make any cultivation power in the Tonglong continent jealous. It was a big piece of meat, but not everyone could have a bite of it. Those who knew about Gu Fei's background chose to watch from the sidelines. Even the Zhao family of the ancients, who almost formed an alliance with the Dongfeng family, chose to remain silent. However, the demons jumped out at this time. Rumble, at noon, a demon general led his demon soldiers and attacked a city controlled by the Dongfeng family. Pitch-black demon qi shrouded half the sky. The human city was in chaos. The demons attacked, and it was impossible for them to resist. It should be known that the people of the Dongfeng family had fled the city. The remaining cultivators guarding the city were all old and weak soldiers. There were no experts at all. In the past, the demons would not attack the city at all with the experts of the Dongfeng family guarding it. However, it was different now. What should we do? When the cultivators guarding the city saw the surging demonic energy rapidly approaching the city, everyone on the city wall was shocked. Within the demonic energy, one could vaguely see a ferocious demonic shadow. Ha ha, such strong qi and blood. There is a lot of blood in this city. The leading demon general laughed loudly, and the countless demon soldiers standing behind him also laughed loudly. The wanton laughter caused everyone in the city to feel a chill down their spines. Just as the demons arrived, the defensive array of the city was activated. Countless Tao patterns rushed out from the surroundings of the city, intertwining to form a layer of light screen that enveloped the entire city. Haha, do you want to struggle before death? Devil Chi blotted out the sky and covered the earth. On top of the devil clouds stood a tall devil general wearing devil armor. He had 2 black devil horns on his head. This demon general exuded a heaven-shaking, baleful aura. Demonic shadows flickered around him, struggling. They were formed from the resentment of the countless lives that had died in his hands. To be able to form such a baleful aura, it was unknown how many living beings had died in the hands of this demon general. "Who will go and break the formation?" the demon general said to the demon soldiers standing behind him. "It's my turn this time." Just then, the leader of the demonic soldiers, who looked like a small mountain and wielded a mace, walked over. This was a demonic stone that was cultivated from a demonic stone. "Very good. Stone, this time it's your turn." The demon general nodded and said, "Roar." Hearing this, the stone demon immediately roared in anger and rushed out. He rode on a demonic cloud and pounced towards the city below. His demonic might was astonishing. Boom! The stone demon swung the mace in his hand at the layer of divine light above the city. The entire layer of divine light shook and countless runes appeared. Roar! The stone demon roared at the sky, and his violent aura instantly increased. Lines of demonic runes appeared on his body, and the power of the demonic path erupted, surging towards the mace in his hand. Boom! A loud sound was heard as the stone demon swung his mace down again. This time, the layer of divine light above the city shook violently and cracks appeared on it. This is bad. Seeing this scene, the cultivators in the city were terrified. Without an expert to hold the fort, the true power of the city defense formation could not be unleashed. Even a small demonic soldier was able to shake the city defense formation. This time, Stone Demon got lucky. The leader of the demonic soldiers, standing behind the demon general, said with a smile. At this moment, a monstrous demonic aura enveloped the entire world. Even though it was noon, the area around the city seemed to have fallen into darkness. The sky was dark, and demonic figures could be seen faintly. Chilly winds howled, and the area seemed to have turned into a demonic domain. The humans in the entire city were terrified. They knew very well that if the demons outside were to break through the city defense formation, the consequences would be unimaginable. One should know that wherever the demons passed, not even the fowls and dogs would be spared. Boom! Loud crashing sounds were heard continuously, and the entire world was shaking. The loud sounds seemed to be knocking on the hearts of everyone in the city, causing them to feel an extremely strong sense of oppression. Ha! This tortoiseshell is really hard. The stone demon laughed wantonly and smashed the mace in his hand continuously. Cracks appeared on the layer of divine light, densely packed like a spider's web. It looked as though the layer of divine light could collapse at any time. The stone demon is about to succeed. That much blood and flesh is enough to raise his cultivation by one level. Behind the demon general, the leader of the demonic soldiers was filled with envy. With the stone demon leading the charge, he would be the first to enter the city and would be the first to enjoy this feast. To the devil race, humans and other creatures were food that could increase their cultivation. All the devil race members were accumulating power, waiting for a chance to strike. When the defensive formation of the city was breached, they would swarm in and devour all the living creatures in the city. The devil general coldly stared at this scene. Although there were many living beings in this city, it wasn't worth it for him to act personally. The living beings in this city would be given to his subordinates as a reward. Boom! With a loud bang, the layer of divine light that enveloped the entire city finally shattered. It turned into boundless light and dissipated into the void. Ha ha! The stone demon laughed and swooped down towards the city below. A terrifying demonic aura swept down from the sky, suffocating all the living creatures in the city. Blood and flesh, they are all mine. The stone demon laughed and rushed towards the terrified humans in the city. However, at this moment, a fist appeared in front of the golden golem all of a sudden. What? The golem's shock was no small matter. Bam! The fist smashed into the golem's right eye. The powerful impact smashed the right side of the golem's skull into pieces. The stone demon, who had lost half of its head, was sent flying into the sky by the punch. Its entire stone body was cracking, and a demonic soul wrapped in demonic light rushed out. However, it soon dissipated into the void. What? The leader of the demonic soldiers who had rushed down from the sky were shocked. What was going on? How could the stone demon be killed? At this moment, a figure appeared in the city. He raised his head and looked at the demonic god with disdain. Roar! At the same time, an angry roar came from the sky. The eyes of the demon general who was standing on the clouds shot out two blood-red beams at the city below. Humph! Chapter 2576. Gu Zhong killed the stone devil with a single punch, causing the demons to turn pale with fright. They hurriedly stopped and no longer dared to pounce towards the city below. Although the flesh and blood below was delicious, they would never be able to enjoy such flesh and blood again if they were to die. Who's that person? He actually killed that rotten stone with a single punch. The voice of a leader of the demons, who had the head of a bull and the body of a human, was trembling. Didn't they say that there weren't any human experts in this city? How did such a powerful expert suddenly appear? The group of demon leaders led countless demon soldiers to a stop in the sky, forming a black mass that emitted an earth-shattering demonic aura. However, countless demon soldiers were stunned by a single figure. One must know that the stone devil wasn't a weakling. Among the leaders of the demons, he was definitely one of the top existences. Moreover, the physique of the stone devil was different from the rest. It was a demonic stone that had gained sentience and cultivated to become an expert of the demons. Its demonic body was incomparably tough, and ordinary divine weapons wouldn't be able to harm it at all. This person could actually kill the stone devil with a single punch. This kind of combat strength was simply too frightening. Only a Lord Demon General would be able to deal with this fellow. I didn't think that there would be such a powerful expert in this small human city. The demonic clouds rumbled. On top of the clouds, the demon general muttered to himself. Gu Zhong's appearance was out of his expectations. It seemed like the information he had gathered previously was wrong. The experts of the demons were definitely not reckless people. The reason why they dared to snatch the territory of the Dongfang family was because they were well prepared. However, it seemed like things weren't going as smoothly as the experts of the demons had expected. At this moment, Gu Zhong, who was standing on top of a roof in the city, made his move. He stretched out his right hand and pressed it towards the sky. Retreat. Just as Gu Zhong made his move, a loud roar rang out from the clouds. The group of demons trembled, and the leaders of the demons immediately soared into the sky, wanting to lead their subordinates to retreat. However, it was too late. Rumble, a huge golden hand appeared in the void and slapped towards the sky. The huge hand enveloped all directions and actually enveloped a part of the world. Roar. A series of furious roars echoed in the sky. Then, like an ancient golden mountain, the giant golden hand crushed through the sky. Clouds of bloody mist appeared, and countless demonic soldiers were crushed into bloody mist by the golden hand. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and even the powerful leaders of the demonic soldiers were no exception. On the cloud, that devil general was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly acted, wanting to save those devil soldiers. However, Gu Zhong was incomparably powerful. At this moment, it was already too late for him to act. Buzz. The void trembled as boundless demonic chi formed a peerless demonic saber, slashing down from the sky. The terrifying saber light sliced through the heavens, as though it was going to split the entire world in half. The demon general attacked furiously, swearing to kill this human who had killed all his subordinates on the spot. However, the power displayed by the Golden Hand was far too great. The peerless demonic saber was shattered by the supreme power that erupted from the hand when it slashed at it. The demon general was extremely shocked. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated this powerful human. The strength of the other party had far exceeded his imagination. Rumble, the heavens and earth trembled. After destroying the peerless demonic saber, the Golden Hand continued slapping towards the demon general above the demonic clouds. The powerful force caused the demon general's expression to change. The demonic clouds that enveloped the entire sky dissipated under the slap of the Golden Hand. Light from the outside world shone in, and the sky was no longer dark. Bam! Without any suspense, that demon general was sent flying by Gu Zhong's heaven-encompassing palm. He coughed out blood continuously, evidently having suffered a huge impact. Merely so, Gu Zhong shot up into the sky from the city. Using the 8 desolate steps, he chased after the demon general, who was sent flying. Bam! He stomped down with his foot. That demon general screamed in pain as his body was crushed by this stomp. A ball of demonic light shot out from the blood mist, soaring into the sky, wanting to escape. This was the devil general's devil soul primordial spirit. It wanted to escape. Humph! Gu Zhong sneered. A golden light emerged from his glabella. This golden light turned into a golden Dao sword, slashing towards the ball of demonic light. Swish! The sword light flashed, destroying the ball of demonic light. The soul of the demon general that was enveloped by the demonic light was instantly destroyed. A powerful devil general was easily killed by Gu Zhong, just like that. At this moment, the cultivators in the city were dumbfounded. They initially thought that they were dead for sure, but they didn't think that there would be a peerless expert hiding in the city. There was no doubt about the strength of the demon general. He was at least an immortal emperor. No one in the city was a match for such an existence. Who is that person? How could he kill a demon general so easily? Heaven-encompassing palm. That person couldn't be Gu Zhong, right? All the cultivators in the city were bewildered. Gu Zhong had fought in place of his master. Even some of the weaker cultivators knew of his existence. The boundless devil chi was dispersed by Gu Zhong. The sun shone brightly in the sky. There wasn't a trace of devil chi left. The invading demons were all annihilated. Humph! Do you really think that there's no one left in the human race? Gu Zhong stood high up in the sky, looking in the direction of the devil cave. His eyes flickered. Although he had killed the demon general, his battle intent didn't diminish. Swish! He vanished into the void. No one could see how he did it. Not long after Gu Zhong left, a fiery light rushed over from afar. Within the fiery light, a silhouette could be vaguely seen. Powerful fire elemental energy spread out from the silhouette. Iron Blood Taoist had arrived. Where did that bastard Gu Zhong go? Iron Blood Taoist sensed the surrounding chi. His expression gradually turned solemn. That direction. Could it be that bastard is trying to break into the devil cave? Iron Blood Taoist muttered to himself. After pondering for a moment, he turned into a fiery light and rushed towards the direction of the devil cave, disappearing into the horizon very quickly. At this time, a great battle broke out in the vicinity of the devil cave. A golden silhouette was rampaging in this devil domain. Wherever he went, none of the demons could withstand a single strike from him. Very soon, the entire domain was boiling. Devil beasts roared and demons bellowed. powerful silhouettes rushed out from the direction of the Devil Cave. However, like moths flying into a flame, those powerful demons were smashed into balls of devil blood by a pair of golden fists. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Roar! Chapter 2577. When Gu Zhong charged into the devil's domain, the Iron Blood Taoist sent the news back. Gu Zhong, this brat, hearing this news, Gu Fei's indestructible war physique, didn't say anything. The demons had been very restless lately, and it was time to teach them a lesson. However, no one knew which demons were guarding the depths of the Devil's Denver. For safety reasons, Gu Fei sent out the 12 great bandits. He then left the East Imperial City. With Heavenly, the Arch, Ziyang guarding the East Imperial City, he wasn't afraid that the Dongfang clan would attack the city while it was empty. At this moment, Gu Zhong was like an ancient golden god of war that had descended into the world. His entire body radiated with golden light, and 9 golden patterns of the way appeared faintly on his body. With every punch, patterns of the way rushed out from his fists. The power of the great path was vast and invincible. Bam! A ferocious demon the size of a small mountain was immediately smashed into a bloody mist and dissipated in the void. Both its body and soul were destroyed. Roar! At this time, an extremely powerful divine will came from the front. Then, heavy footsteps could be heard, and the ground shook. A dazzling black light appeared in front of Gu Zhong. It was like a black sun, and it emitted a terrifying demonic aura. This is when Gu Zhong saw the devil charging at him. His heart couldn't help trembling. It was a pitch-black devil dragon, a bone dragon. That devilish light that resembled a black sun was a soul devil flame that bloomed from the bone dragon's skull. The demonic soul fire was incomparably vigorous, and this bone dragon's combat strength was also incomparably strong. Moreover, this was the bone of a saint-level demon dragon. There were black demonic patterns on the bone, and demonic light circulated. Finally, a decent opponent. When Gu Zhong saw this bone dragon, the battle intent in his body was immediately ignited. The golden aura on his body pulsed like a golden divine fire. Boom! The void trembled. As soon as the bone dragon appeared, it opened its mouth and spat out a pitch-black demonic fire towards Gu Zhong. Under the burning of the demonic fire, the void was silently annihilated. Within the demonic fire, demonic markings were faintly discernible. This was a kind of terrifying demonic fire that even sages would retreat upon encountering. If one was burned by this kind of demonic fire, even the physical body of a sage would not be able to withstand it and would be burned to ashes. Come! Gu Zhong's will to fight was like a rainbow. He broke through the layers of demonic fire and attacked the bone dragon. 9 golden patterns appeared on his body, activating the power of the great path and blocking the demonic fire outside his body. Swoosh! Just as Gu Zhong was nearing the bone dragon, a pitch-black bone claw directly grabbed at him from the sky. On the bone claw, a black light rushed out and tore through the void. Gu Zhong roared and punched upwards. He used the metal element fist. The powerful fist energy was like a volcanic eruption, causing the void in front of his fist to tremble. Boom! Gu Zhong's fist collided with the bone claw descending from the sky, resulting in a loud explosion. The 2 powerful forces unleashed a terrifying might. The black demonic markings and the golden patterns intertwined and destroyed each other. The huge bone dragon was pushed back by Gu Zhong's punch, causing the ground to crack. Gu Zhong, on the other hand, was like a golden divine mountain, motionless. Again, Gu Zhong was incomparably powerful. His whole body emitted an indomitable momentum. When his eyes opened and closed, there was a dazzling golden light blooming. A huge golden hand appeared in the void, emitting a shocking wave of power. It directly slapped at the bone dragon. A pitch-black spatial crack suddenly appeared in front of the huge golden hand, like black lightning. From the spatial crack, there was chaotic chi seeping out. Gu Zhong used the sky-covering palm. The bone dragon knew that it was powerful. It also used its full strength. The demonic soul fire in the bone dragon's skull emitted a bright black light. It rose like a black sun and pressed forward. A terrifying demonic aura spread in all directions. At this time, the nearby demonic creatures had retreated far away. No demons dared to approach. Most of the demons couldn't intervene in a battle of this level. Bam! Gu Zhong's sky-covering palm directly slapped on the black light. A powerful martial arts power erupted. 9 golden patterns emerged on the huge hand. The demonic light was directly hit back, and the 9 demonic patterns were hidden in the demonic light. After Gu Zhong's golden hand shook off the ball of demonic light, it continued to move forward and firmly slapped the demonic dragon's body. Cracking sounds rang out incessantly as the massive bone dragon was sent flying by Gu Zhong's palm strike. Countless cracks appeared on its bones, which were even harder than sacred artifacts. Gu Zhong fell from the sky and landed on the ground. At this time, the huge golden hand dissipated in the void. He was surprised to see that the bone dragon didn't collapse after withstanding his palm. The heaven-encompassing palm that he had unleashed earlier could even shatter a sacred artifact. However, this bone dragon was not shattered by his attack. Could it be that this guy's bones are harder than divine artifacts? Gu Zhong muttered to himself. The way he looked at the bone dragon was a little different. This bone dragon was definitely an extremely powerful existence when it was alive. He didn't give the bone dragon a chance to breathe. He directly used the 8 desolate steps and took a step forward. In an instant, he approached the bone dragon that had just stabilized its body. Buzz! As Gu Zhong waved his hands, 2 dazzling sword rays immediately rushed out from his hands and shot towards the bone dragon. The bone dragon sensed danger. The demonic soul fire in its skull was beating violently. It wanted to retreat, but the 2 sword lights were too fast. The sword light instantly crisscrossed the bone dragon's body, splitting the bone dragon's gigantic body into 2. The lower half of the bone dragon's body fell from the sky, while the upper half of the bone dragon's body was enveloped by the demonic soul fire and shot into the sky. Humph! You still want to escape? Gu Zhong suddenly looked up at the bone dragon in the sky. Swoosh! A divine light of the great path rushed out from between his eyebrows. It turned into a sword and shot up into the sky. It directly slashed into the skull of the bone dragon. The demonic soul fire in the skull of the bone dragon was instantly extinguished. It was directly extinguished by the sword light of the great path. Even the soul imprint dissipated. An extremely powerful demonic creature was killed by Gu Zhong, just like that. The upper half of the bone dragon fell from the sky, causing the ground to shake and dust to rise. Chapter 2578. Gu Zhong used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the primordial spirit Tao sword secret technique, to kill the bone dragon. However, a demonic figure silently appeared behind him as he killed the bone dragon. The demonic projection had fused with the surrounding space, becoming one with the world. There were definitely not many people in this world who could sense his existence. Gu Zhong was one of them. Good move. You actually managed to get behind me without me noticing. Gu Zhong didn't turn around. He was very calm. He knew that the devil behind him was very strong and was worthy of him using all his strength to deal with it. At this time, his spirit, energy, and spirit were all concentrated on the devil behind him. He cultivated one of the 9 esoteric secrets of the immortal Tao, the anti-void esoteric art. He had mastered the void esoteric art, so he could naturally sense the mysterious demonic shadow's arrival. You can actually discover me. Amazing. The devilish figure behind Gu Zhong said. Two blood-red lights lit up in the sky. Those were the eyes of the devilish figure, blood-red pupils. What's so difficult about that? He just happened to sense the existence of the demon behind him. The other party had very deep attainments in the great Tao of the void. He even suspected that the demon behind him had also cultivated the anti-void secret technique. Of course, throughout the ages, the supreme Tao ancestor was not the only one who had great attainments in the void great Tao. There had been many unparalleled demons. It was not strange that some demon race powerhouses cultivated the void great Tao, and cultivated this Tao to a high level. Since ancient times, only a handful of people have been able to cultivate the Tao of the void to its pinnacle. The fact that you were able to sense my arrival means that you are also an expert in the Tao of the void. The demon behind Gu Zhong said. Really? Gu Zhong declined to comment. At this moment, he didn't dare to be careless in the slightest, because he knew that if he revealed the slightest flaw, then his opponent would launch a lethal strike at him. This kind of attack that was launched with such a high concentration of essence, qi, and spirit, the power it displayed was absolutely terrifying. All of Gu Zhong's muscles were tensed up, and a layer of sweat had already appeared on his forehead. An incomparably powerful force was accumulating within his body, waiting to be unleashed. Right now, he was clearly at a disadvantage because his opponent was only a foot behind him, standing in the air, at such a close distance. If the demon suddenly attacked, even someone as strong as Gu Zhong would be in danger. However, the demon would not easily attack. You are very nervous. The devil behind Gu Zhong suddenly said. At this time, the surroundings were silent. The countless demonic creatures suddenly disappeared. Perhaps it was because of the demon that suddenly appeared behind Gu Zhong. In the dusky world, the demonic clouds in the sky looked like they were about to fall to the ground. The atmosphere in the entire infernal domain became extremely oppressive. Gu Zhong didn't say anything, but his clothes were drenched in sweat. You must be Gu Zhong from the human race. The successor of the martial ancestor's bloodline is indeed extraordinary. The demon continued. Gu Zhong was taken aback. He didn't expect the demon behind him to know about his origins. Haha, no need to be surprised. When you attacked just now, you used a martial arts combat skill. Only the successor of the martial ancestor's bloodline could cultivate such a powerful combat skill. In the entire Tenglong continent, it seems that only Gu Fei has obtained such an inheritance. The demon explained. Humph! Gu Zhong snorted coldly, but he didn't say anything. The two experts became silent. Gu Zhong didn't attack, and the demon didn't attack either. They were waiting for the opponent to reveal a flaw so that they could kill him in one strike. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Not a single demonic creature appeared in the surroundings. The demon standing behind Gu Zhong didn't summon any other helpers. As a famous expert among the demons, he still had some pride. Boom. At this time, a loud sound was heard. A fiery light suddenly appeared in the sky. The fiery light broke through the demonic aura above the infernal domain and descended from the sky. In the fiery light, there was a figure. In the fiery light, there was a vague figure of a red divine bird. An incomparably powerful fire elemental energy spread out, dispersing the heavy demonic aura. The arrival of this expert had completely broken the peace of the infernal domain. Roar. At this instant, Gu Zhong roared in rage and instantly acted. Clanging sounds rang out from his body as rays of golden sword qi shot out from his body, piercing towards the devil behind him. Every ray of golden sword qi contained a golden Tao pattern. This was the sword Qi of the great Tao, which could destroy everything. Buzz. The void trembled. The demon had no choice but to attack. A pitch-black beast claw stretched out from the demon's body and clawed at Gu Zhong. The sound of metal clashing was heard. The golden sword Qi that rushed out from Gu Zhong's body slashed on the beast claw, leaving many wounds on the beast claw. However, the beast claw also displayed great power. A powerful demonic energy burst out from the beast claw and broke the golden sword Qi. Swoosh! Gu Zhong's body flashed and turned into a sword of the Tao. He headed straight for the beast claw. The golden sword Qi instantly sliced the beast claw into two, causing it to dissipate into the void. This sword Qi was extremely powerful. After destroying the beast claw, it headed straight for the demon. Under the impact of the chilling sword Qi, the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. Swoosh! The demon disappeared into the void, wanting to avoid the golden sword Qi that Gu Zhong had turned into. However, Gu Zhong had cultivated the anti-void secret skill and had grasped the profound meaning of the great Tao of the void. Just as the demon entered the void, the dazzling sword Qi entered the void as well and chased after it. What? The demon was taken aback. He had not expected that this human's understanding of the great Tao of the void had reached such a level. To think that he would be able to chase after it. Swoosh! Wherever the sword Qi passed, a sword wound appeared on the body of the demon. Demonic blood oozed out from the wound. This sword had forced the demon out from the void. Roar! The demon roared and opened his mouth to spit out a demonic saber, which went to meet the golden sword light that was chasing after him. The demonic blade clashed with the sword Qi. However, the demonic blade was shredded by the sword Qi very quickly. Gu Zhong's figure appeared in the void once more. How could this be? Chapter 25:79. Gu Zhong's power was unparalleled. He turned into a sword of light of the great path, shattering the demon's demonic blade and suppressing the demon. Do you need help? A voice came down from the sky. The newcomer stood in the air, surrounded by flames. The shadow of a divine bird could be vaguely seen in the flames, and the aura of the great path permeated the air. This was a man who looked like an ancient god of fire. He had cultivated the great path of fire to perfection. This person was the Iron Blood Taoist. No need. Gu Zhong's figure appeared. Streaks of golden light circled around him like golden lightning. Each streak of light exuded an extremely powerful aura of the great path. How can your combat ability be? Could it be that you've cultivated one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the secret method of ascension? The demon was extremely shocked. You're quite knowledgeable. Gu Zhong looked at the demon shrouded in demonic aura and said calmly, just now he had used the secret method of ascension. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to suppress the demon. It really is the legendary 9 secrets of the immortal path. The demon was shocked. Gu Zhong had actually cultivated such an undefeatable secret method of the immortal path. The 9 secrets of the immortal path were extremely famous even in ancient times, especially for the demons. The 9 secrets of the immortal path had a special meaning. It should be noted that the cultivators of the immortal path had fought many battles against the demons. Every time the demons wanted to do something, they would be firmly suppressed by the cultivators of the immortal path. The number of demons that had died in the hands of the cultivators of the immortal path was innumerable. Come. Gu Zhong's fighting intent surged. An extremely powerful aura erupted from his body, and the air around him rippled like water. Damn it, the 9 secrets of the immortal path aren't invincible. The demon was also surging with fighting intent. Powerful demonic power erupted from his body, endless demonic aura surged out and instantly enveloped the entire world. Rumble, the world shook. All the demonic creatures in the demonic realm were terrified. It was as if a peerless demon had appeared in this part of the world. In the midst of the devil chi, pieces of pitch-black scales emerged on the fierce devil's body, and 2 devil horns quickly grew out of his forehead. Cracking sounds kept coming out from the demon's body. His muscles and bones were vibrating, and his body was rapidly growing taller. Black thorns pierced through the clothes on the demon's back. This is Gu Zhong's eyes flickered with golden light, and golden runes appeared in the depths of his eyes. His gaze pierced through the dense demonic aura and landed on the body of the transforming, ferocious demon. Although this ferocious devil had the appearance of a human before, it was now transforming into a devil. It was a ferocious and terrifying devil. Roar! The ferocious devil raised its head to the sky and roared. A ball of demonic light emerged from its body. The ferocious devil had finally transformed into its perfect form. A heaven-shaking, fiendish aura emanated from its body. Why don't you take advantage of the fact that this guy's battle prowess hasn't reached its peak yet? The Iron Blood Taoist said to Gu Zhong after retreating far into the sky. There's no rush. I want to kill this demon when it's at its strongest. Gu Zhong replied, brimming with confidence. The Iron Blood Taoist shook his head and didn't say anything more. Human, you're too arrogant. The ferocious devil roared as a pair of blood-red eyes appeared within the demonic aura. After that, it glanced at Gu Zhong. This gaze was cold without a single trace of emotion. Devils killed the world and fed on the essence, chi, and vitality of the masses. They were cold-blooded and emotionless by nature. Within the human race, there were some who had walked on the path of the devil. Once their demonic nature was ignited, they would even slay their own sons with a single slash without the slightest bit of mercy. Ha, this isn't arrogance. This is confidence. Gu Zhong laughed out loud. Your confidence will kill you. The ferocious devil coldly spoke as its blood-red eyes opened and closed within the demonic aura. The terrifying demonic energy emanating from its body grew stronger and stronger. Is that so? Gu Zhong smiled. He didn't think much of it. Kill. The ferocious devil attacked. It didn't want to waste any more time with Gu Zhong. With a loud roar, it extended its claws towards Gu Zhong. The pitch-black claws instantly enveloped the entire sky, tearing apart the void and trapping Gu Zhong within. Yeah, it's much stronger than before. Gu Zhong could sense the powerful demonic energy rippling from the claws. He couldn't help but feel shocked. This ferocious devil was indeed strong. Without any hesitation, Gu Zhong used the 8 desolation steps and soared into the sky. After that, he transformed into a divine saber and slashed towards the demonic claw that was coming down from the sky. Clang! The dazzling saber light instantly slashed against the demonic claw, emitting an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing. The demonic claw wasn't cut off, but Gu Zhong's golden divine saber was flung away instead. Saint-level demonic body. Up in the sky, the Iron Blood Taoist couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. The demonic body of this ferocious devil was extremely strong. This ferocious devil wasn't as simple as a saint-level one. Swoosh! The golden divine saber broke through the void and rushed out from the demonic claw. The golden divine saber disappeared, and Gu Zhong's figure appeared in the void. This was a battle technique that Gu Zhong created based on the weapon fusion technique. He could transform his body into a divine weapon and display the unique power of a divine weapon. Bang! The demonic claw vibrated in the void, causing a large area of the void to collapse. A destructive force directly rushed towards Gu Zhong, causing him to be flung thousands of meters away. Yeah, Seeing this scene, the Iron Blood Taoist couldn't help but be shocked. After this demon revealed his true form, his combat strength had actually increased tremendously. Roar! Guzhong roared into the sky. Golden radiance burst out from his body. 9 golden Tao patterns emerged on his body, and a shocking power burst out. His eyes emitted golden radiance that was dozens of feet long. Very good. Again. Guzhong roared, and directly used the 8 desolation steps. He displayed the world's fastest speed and rushed towards the ferocious devil in front of him. His strength was already close to the limit allowed by the human world. In the depths of the sky, thunder could be faintly heard. The ferocious devil extended its demonic claw and continued to grab towards Guzhong. It's the same move again and again. Watch my heaven-covering palm. Guzhong roared and directly slammed his palm forward. The golden palm instantly enveloped the entire heaven and earth and welcomed the incoming demonic claw. Boom! Guzhong's heaven-covering palm and the ferocious devil's demonic claw instantly clashed. The 2 extremely powerful forces collided. Under the impact of the 2 forces, the void was silently destroyed. Even the chaotic chi was forced out. The golden palm dissipated, and the demonic claw crumbled. The 2 figures were moving rapidly. Boom! Bang! Extremely violent sounds of collision could be heard continuously. Guzhong and the ferocious devil were using all their strength, wanting to kill each other at the first moment. Swoosh! The ferocious devil's sharp claw scratched Guzhong's waist. Immediately, a few bloody wounds appeared on Guzhong's body. Golden blood seeped out from the wounds. Guzhong's indestructible golden body was actually injured. Roar! At the same time, Guzhong roared and punched the ferocious devil's left shoulder. The powerful force directly smashed the ferocious devil's left shoulder, turning it into a cloud of blood mist. The 2 figures quickly separated and retreated to a distance. At this moment, Guzhong only felt a trace of cold chi invading his body from the place where he was clawed. That was the power of the true demonic devil. What a terrifying demonic power! Guzhong's heart trembled. In an instant, martial arts power erupted and immediately forced out the demonic power that invaded his body. The ferocious devil did not have it easy either. The shoulder that was smashed by Guzhong's punch was difficult to repair because the wound was covered with a layer of golden divine light. This was the power of the great Tao of metal. The ferocious demon looked ferocious and terrifying. It immediately forced out the power of the great path of metal that had invaded its body. Only then did its wound heal quickly. Its flesh, blood, tendons, and bones were repairing themselves. Soon, its left shoulder was completely healed. It was as if it had never been injured. At this moment, the martial arts power in Gu Fei's body was vast and mighty. The scratches on his waist also disappeared and healed. Only a few holes were left on his clothes, proving that he had just been scratched by the ferocious devil's claws. Evenly matched. Up in the sky, the Iron Blood Taoist who saw this scene couldn't help but be shocked. One must know that Guzhong was a martial artist who was almost invincible in the same realm. This ferocious devil could actually fight with Guzhong without falling into a disadvantageous position. This was truly unbelievable to the Iron Blood Taoist. That is, at this moment, the Iron Blood Taoist suddenly felt an extremely obscure aura rapidly approaching from the direction of the devil's den. Very soon, a demonic figure walked out from the demonic chi. "Humph, do you want to gang up on me?" Guzhong coldly said. He also sensed the arrival of the demons. "What a joke! Do I need to gang up with others to kill you?" the ferocious devil said disdainfully. The demonic figure had no intention of making a move. He stopped in the distance and coldly stared at the ferocious devil and Guzhong. Old Tai, you won't be bored now. Gu Zhong transmitted his voice to the Iron-Blood Taoist. Ha ha! The Iron-Blood Taoist laughed heartily and rushed towards the demonic figure from afar. Courting death. The demonic figure was very domineering. It directly soared into the sky and met the Iron-Blood Taoist head-on. It was a young demonic cultivator with long blood-red hair. Are you talking about yourself? The Iron-Blood Taoist coldly said. He directly used the Immortal Phoenix technique. The shadow of a true phoenix immediately emerged from his body and pounced towards the demonic cultivator. Boom! The flames burned the sky, and the layers of demonic chi dissipated under the flames. Although the true phoenix wasn't a real one, it still displayed great power. It set off a monstrous true phoenix fire that burned towards the demonic cultivator. The demonic cultivator was obviously shocked. He didn't expect this human to actually obtain the Immortal Phoenix technique and cultivate the True Phoenix technique. Chapter 2580. The Blood-Hair Demon was extremely powerful. A ball of demonic light radiated from his body and blocked the true fire of the Divine Phoenix. Demonic patterns intertwined, and the great Tao demonic sound lingered in the void. Roar! The Blood-Hair Demon roared angrily. He broke through the layers of Divine Phoenix true fire and charged out. With a wave of his hand, a black demonic sword shot out from his hand. It tore through the void and slashed at the Iron-Blood Taoist. Swoosh! The black sword light swept across the sky. It was as if the world had been split in half by the sword. The Iron-Blood Taoist struck out with his palm, and the powerful power of the Divine Phoenix transformed into a divine bird that rushed out to meet the sharp sword light that was slashing down. Boom! The divine bird formed by the power of the Divine Phoenix collided with the demonic sword, Aura. The true Phoenix divine fire burned the void, and the sword light was immediately annihilated in the divine fire. The shadow of the Divine Phoenix also dissipated. It's really the True Phoenix technique. The Blood-Hair Demon was shocked. Although the shadow of the Divine Phoenix had dissipated, the divine fire was not extinguished. It continued to burn towards the Blood-Hair Demon. Swoosh! The Blood-Hair Demon charged forward and rushed through the ball of divine light. The true Phoenix divine fire could not burn his body and was blocked by the demonic light that emerged from his body. You really surprised me. The Blood-Hair Demon's expression was serious. Two demonic patterns rushed out from his eyes and turned into two demonic blades. They spun and slashed at the Iron-Blood Taoist. These were demonic blades formed by the great Tao demonic patterns. They were very powerful. Although the two sword lights did not emit powerful demonic waves, they were more terrifying than real demonic blades. Good Lord! The Iron-Blood Taoist felt a great pressure. His opponent was very powerful. He was definitely a peerless demon above the saint level. The demonic blades formed from the Tao patterns were the great Tao demonic blades. Phoenix transformation. The Iron-Blood Taoist did not dare to delay. He immediately used the True Phoenix technique. In the next moment, his body emitted a monstrous flame. 9 divine Phoenix Tao patterns emerged from his body. With a sway of his body, he transformed into a divine phoenix. An extremely terrifying aura erupted from the divine phoenix. All the demonic creatures in the infernal domain were terrified when they sensed this aura. The Blood-Hair demonic man was shocked. The other party had actually cultivated the True Phoenix technique to such a level he could actually transform into a divine phoenix, as if a real divine phoenix had descended. The divine phoenix spread its wings, and endless demonic chi was dispersed. Waves of demonic cries came from the depths of the devil's den. Some powerful demons were alarmed by the divine phoenix that the Iron Blood Taoist had transformed into divine phoenix. At this moment, the blood-hair demon's eyes were incomparably bright. His blood-red pupils were like two blood-red stars, flickering in the demonic chi. A terrifying demonic shadow appeared on his body and roared at the Iron Blood Taoist. A terrifying demonic might surged out, shaking the heavens and earth. Boom! The two experts collided with each other in an instant, erupting with a power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. The entire void collapsed in an instant, and the two supreme figures directly collided into the chaos. Bursts of thunder came from the depths of the sky. The cultivation displayed by these two great experts had already crossed the red line allowed by the human realm. This state was very dangerous. It was like playing with fire. Once the red line was crossed, the power of heaven's wrath would descend. Unless one was a human emperor or a supreme existence, anyone would die under the power of heaven's wrath. No one dared to challenge the power of heaven's wrath lightly, because there would only be one outcome, and that was death. The Iron Blood Taoist transformed into a divine phoenix and fought with the blood-hair demonic man into the depths of the chaos. At this moment, Guzhong and the ferocious demon fought again. Boom! Guzhong was like the reincarnation of the immemorial god of war. He shattered the heavens and earth with one punch. He did not use the sacred level Tao law, so he was not worried about attracting the power of heaven's wrath. It was purely the power of the martial body. It did not involve the sacred level Tao law. The powerful martial body surged in his body, emitting bursts of thunderous sounds. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook. The ferocious demon also displayed its supreme physique. Demon's physique was originally much stronger than humans. Demons were creatures that only knew how to kill. However, the path of martial arts created by the martial ancestor allowed the human race to open up a powerful treasure trove of the human body. The strength of the martial body was not weaker than any other creature. Bam! Boom! The two great experts continuously clashed. They were so fast that even their shadows could not be seen. One after another, huge chaos holes continuously exploded in the void. In front of these two great experts, the void of heaven and earth was as fragile as a thin piece of paper. Terrifying energy waves shook the entire devil domain. Even the devil's den was affected. This was a shocking battle. Guzhong and the ferocious demon had raised their cultivation to infinitely close to the limits of the human realm. Not everyone could raise their cultivation to this level, because if they were not careful, they would attract the power of heaven's wrath. Bam! The ferocious demon was sent flying. One of its horns was broken by Guzhong's punch. Half of its skull was smashed. Devil blood splattered everywhere. Its devil body was severely injured. However, Guzhong was also scratched by the ferocious demon's sharp claws. His left arm was drenched in blood. Even his bones were exposed. The ferocious demon's devil body shook. The broken half of its skull was immediately repaired. With his cultivation at this level, as long as he didn't suffer a fatal injury, even if his body was smashed into a bloody mist, he could still regenerate. After the ferocious demon's death, golden light flowed on Guzhong's left arm. His torn arm rapidly healed, and the true devil power that invaded his arm was forced out. It seems that without using special methods, I can't kill this ferocious demon. Guzhong's expression was incomparably solemn. He stood in the void, like a golden divine fire jumping around. The battle intent emitted from his body became even stronger. Human, why aren't you continuing to attack? The ferocious demon walked over from afar. Demonic chi filled the sky. A demonic shadow appeared indistinctly between heaven and earth. A heart-palpitating demonic aura spread out from the demonic shadow. At this time, the cultivators outside the devil domain were alarmed. What's going on? Did someone enter the depths of the devil domain? On the peak of a mountain, a middle-aged Taoist stood. He activated his divine eyes and looked into the depths of the devil domain. However, the entire devil domain was enveloped by the powerful great Tao energy. He could only see the monstrous demonic qi. Other than that, he couldn't see anything else. Guzhong didn't disappoint me. In another place outside the devil domain, on a cloud, a black-robed youth was muttering to himself. His gaze pierced through the demonic qi, directly looking into it. Some experts were alarmed by the battle in the devil domain. There were powerful figures appearing outside the devil domain. Who entered the devil domain? Someone muttered, "One must know that not everyone dared to enter the eastern devil domain. Even the experts from the desolate ancient Zhao clan and Dongfang clan didn't dare to enter it easily. One must know that there were unimaginable devils guarding the depths of the devil domain. Some people said that there was at least one devil ancestor-level existence sleeping in the devil domain. Guzhong only entered the devil domain on a whim. No one knew that he was the one who killed his way into the devil domain. He didn't enter the devil domain and fought with the ferocious devil outside the devil domain. All right, it's time to end this." Guzhong looked at the approaching devil, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. End. The ferocious devil stared at Guzhong. The blood-red light emitted from its blood-red eyes was more than 10 feet long. It was like a blood-red devil's sword swallowing sword qi. After that, Guzhong's figure suddenly disappeared into thin air. What? The ferocious devil was shocked. It also cultivated the great Tao of void, but at this time, it actually couldn't sense Guzhong's existence. In the next moment, Guzhong's figure suddenly appeared on the right side of the ferocious devil. The ferocious devil didn't even think, and directly clawed at Guzhong. 5 extremely sharp devil lights shot out from the devil's claws, directly tearing the void apart. However, at this time, another figure appeared behind the ferocious devil. A palm landed on the ferocious devil's back, and a violent force instantly erupted. Crack! The sound of bones breaking immediately came from the fierce devil's body. Its spine was broken into several pieces by that palm strike, and its flesh, tendons, and bones were shattered. Numerous cracks appeared on the devil's body, as if it was a delicate porcelain that had been broken. Roar! How is this possible? The ferocious devil roared and flew forward. However, in the next moment, the opposite Guzhong also attacked. A golden sword light rushed out from the forehead of the opposite Guzhong, strangling the ferocious devil. Swoosh! The golden light flashed, and the ferocious devil's head flew up. At this time, a scene that made the ferocious devil despair appeared. High up in the sky, another figure appeared. A huge golden hand emitted a terrifying aura of destruction, grabbing down from the sky. Without any suspense, the ferocious devil's head was directly crushed by the golden hand that grabbed down from the sky. Even the devil's primordial spirit couldn't escape, and died just like that. 3 figures appeared in the sky. They were 3 Guchongs, and every single one of them radiated with extremely powerful energy ripples. This brat is getting more and more proficient in using the 3 purities Guzhong. Outside the devil realm, the black-robed youth on the cloud couldn't help but nod when he saw this scene. This black-robed youth was none other than Gu Fei's undying battle physique. Since Guzhong came to the devil cave, he naturally had to come. One must know that the ferocious devils in the depths of the cave weren't easy to deal with. The might of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao wasn't just for show. Guzhong used one of the 9 secrets, the 3 purities secret art, to kill this ferocious devil. A large part of the reason why he could kill this ferocious devil was because he caught it off guard. The ferocious devil didn't expect 3 Guchongs to attack it at the same time. How could this ferocious devil resist 3 Guchongs at the same time? After killing this ferocious devil, Guzhong heaved a sigh of relief. This ferocious devil was very strong, one of the few opponents he had encountered. At this time, the 3 figures disappeared, turning into 3 streams of energy that entered his body. Chapter 2581. There was definitely a terrifying demon guarding the eastern region. Otherwise, how could the Zhao and Dongfang clans of the primordial era allow such a demonic force to exist? The Zhao and Dongfang clans of the primordial era had once conquered the eastern region and even attacked its depths, but they still couldn't eradicate the demonic force. As a result, the eastern region was divided into 3 factions. In recent years, as the power of heavenly wrath continued to weaken and the world was about to change, the demons in the eastern region Devil Den began to become restless. Rumble, the demon cave, trembled and surged with demonic chi. A demonic figure taller than a mountain appeared in the sky, alerting the powerful demons. Roar. A beast covered in dark demonic flames rushed out of the cave with a demon in black on its back. The beast had a dragon's head, a horse's body, and dragon scales. It was actually a Qilin. To be more precise, it was an incomparably powerful demon Qilin. In ancient times, Qilins were powerful enough to contend with the 4 spirits of heaven and earth, the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. They were even known as the 5 divine beasts. These divine beasts were generally regarded as auspicious beasts. However, a demonic Qilin wasn't an auspicious beast, but an incomparably terrifying demonic beast. At this time, Guzhong was already close to the Devil's Cave. He just happened to see the Devil Qilin rushing out of the Devil's Cave with a demon on its back. Monstrous demonic fire immediately swept out, and the void was incinerated by the demonic fire. The demonic flames burned towards Guzhong, but were repelled by the golden astral chi around him. Guzhong wasn't afraid of the demonic flames. 9 golden Tao patterns appeared on his golden astral chi, activating the power of the great Tao. It could be said that he was invincible. Moreover, he cultivated the 9 secrets of immortal Tao. Even if he didn't use his astral chi to protect himself, the demonic flames wouldn't be able to harm him. You killed one of my subordinates? The demon riding the demon Qilin looked at Guzhong and said. His tone was very calm, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. So what if I did? Guzhong's expression became incomparably solemn. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes at the demon. He sensed an extremely dangerous aura from the demon. Then you deserve to die. The demon was very direct. He rode on the demon Qilin and rushed towards Guzhong. Humph! Guzhong sneered and slammed his right palm forward. He directly unleashed the heaven-covering palm. A huge golden hand appeared and instantly enveloped the entire world. The demonic fire that was emanating from the demon Qilin's body continuously dissipated under the envelopment of the huge hand. At that moment, the demon riding on the demon Qilin made his move. A black lotus rushed out from the center of his forehead, directly breaking through Guzhong's heaven-covering palm, and then rushed towards Guzhong's forehead. What? Guzhong was taken aback. His opponent was very strong and could actually launch such an attack. This was a great Tao mystique, similar to the primordial spirit sort of the way. A black demonic lotus blossomed with a dark demonic light. 9 lotus petals bloomed, and each lotus petal contained a demonic pattern, displaying a terrifying demonic might. Black Lotus Fiend Ancestor, While Gu Zhong was shocked, the divine light of the great path appeared on his brow. A golden sword shot out from his brow and slashed at the black lotus. However, the power displayed by the black demonic lotus was too terrifying. The golden Tao sword didn't even hit the black lotus. It only slashed into the demonic light that spread out from the black lotus, and the golden Tao sword shattered. Roar! Gu Zhong roared and used the desolate steps. He quickly retreated, and with a few steps, he was already far away from the devil's den, evading the attack of the black lotus. Desolate steps, a martial arts battle technique. The black lotus flew back to the demon, riding on the demon Qilin, and sank into his forehead. The demon's blood-red eyes shone with a terrifying bloody light. Gu Zhong was extremely shocked. He stopped in the air, and golden blood flowed down from his forehead. His opponent had actually broken his primordial spirit sword of the Wei's secret technique. How was this possible? Ever since Gu Zhong had cultivated the primordial spirit sword of the Wei, this was the first time this secret technique had been broken by someone. It should be known that this secret technique was created by the Supreme Tao Ancestor. Every one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path was an invincible divine technique. This fellow, riding the demon Qilin, was extremely terrifying. He was definitely on the same level as the demon ancestor. Otherwise, how could he have broken the supreme secret technique created by the Supreme Tao Ancestor? Little guy, you're still too inexperienced. You'd better be on your way. The demon's voice was extremely calm, as if he was talking about something insignificant. Then, the black lotus once again emerged from his forehead. Humph! Just as the demon was about to attack, a cold laugh came from the sky. Then a figure broke through the layers of demonic energy and descended from the sky. Master? Gu Zhong was both surprised and delighted to see the person. Who is this? The demon's blood-red eyes narrowed when he saw the figure descending from the sky. A killing tool, the demon immediately saw through Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique. This surprised Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique. One should know that there weren't many living beings in the world that could see through his indestructible battle physique. However, any living being that could see through his indestructible battle physique must have an incredible background. The Black Lotus demon ancestor, Gu Fei, came to Gu Zhong's side and stared at the demon riding on the demon Qilin. His expression was incomparably grave. Interesting. The demon didn't answer Gu Fei. He merely sized up Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique. Demonic runes flickered in the depths of his blood-red eyes. Go back first. At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly said to Gu Zhong, Master, Gu Zhong wanted to say something. However, Gu Fei interrupted him. Go back. Gu Fei's tone turned solemn. Yes. Gu Zhong hesitated for a moment before turning around and leaving the demonic realm. Boom! At that moment, a loud noise came from the void in the distance. The void shattered, and 2 powerful figures broke through the void and attacked. A divine bird flapped its wings. Monstrous divine phoenix true fire surged out and covered the sky. The blood-hair demon immediately retreated. The 2 experts that came out from the void pearl pumpkin were the Iron Blood Taoist and the blood-hair demon. Master, the Iron Blood Taoist, quickly flew towards Gu Fei when he saw Gu Fei and came to Gu Fei's side. You should leave too. Gu Fei glanced at the Iron Blood Taoist and said, This, Chapter 2582. In ancient times, Qilin was a powerful existence that could fight against the 4 spirits of heaven and earth. A demonic Qilin was even more powerful and terrifying. The Iron Blood Taoist was shocked to the extreme by the fact that the demon used a demon Qilin as a mount. At this moment, the blood-haired demon who was fighting with the Iron Blood Taoist, retreated to the back of the demon riding the demon Qilin. Let's go back. The demon said to the blood-haired demon behind him. Yes. The blood-haired demon did not say anything else. He nodded and retreated into the demonic qi, disappearing from the sight of Gu Fei and the Iron Blood Taoist. Let's go. Gu Fei said to the Iron Blood Taoist. Master, the Iron Blood Taoist was a little hesitant. However, he could tell that the demon riding the demon Qilin was not simple. The demon Qilin that the demon was riding was already an extremely terrifying existence. You won't be of much help even if you stay here. Gu Fei glanced at the Iron Blood Taoist and said, Yes, the Iron Blood Taoist had no choice but to leave. The demon riding the demon Qilin did not stop him and directly let the Iron Blood Taoist retreat. He was very confident, and there was a bloody light flashing in his eyes. Roar. The demon Qilin under the demon roared. The deep sound caused the surrounding void to tremble. Dark demonic flames danced on the demon Qilin's body. All right, let's begin. The demon on the demon Qilin calmly looked at Gu Fei, who was opposite him. There was no expression on his pale face. Kill. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He directly punched the demon riding the demon Qilin. It was a very ordinary punch, but when he punched, a strange sound resonated in the void. With just one punch, Gu Fei attracted the spiritual qi from all directions. The spiritual qi frantically gathered towards his fist, causing the power of his punch to multiply. Gu Fei's punch seemed to bring along the entire world as it smashed towards the demon riding the demon Qilin on the other side. Invincible fist intent. Seeing Gu Fei unleash such a punch, the demonic person on the devil Qilin couldn't help feeling surprised. Gu Fei's battle experience was truly rich. This kind of invincible will could only be gradually formed by warriors who had gone through countless battles. At this moment, the demonic person suspected to be the Black Lotus demon ancestor extended a finger and pointed forward. His finger directly touched Gu Fei's incoming fist. This Gu Fei felt an extremely powerful force coming from the other party's finger. His punch was actually blocked by the other party's finger. Bang! Just as Gu Fei was in shock, the finger on his fist trembled slightly. Gu Fei immediately felt as if he had been hit by an ancient divine mountain and was sent flying. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. He no longer had any doubts. The other party was definitely a demon ancestor. However, the battle prowess of this demon ancestor didn't seem to be that heaven-defying or monstrous. Even so, the battle prowess of this demon ancestor was enough to make Gu Fei feel threatened. Rumble. The void trembled as a demonic hand appeared in the world, grabbing at Gu Fei, who was sent flying. The demonic hand emitted an extremely powerful ripple of demonic energy. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei used the secret word of Wu right away. A hazy immortal light spread out, and the demonic hand was immediately enveloped by the hazy immortal light. Without any suspense, the demonic hand was disintegrated by the power of the secret word of Wu and dissipated into the void. This is when the Black Lotus demon ancestor saw this. He couldn't help but feel shocked. He recognized the supreme secret skill of the immortal path that Gu Fei had used. To think that you've actually obtained 2 legacies. The Black Lotus demon ancestor found it a little unbelievable. Wasn't this fella a martial artist? Why did he cultivate a supreme technique of the immortal path? One must know that legacies of the immortal path and legacies of the martial path were 2 completely different legacies. Cut the crap. At this moment, Gu Fei struck out at the demon ancestor riding on the fire Qilin. A hazy immortal light surged towards the demon ancestor. Immediately, This immortal light was enough to turn everything in the world into nothingness. Even the Black Lotus demon ancestor couldn't help but be moved. The 9 secrets of the immortal path created by the supreme Tao ancestor possessed immense might. This was especially so for the secret word of Wu, which possessed heaven-defying might. The demon Qilin roared and instantly retreated with the demon ancestor on its back, dodging the hazy immortal light. The void that was enveloped by the hazy immortal light was destroyed silently. At the sight of this, the Black Lotus demon ancestor couldn't help but change his expression. Could the secret word of Wu be able to destroy even the heavens and earth? At this moment, a black lotus appeared at the center of the Black Lotus demon ancestor's brows, emitting a terrifying demonic aura as though it could burst out at any moment. To think that you've gathered the legacies of both the martial path and the immortal path, that's truly shocking. The Black Lotus demon ancestor suddenly laughed. His cultivation state was damaged, and he had been slumbering in the demon's cave for countless years. However, he had yet to recover, and it was hard for him to unleash the true might of the demon ancestor. Otherwise, Gu Fei wouldn't be a match for the Black Lotus demon ancestor at all. One must know that, at his peak, the demon ancestor was an unparalleled existence that could even fight against the Supremes. Humph! Gu Fei didn't bother wasting his breath on this demon ancestor. He deployed the 9 secrets of the immortal path and attacked the Black Lotus demon ancestor. Churning the Heaven Ascension secret art, his battle prowess skyrocketed. Boom! Gu Fei punched out with his fist, causing the void before his fist to shatter and turn into primal chaos. That single punch tore through the world, sending the Black Lotus demon ancestor, who was riding the demon Qilin, into the primal chaos. Roar! The roar of the demon Qilin rang out from within the primal chaos. After that, the primal chaos trembled violently, and a demonic beast carrying the Black Lotus demon ancestor dashed out of the primal chaos. A black lotus flew out from the center of the Black Lotus demon ancestor's brows. Xing! The Black Lotus trembled as a supreme power of the demonic path spread out from the Black Lotus, instantly freezing the entire void. Gu Fei felt his body sinking down, as though he was being crushed by a gigantic mountain. His movements became sluggish immediately. Break for me! Gu Fei roared out as an extremely formidable power rippled out from his body, wanting to push away the power of the demonic path that was pressing down on him. But just at that moment, a fist landed on Gu Fei's chest. Bam! The power of that fist was extraordinarily strong. Amidst the dull sound of impact, Gu Fei's chest caved in as he was sent flying once more. How could this be? Chapter 2583. Gu Fei was sent flying by the Black Lotus evil ancestor's punch. This shocked him to the extreme. The Black Lotus evil ancestor was actually this powerful. It was beyond his expectations. He stabilized his body and looked down. He saw a fist mark on his chest. This fist mark had sunk deep into his body and almost pierced through him. The fist mark was imbued with demonic power. Gu Fei couldn't even repair his battle physique, even if he wanted to. Roar! Gu Fei roared. He used the Wu secret art with all his strength to dissolve the demonic power that was imbued on his body. The demonic power was gradually dissolved. The indestructible battle physique was repairing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The martial ancestor's Wu secret art is really amazing. When the Black Lotus demon ancestor, who was riding on the demon Qilin, saw what happened to Gu Fei, a strange look flashed across his blood-red eyes. In the distant past, he had once possessed a supreme cultivation that could contend against supremes. But now, the Black Lotus demonic ancestor had nearly died after experiencing that huge commotion back then. Even though he had survived the calamity, his cultivation was nearly crippled. The Black Lotus evil ancestor had been sleeping in the depths of the Devil's Cave for countless years. He only gradually woke up in the recent 100 years, but his cultivation still hadn't recovered to its peak. Otherwise, the Black Lotus evil ancestor could easily destroy Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique. A combat tool of this level was nothing to a supreme existence like the evil ancestor. Even the current Black Lotus evil ancestor wouldn't find it difficult to destroy the indestructible battle physique. Rumble, the sound of wind and thunder, came from Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique. There was a faint divine sound of the great Tao coming from his body. Rays of golden light circled around him like lightning. No matter how powerful you are just a combat tool. The Black Lotus evil ancestor's voice came. He rode the demon Qilin and approached Gu Fei unhurriedly. Is that so? Gu Fei stared at the approaching Black Lotus evil ancestor. His eyes couldn't help but narrow. This evil ancestor was very strong. He felt like he was facing Ghost Emperor Fengdu and that ruthless person Jibei. Come. The Black Lotus demon ancestor extended his hand and grabbed at Gu Fei. A heaven-devouring force gushed out from his palm and instantly enveloped Gu Fei, sucking him in. What? Gu Fei was shocked. The suction force that enveloped him was extremely powerful. He quickly used the 9 esoteric secrets of the immortal Tao. The power of heaven ascension burst forth. At the same time, the esoteric word, none, was also madly circulating. With the 2 great secret techniques executed at the same time, Gu Fei finally broke through the suction force and rushed out. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao is not bad. The Black Lotus devil ancestor could not help but nod to himself. This kind of supreme secret technique was indeed unique. This is bad. At this time, Gu Fei was groaning in his heart. This Black Lotus devil ancestor was not someone he could deal with. The other party was definitely stronger than him. It would not be difficult for the Black Lotus devil ancestor to kill him. Although the 9 esoteric secrets of the immortal Tao were known as undefeatable arts, the Black Lotus devil ancestor's cultivation and battle prowess were much stronger than Gu Fei's. Even if Gu Fei cultivated this secret technique, he would not be a match for the Black Lotus devil ancestor. One must know that even the 9 esoteric secrets of the immortal Tao were nothing in the face of absolute power. Swish! Gu Fei did not think too much about it. If he couldn't win, he would run. He directly used the anti-void secret technique and instantly melded into the void, wanting to escape. Humph! The Black Lotus devil ancestor sneered as a Black Lotus rushed out from his forehead. Buzz! The Black Lotus trembled as the supreme power of the demonic Tao spread out in all directions. The void trembled as a figure fell from the sky. What? Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. The opponent had once again seen through his 9 esoteric secrets of the immortal Tao. The Black Lotus great technique of the Black Lotus devil ancestor displayed an unfathomable demonic might. This was the greatest danger Gu Fei had ever faced since he started cultivating. Moreover, he did not have an extreme saint artifact on him. If he had an extreme saint artifact, he would still be confident. But now, that was no longer the case. Trying to escape, the Black Lotus devil ancestor rode the demon Qilin and chased after Gu Fei unhurriedly. Gu Fei was both shocked and enraged. He knew very well that there was a huge gap between his indestructible battle body and the Black Lotus devil ancestor. Unless his true body wielded an extreme saint artifact, he might not be able to fight this demon. Roar! Just at this moment, the demon Qilin beneath the Black Lotus demonic ancestor roared furiously. It opened its mouth and spat out a demon bead at Gu Fei. This was a demon bead that emitted dark demon flames. It contained demonic patterns and displayed a great demonic might. The moment the demon bead appeared, it was as if a demonic sun had appeared in the sky, causing the entire world to tremble. This, Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. Even the demon Qilin under the Black Lotus Devil ancestor was so powerful. This was truly unbelievable. This demon Qilin was definitely a demon sovereign level existence. Bam! The demonic bead emitted a mighty demonic power, which directly sent Gu Fei flying. Damn it! Even a mount was a demon sovereign level existence. This made Gu Fei feel a sense of helplessness. He turned to leave. Such an existence was impossible to contend against. He displayed his extreme speed of 8 steps, so fast that his shadow could not be seen. He wanted to rush out of the demonic domain and leave this place. However, the Black Lotus Devil ancestor did not want to let Gu Fei go. One must know that he was also very interested in the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Do you think you can escape from my 5 Fingers Mountain? The Black Lotus Devil ancestor said as he reached out with his right hand. His right hand instantly expanded infinitely, enveloping the entire world and sucking in Gu Fei. Under the envelopment of the Black Lotus Devil ancestor's hand, Gu Fei was as small as an invisible speck of dust in the world. Rumble! The void trembled as the Black Lotus Devil ancestor displayed his great mystique. His hand closed and was about to grab Gu Fei. Bam! At this moment, a divine light pierced through from afar, breaking through the Black Lotus Devil ancestor's hand and opening up a path for Gu Fei. Gu Fei did not hesitate and charged out from the place that was broken by the divine light. Following that, a figure appeared in the sky above the demonic domain, coldly looking down at the Black Lotus Devil ancestor who was riding on the demon Qilin. At this time, the demon Qilin had already retracted the demon bead. The Black Lotus Devil ancestor also retracted his hand. He looked down and saw a bloody hole in his palm. As he willed it, the bloody hole in his right palm immediately disappeared. Ghost Emperor? When Gu Fei saw the person who saved him, he was shocked and overjoyed. This person was the white-robed Ghost Emperor from Fengdu's Ghost City. Old Devil Black Lotus, do you want to start a war now? Ghost Emperor Fengdu looked at the Black Lotus Devil ancestor and said proudly, even when facing a devil ancestor, he had no qualms. It's you? You actually survived. Chapter 2584. White-robed Ghost Emperor had arrived and descended upon the Eastern Devil domain. Black Lotus ancestor didn't dare to act recklessly. You actually managed to survive that battle. Seeing Ghost Emperor Fengdu, the Black Lotus demonic ancestor was both shocked and surprised. Back then, the great calamity that swept through the 3 realms and 6 Daos caused countless creatures to die. Even existences on the level of the demonic ancestor found it difficult to survive the great calamity. Didn't you survive too? Ghost Emperor Fengdu looked at Black Lotus ancestor, who was riding the demon Qilin. He didn't emit any aura. However, in the eyes of Black Lotus ancestor, Ghost Emperor Fengdu was the most dangerous. This was a terrifying existence that could contend against him. Back then, Black Lotus ancestor and Ghost Emperor Fengdu were mortal enemies. Even after countless years, the relationship between them hadn't changed. I'm definitely going to kill this little fella. You have to protect him. Black Lotus ancestor looked at Gu Fei, who was standing behind Ghost Emperor Fengdu, and said coldly, in his blood-red eyes, demonic runes could be vaguely seen interweaving. I'm definitely going to protect this little fella. What can you do to me? Ghost Emperor Fengdu was very domineering as he said such words. Preposterous. Let's fight then. Black Lotus ancestor was enraged. The consequences would be dire. Let's fight then. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Ghost Emperor Fundu took a step forward. It seemed like a casual fight, but the entire heaven and earth felt like it was going to collapse, giving off an incomparably stifling feeling. Roar! At this moment, the demon Qilin under Black Lotus Ancestor roared furiously. It carried Black Lotus Ancestor and soared into the sky, arriving in front of Ghost Emperor Fundu. Gu Fei hurriedly retreated. He was also looking forward to a battle of this level. Boom! Ghost Emperor Fundu moved. He directly shattered the void of heaven and earth and fought with Black Lotus Devil Ancestor into the depths of the shattered primal chaos void. This Gu Fei couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he saw this. He circulated his divine eye, wanting to peer into the depths of the primal chaos. However, there was a supreme Tao law shrouding that even he couldn't see through. At this time, the depths of the primal chaos were boiling. A terrifying aura surged out. Ghost Emperor Fundu and the Black Lotus Devil Ancestor were fighting. If existences of this level fought in the outside world, they would produce unimaginable destructive power. If they wanted to fight, they wouldn't choose to fight in the outside world. What a pity! Gu Fei was somewhat disappointed. It should be known that if he could watch a battle of this level, it would be very beneficial to him. He would be able to observe the Tao laws of holy venerables and above. This battle did not last long. Two figures so powerful that even the sky trembled rushed out from the depths of the primal chaos and returned to the outside world. This Gu Fei was extremely shocked. He saw that one of the right sleeves of the white-robed Ghost Emperor was missing. The crown on his head was crooked, and his hair was a little messy. As for the Black Lotus Demon Ancestor, he was in a worse state than the white-robed Ghost Emperor. One of the horns of the demon Qilin he was riding was broken, and there was demonic blood seeping out of the Black Lotus Demon Ancestor's forehead. Old fiend Black Lotus, you don't seem to be able to hold on. The white-robed Ghost Emperor teased. The Black Lotus Demon Ancestor's expression turned extremely unsightly. After that, he didn't say anything and directly rode away on the demon Qilin, disappearing into the dusky world. The white-robed Ghost Emperor did not stop him. After the Black Lotus Demon Ancestor left, he glanced at Gu Fei and waved his left hand at Gu Fei. Gu Fei immediately felt the world spinning. After that, he discovered to his shock that he had actually appeared in the sky above the Eastern Imperial Kingdom. Such a method, Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. The white-robed Ghost Emperor was truly strong to an unimaginable extent. He actually sent Gu Fei back to the Eastern Imperial Kingdom with a wave of his hand. The white-robed Ghost Emperor did not appear again. At this time, the Eastern Region Devil Cave had also calmed down. The commotion caused by Gu Zhong's intrusion had finally passed. Many cultivators were incomparably shocked. Someone actually dared to intrude the Devil Cave. One had to know that there was an unimaginably terrifying demon presiding over the Devil Cave. Human cultivators would definitely die if they intruded. However, Gu Fei and his disciple, as well as the Iron Blood Taoist, were able to escape unscathed from the Devil Domain. Moreover, they even killed an incomparably powerful demon. With Heavenly Emperor Ziyang presiding over the Eastern Imperial Kingdom, none of the cultivators in the city dared to act rashly. The people of the Dongfang clan also went into hiding, not daring to show themselves easily. The cultivation forces that had relations with the Dongfang clan all came out to cut off all ties with the Dongfang clan, expressing their sincerity towards Gu Fei and his disciple. Gu Fei and his disciple did not care about these matters. They knew that these cultivation forces were fence-sitters. They would only side with whoever was stronger. Time passed. Several days passed in a row. The demons in the Devil Domain had already settled down. There were no more demon experts who brought their subordinates to fight for the human race's territory. Meanwhile, the formation platform in the Eastern Imperial Kingdom's City Lord's Mansion was activated again. This time, a large number of overseas experts came to the Eastern Imperial Kingdom through the teleportation formation. For a moment, the Eastern Imperial Kingdom's City Lord's Mansion was indeed overcrowded. Under the command of the Iron-Blood Taoist, the overseas forces gradually took over the properties that originally belonged to the Dongfang clan in the Eastern Imperial Kingdom. With the Eastern Imperial Kingdom as the center, the overseas forces began to gradually take over the properties that originally belonged to the Dongfang clan. All the forces were watching, and no one came out to interfere. With the East Imperial Kingdom as the center, the overseas forces began to take over the territories that belonged to the Dongfang clan step by step. All the forces were watching, and no one came out to interfere. However, there really were people who dared to provoke them. Just as the overseas forces were taking over a city, they started to fight with an expert in the city. This person was not an expert from the Eastern Domain, but a big bald man from the Western Domain. In the mountain ridge outside the city, Zhu Guliang was fighting with a sloppy monk. The terrifying shockwaves caused the entire mountain ridge to tremble, and all the birds and beasts in the mountains were scared away. Damned Baldy, you should feel lucky that we're not going to settle the score with you. How dare you come here to cause trouble? You really don't know what's good for you. On top of a mountain peak, Zhu Guliang stood at the top of the mountain, looking at the figure on the opposite mountain peak, and said coldly, "Ha!" The sloppy monk on the opposite mountain peak burst out laughing. He took out a gourd from his waist, uncorked it, and gulped down a huge mouthful of wine. Wine monk, can go wherever I want to go. Even the Buddha can't control me." The sloppy monk said, "Is that so?" Zhu Guliang laughed. This guy was really interesting. If he wasn't someone from the Western Domain's Buddhist sect, they might have become friends. Not bad, kid. Come on, let me see what you've got. The sloppy monk said to Zhu Guliang. Chapter 2585. The sloppy monk was an oddity in West Earth Buddhism. He was a monk who drank and ate meat, disregarding the rules of Buddhism. However, this sloppy monk's cultivation base was so strong that even heavenly monk Dharma of West Earth's Buddhist sect turned a blind eye to him. Back then, a demon appeared in the Buddhist land, and this sloppy monk contributed greatly. Although he didn't subdue the demon, he minimized the damage the demon caused to the Buddhist land. The demon in the Buddhist land was extremely powerful and was still a hidden danger to West Earth Buddhism. Swoosh! At this moment, Zhu Guliang made his move. He waved the feather fan in his hand towards the sloppy monk on the opposite mountain peak. A 5-colored divine flame immediately rushed out from the feather fan, burning towards the opposite mountain peak. Divine fire of 5 elements. Seeing this, the sloppy monk immediately stopped smiling and his expression turned solemn. One must know that there were runes faintly visible within the 5-colored divine flame. Although Zhu Guliang hadn't become a saint, he was a true quasi-saint. He was only half a step away from breaking through the shackles of heaven and earth and becoming a saint. Apart from the Iron-Blood Taoist, Zhu Guliang could be said to be the strongest existence among the 13 bandits. His divine ability of the 5 elements was incomparably powerful. The divine fire fan in Zhu Guliang's hand was his natal divine weapon. It contained the flames of the Tao. As long as the 5-colored divine flame burned one's body, even a quasi-saint existence would be burned to ashes. Collect! At this moment, the sloppy monk on the opposite mountain peak suddenly turned the wine gourd in his hand upside down. He pointed the mouth of the gourd at the 5-colored divine flame and slapped the bottom of the gourd. A golden Buddhist light rushed out from the wine gourd. A swastika appeared at the mouth of the gourd, turning into a golden vortex that devoured the 5-colored divine flame. Rumble! The space in front of the gourd trembled, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. The divine fire of 5 elements was sucked into the gourd by the heaven-devouring power that surged out of the gourd. I didn't expect your wine gourd to be a treasure as well, Zhu Guliang said. The divine ability of Buddhism was not to be underestimated. One must know that the patriarch of this sect was the eternal Buddha Lord. The eternal Buddha Lord was a supreme existence comparable to the supreme Tao ancestor. Buzz. That wine gourd was shaking, continuously devouring the 5 elements' divine flame. Shua. Seeing this, Zhu Guliang immediately soared into the sky and pounced towards the mountain on the ground. He stretched out his hand and drew in the most powerful metal elemental power. It turned into a huge golden hand and slammed towards the mountain on the opposite side. This was the mighty power of a demi-saint. The aura of the divine Tao was vast and mighty, and there were countless runes on the surface of the golden hand. Those were the Tao patterns of the 5 elements that Zhu Guliang had cultivated. Even though Zhu Guliang was a quasi-sage and was only half a step away from breaking through the restraints of heaven and earth to become a sage, he had yet to condense his 9 Tao patterns. The 9 runes were a transformation of the great Tao runes when one became a saint. Very few people were able to comprehend these runes before they became a saint. Most people would only be able to condense 9 saint-rank Tao patterns when they became saints. Only those geniuses would have the opportunity to condense the initial 9 Taoist patterns before becoming a saint. Of course, these initial 9 Taoist patterns weren't the true 9 Taoist patterns. Collect. The sloppy monk slammed the bottom of the gourd again, and an even more powerful devouring power erupted from the gourd. Boom. The entire void collapsed and was directly swallowed by the wine gourd. The wine gourd seemed to be able to devour the entire world. The huge golden hand that Zhu Guliang had struck out was directly swallowed by the unremarkable wine gourd in the sloppy monk's hand. What? Zhu Guliang couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. At the same time, he felt his body tighten. He was actually wrapped up by the devouring power that swept out from the wine gourd. His entire body was involuntarily pulled towards the mouth of the gourd. Boom. Zhu Guliang's expression changed instantly. He no longer held back and directly used the great technique of the 5 elements. A 5-colored divine light immediately erupted from his body, and an extremely powerful wave of the 5 elements spread out. The mighty power of the 5 elements emanating from Zhu Guliang's body directly broke through the wine gourd in the sloppy monk's hand and rushed out with the heaven-devouring force. At this time, in the distant sky, there was a middle-aged man in red armor. This person's body was filled with a mighty dragon aura, and there were faint red dragon shadows around him. This person was Qi Long. Qi Long had already become a saint, but he didn't make a move. He just watched the battle in front of him. He believed that Zhu Guliang could handle it, and that sloppy monk didn't dare to remove the seal on his body. Even if Zhu Guliang couldn't win, there was still him. Qi Long stared at the sloppy monk on the mountaintop in front of him. This guy was not simple. He was actually a Saint Buddha. Although the sloppy monk hid very well, he couldn't deceive Qi Long's eyes. At this time, ever since Gu Fei and his disciple caused havoc in the demon area, all the forces in the eastern region of the Tonglong continent looked at Gu Fei and his disciple in a new light. They knew that they still underestimated Gu Fei and his disciple. In fact, there were many geniuses in the eastern region, but now they were all in closed-door training. For example, the Zhao clan's goddess of the desolate ancient Zhao clan, the new eastern emperor of the Dongfang clan, and the young lord of the demons in the depths of the demon cave. These people hadn't come into being yet. Everyone was looking forward to it. Rumble, the heaven and earth shook. The battle strength displayed by Zhu Guliang shook the heaven and earth. The power of a quasi-saint spread in all directions, forcing the sloppy monk to take it seriously. "You're not bad. Come back to the West with me," the sloppy monk said as he put away his wine gourd. He stretched out his hand and displayed the supreme divine power of the Buddhist kingdom in the palm, wanting to take Zhuge away. "TSK, only a ghost would follow you to the West to be a monk." Zhuge was really infuriated by this sloppy monk. However, once the sloppy monk became serious, it was incredible. The Buddha's hand covered the entire heaven and earth, emitting endless, auspicious Buddhist light. He actually wanted to take Zhuge away. This time, Zhuge was really shocked. At this time, he could already see that this sloppy monk was actually a Saint Buddha. This made him secretly complain. It was really bad luck of 8 lifetimes to encounter this big baldy. When he went out, Zhuge resisted with all his might. Monstrous 5 elements power rushed out of his body, and the 5 elements divine fire fan emitted endless 5 elements Tao fire. However, all of this was useless. The difference in their cultivation levels was too great. Even if Zhuge wanted to fight with the sloppy monk, it was impossible. The sloppy monk's Buddha's hand displayed a Buddhist land grabbing at Zhuge. It seemed that Zhuge was about to be sucked into the Buddhist land. At this time, an earth-shattering dragon roar sounded. The entire heaven and earth became unstable, and a terrifying dragon might that made the heaven and earth lose color came from afar. This is Chapter 2586. The red dragon was Gu Fei's disciple, and naturally cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal path. He hid nearby with the anti-void secret technique, and even someone like the sloppy monk did not notice him. Roar. The dragon's roar shook the sky, and a terrifying shockwave spread out. The sloppy monk's golden Buddha hand trembled immediately. This was the sound-killing technique, known as the Azure Dragon's roar. When this technique was cultivated to the great accomplishment realm, a dragon's roar could shatter the heavens and earth. It was extremely terrifying. Although the red dragon was already a holy dragon, he had yet to unleash the full power of this technique. Even so, his roar still shook the sloppy monk's mind. At the same time, Zhuge took the opportunity to attack with all his strength, breaking through the layers of Buddhist light and rushing out from under the golden Buddha hand. At this moment, a huge dragon covered in divine flames directly broke through the clouds and charged over from the distance. An extremely powerful draconic might filled the world. A holy dragon. The sloppy monk was extremely shocked when he saw the dragon. One should know that the dragon clan in the human realm was basically extinct. Only in the celestial realm could they be found. The dragon disappeared, and a figure walked out of the flames. Taking you back to be a mount seems like a good idea. The sloppy monk's eyes lit up, and he attacked the red dragon. The golden hand did not disappear, but turned and grabbed at the red dragon. Rumble. A Buddhist land appeared in the palm of the golden Buddha hand. It was as if a golden world had appeared there, exuding an extremely auspicious aura. Buddhist land in the palm? The red dragon extended his hand, and a dragon claw rushed out immediately. The dragon claw emitted true dragon divine fire, burning the void and destroying it silently. Boom! With a loud sound, the dragon claw and the Buddha hand collided. The power of the true dragon and the power of Buddha exploded, and the dragon-shaped runes and swastikas dissipated in the void. The dragon claw and the Buddha hand dissipated in the void at the same time. Then, 2 figures moved quickly, and terrifying waves of power kept erupting. The red dragon was a true holy dragon. The dragon clan had innate advantages that other creatures could not compare to. Dragons that could become holy dragons were definitely powerful and terrifying. However, that sloppy monk really was extremely strong, as if a Buddha Lord descended, displaying unmatched Buddhist methods and divine abilities, fighting a great battle against the Crimson Dragon. Who is that person? He is actually able to fight against the Crimson Dragon. In the sky above the city in the distance, there were many figures standing. The Buddhist sect's Big Baldy is quite capable. The 13 bandits were whispering to each other. At this time, they had already taken control of the entire city. In fact, apart from the sloppy monk, no one was a match for them. Big Baldy, hand over your life. The Crimson Dragon was Gu Fei's disciple. Just like his master, he was powerful beyond compare, pressing forward courageously as soon as he took action, wishing to defeat his opponent with thunderous methods. Boom! Endless true dragon power erupted from Red Dragon's body. He transformed into a fire dragon and pounced towards the sloppy monk. Haha, watch how I subdue you. The sloppy monk laughed heartily as he took off the wine gourd at his waist. Then he patted the bottom of the gourd, and a ball of Buddhist light immediately rushed out of the wine gourd. Buzz! The entire world trembled. The sloppy monk used all his power to activate the Buddhist treasure in his hand, wanting to put the Crimson Dragon into the wine gourd. The wine gourd displayed terrifying power. Master Void collapsed and was devoured by the mouth of the gourd. The Crimson Dragon was enveloped by the devouring power from the wine gourd and flew toward the wine gourd. Just at this moment, the Crimson Dragon opened its mouth and spat out a bead. This was the life dragon bead that Red Dragon had cultivated. He didn't hold back and used his most powerful means. The moment the dragon bead appeared, it was as if a sun had appeared in the world. The temperature of the world rose rapidly, and the powerful true dragon power erupted from the dragon bead. Rumble, the true dragon power erupted, and the devouring power from the wine gourd was immediately blocked. The wine gourd trembled violently and almost flew out of the sloppy monk's hand. Good fellow! The sloppy monk was extremely shocked. He didn't expect Red Dragon to go all out so soon. It has to be said that the dragon bead was Red Dragon's life treasure. If anything happened to it, Red Dragon would be greatly injured and might even die. The dragon bead smashed toward the sloppy monk. It was like a sun descending from the heavens, displaying a terrifying power. Even the sloppy monk couldn't help but be shocked. Whoosh! The sloppy monk transformed into a beam of Buddhist light and soared into the sky, evading the attack. The power of heaven's wrath was still there, so no one dared to release the seal on their bodies. Under these circumstances, both the sloppy monk and Red Dragon were greatly restricted and could not display their true power. At this moment, Red Dragon's aura increased like crazy once more. He used one of the 9 celestial secrets, the Heaven Ascension secret spell. Waves of true dragon power erupted from the giant fire dragon's body and soared. 9 dragon-shaped Tao patterns rushed out of his body and circled around him. What? Sensing Red Dragon's aura rising, the sloppy monk was shocked. Red Dragon's power seemed to be endless and could still be increased. Little fellow, I have something to do, and we'll leave first. I'll play with you again next time. The sloppy monk put away the wine gourd in his hand and turned into a ray of Buddhist light, disappearing into the horizon. That Big Baldy. Red Dragon wanted to chase, but Red Dragon's golden light escape art was too fast. When he came back to his senses, Red Dragon was already far away. Moreover, Red Dragon was a dragon, not a warrior. It was difficult for him to cultivate Gu Fei's desolate steps. Roar! Red Dragon roared at the sky. Red Dragon was too despicable. He had just used the Heaven Ascension secret spell and had yet to attack, but Red Dragon had already fled. The terrifying dragon roar shook the world. Even the 13 bandits in the distance were shaken by the roar, and their blood and energy were in turmoil. With the sloppy monk's departure, there was no one left to stop Red Dragon's group. The entire region was taken over by Red Dragon's group. In other regions, when Gu Fei's group took over the Dongfang clan's territory, they were met with resistance. However, these small fries couldn't do anything. At this time, the upper echelons of the Dongfang clan were still very calm. They were waiting for their ancestor to wake up from the Chaos Cavern. Chapter 2587. In the depths of the Dongfang family's ancestral grounds, a chaos cavern breathed in and out chaotic energy. A stone coffin floated within the energy. Outside the chaos cavern, the upper echelons of the Dongfang family waited anxiously. They'd been waiting for more than a month. The stone coffin in the depths of the chaos cavern was beginning to show signs of life. The ancestor is finally waking up from his slumber. The two elders of the Dongfang family sat cross-legged on a spiritual peak near the chaos cavern. Their eyes opened and closed from time to time, emitting a bright light. The current head of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Chen, was also waiting in a nearby valley. He knew that the Dongfang family's territory was being taken over by Gu Fei. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only watch helplessly as the Dongfang family's territory continued to be taken over. Gu Fei and his disciple were very powerful. Even the people of the primeval path couldn't do anything to them. They'd even killed their way into the realm of demons, and the demons among the demons couldn't do anything to them. The master and disciple were too powerful. In the entire eastern region, even the primordial Zhao family didn't dare to provoke them. It seemed that only the ancestor could deal with the master and disciple after waking up from his slumber. Although Dongfang Chen wasn't willing to give up, he could only endure at this time. How much longer do I have to endure these stifling days? Dongfang Chen stood on top of a pavilion in the valley, looking in the direction of the chaos cavern. He muttered to himself. Primal chaos energy swirled high up in the sky. The ancestral grounds of the Dongfang family were a land of ascension. The ancestral veins of the earth gathered beneath it. Cultivating in this divine land would yield twice the results with half the effort. It was also because of the existence of this ancestral ground that the Dongfang family had been able to survive for countless years and still stand tall in the eastern region of the Tunglong continent. At this time, a young man sat cross-legged on the peak of Kunlun. 8 trigrams emerged from his body, each emitting a heart-palpitating aura of the great Tao. This young man was Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng had returned to Kunlun. He'd sent the divine servant back to the planet because the divine servant was already on the verge of death. He'd suffered unimaginable damage during the great calamity all those years ago. The divine servant survived, and when he was searching for the successor of the ancestral god in various ancestral planets, he saved Li Lingfeng, who was fleeing from the Dongfang family. Li Lingfeng had cultivated a fragment of the divine path that was spread in the Tunglong continent. This was fate. The divine servant took Li Lingfeng away and taught him the true ancestral god's divine ability. The god servant was about to pass away. Not long after Li Lingfeng and the god servant returned, the god servant perished. Li Lingfeng buried the god servant in front of a cave where the ancestor god had once cultivated. However, Li Lingfeng didn't leave just like that. He was looking for an ancestral god weapon, an extreme Tao divine weapon refined by an ancestral god. The god servant was a super old-timer who had once followed the ancestor god. Before he died, he had told Li Lingfeng that the ancestor god weapon was in the Kunlun Mountains. Whether he could obtain an ancestral divine weapon or not would depend on Li Lingfeng's luck. Li Lingfeng sat cross-legged at the peak of Kunlun. He circulated the ancestor god's divine ability and sensed the world around him. Kunlun was one of the ancestral mountains on the ancestral planet. It was also the place where all the ancestral veins converged. All the dragon veins on the Kunlun ancestral planet originated from here. However, the number of cultivators on the ancestral planet was pitifully small. There weren't any particularly powerful existences. It could be said that the cultivation world on the ancestral planet had completely declined. In the entire Kunlun ancestral planet, only the area where the Kunlun ancestral mountain was located was suitable for cultivation. The spiritual energy in the outside world was very thin, making it unsuitable for cultivation. Rumble. Gradually, Li Lingfeng resonated with the surrounding void. The aura of the great Tao on his body seemed to fuse with the aura of the Kunlun ancestral mountain. Every time this happened, he would sense a special aura. His intuition told him that it was the aura of the ancestral god weapon left behind by the ancestor god. However, every time Li Lingfeng wanted to lock onto that aura would vanish without a trace, without the slightest sign, and he couldn't sense its existence any longer. Obtaining an ancestral god weapon really isn't an easy task. Li Lingfeng didn't give up. He continued to work hard. If he could obtain an ancestral god weapon, he would be able to kill his way back to the Tunglong continent. He knew the secret of traveling between the 5 ancestral planets. This secret was told to him by the divine servant after the divine servant died. He was the only one in the human realm who knew about this secret. I must obtain an ancestral god weapon. Li Lingfeng continued to circulate the ancestral god technique to comprehend Kunlun and search for an ancestral god weapon. Just as Li Lingfeng was searching for an ancestral god weapon in the ancestral planet, in the Buddhist kingdom of the West Earth of the soaring dragon ancestral planet, a surge of demonic aura appeared in the peaceful Buddhist land. A melodious bell rang out from the spiritual mountain. The Buddhist Vedanta on the spiritual mountain were alarmed. The invasion of the Buddha demon made all the Buddhist experts on the spiritual mountain extremely nervous. There was no doubt that the Buddha demon was powerful. Monstrous demonic aura enveloped half of the heaven and earth. Terrifying demonic might surged out from the rolling demonic aura. An old monk wearing a kasaya appeared on the peak of the spiritual mountain. Looking at the rolling demonic aura, the old monk was unusually calm. "Heavenly Dharma, it's you again." A cold voice came from the demonic aura. A terrifying demonic shadow appeared in the demonic aura. 2 blood-red eyes swept out from the demonic aura. "Demon, leave quickly. Otherwise, this old monk will release you from purgatory." Monk Heavenly Dharma stared at the demonic figure in the middle of the demonic energy. Buddhist runes appeared in his eyes, and his entire body shone with Buddhist light. However, the kasaya he wore seemed to be an ordinary kasaya, and it was covered in stains. "Haha, you want to release me from purgatory? Dream on. If you can release me from purgatory, I would have already been released by you." The Buddha demon laughed loudly. At this time, all the bald monks on the spiritual mountain were shocked. Those with weaker cultivation were even more terrified. They kept chanting Buddhist scriptures to dispel the fear in their hearts. Without saying much, the Buddha demon and Heavenly Dharma started fighting. Terrifying waves spread across the entire Buddhist land. In the end, the Buddha demon retreated. Heavenly Dharma heaved a sigh of relief. He really couldn't do anything to this ferocious demon. Because of this, he had no choice but to stay on the spiritual mountain. Otherwise, no one would be able to fight against this demon. The Devil Land was threatened by the Buddha demon. This made it hard for heavenly Dharma to leave the eastern domain of the Buddhist land to find Gu Fei and his disciple. One had to know that Gu Fei and his disciple had almost destroyed the sacred place of West Earth's Buddhism, Mount Ling, and they had formed a great enmity with West Earth's Buddhism. Gu Fei, I'll let you roam freely for a period of time. I'll find you when the time comes. Chapter 2588. Heavenly Fa had fought against Gu Fei in the past, so he knew how powerful Gu Fei was. However, he couldn't leave West Earth for the time being and go to the eastern region. As long as the threat of the Buddhist demon was not eliminated, he couldn't leave Spirited Mountain. Those two evil creatures. There used to be two protectors on Spirited Mountain, but when the chaotic world appeared, they left the mountain and entered the chaotic world. Since then, they disappeared and never returned to Spirited Mountain. Of course, old monk Fation knew what had happened. The two evil creatures must have dissolved the Buddhist seals on their bodies and freed themselves from the shackles of Buddhism, regaining their freedom. Those two existences were probably a threat to the Buddhist sect. After all, those two evil creatures weren't willing to be controlled by the Buddhist sect. Changes are coming. The 3 worlds and 6 Daos are about to change. Heavenly Fa sighed and closed his eyes. He didn't say anything else. After the Buddhist demon retreated, West Earth's Spirited Mountain gradually calmed down. However, the chanting of sutras could still be heard from time to time. A peaceful atmosphere once again enveloped the entire mountain. At this time, the most nervous ones were the Beitang clan. After all, Gu Fei and the Beitang clan had a huge grudge. Gu Fei's return shocked the higher-ups of the Beitang clan to the extreme. Many regretted what they did in the past, but it was too late for regrets now. The Beitang clan was ready to leave Tunglong continent. They weren't an ancient, desolate faction, so they didn't have the ability to fight against Gu Fei. If they didn't want to be exterminated, they could only take advantage of Gu Fei dealing with the Dongfang clan to escape from the Tunglong continent or even the ancestral Dragon Star. Just as the Beitang clan was about to leave, the Dongfang clan welcomed an opportunity. Rumble, the Chaos Cavern began to shake, and the stone coffin floating in the depths of the cavern began to emit an extremely powerful aura of life, as if an ancient dragon was lurking in the stone coffin. Ancestor is finally coming back to life. On a faraway spiritual peak, 2 eminent elders stood up. Even though they had lived for countless years, they were still extremely excited at this time. There was a special aura lingering in the primal chaos cave. It was an aura that was enough to intimidate heavenly venerables. Although it wasn't very strong, it gave off a suffocating feeling. The invincible ancestor is about to reappear in the world. Gu Fei, your end is near. A figure appeared in the sky above a valley. This person was the current head of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Chen. At this moment, everyone in the Dongfang family's ancestral grounds could sense the extraordinary aura and knew that something big was about to happen. The primal chaos cavern was connected to the ancestral veins beneath the earth, under the nourishment of primal chaos ancestral energy. The stone coffin became extraordinary even though it was made of ordinary stone. The ancestor of the Dongfang family had been in slumber for countless years, automatically breathing in and out primal chaos ancestral chi day and night. No one knew how powerful he had become. After all, the ancestor of the Dongfang family has not appeared in the world for a very long time. It had been so long that the people of the past had forgotten about his existence. Boom! The stone coffin in the cave suddenly shook, as if something was about to rush out of the stone coffin. The 2 elders of the Dongfang family were extremely excited. However, the stone coffin only shook for a moment and then stopped moving. It seems that the ancestor still needs some time before he fully awakens. One of the elders said, He was a bit disappointed because once the ancestor came out, the Dongfang family's current predicament would be solved. They wouldn't have to hide in the ancestral grounds anymore. There's no rush. We have plenty of time. The great formation that protected the entire ancestral grounds of the Dongfang family was powered by the ancestral veins. Even if a Renhuang came, they wouldn't be able to break in a short time, let alone Gu Fei. The Dongfang family's confidence was still there. Apart from the territories outside, they didn't lose much. Once the ancestor came out, they would be able to take back what belonged to the Dongfang family from Gu Fei's hands. At this time, with the awakening of the ancestor, the morale of the entire Dongfang family was greatly boosted. This was a good thing for the Dongfang family, but not for Gu Fei. The changes in the ancestral grounds of the Dongfang family couldn't be kept a secret. Heavenly Emperor Zi Yang rushed over from the Eastern Imperial City as soon as possible. He sensed the aura coming from the ancestral grounds of the Dongfang family and couldn't help but be moved. How can there be such an existence in the human realm? Heavenly Emperor Zi Yang stared at the ancestral grounds for a long time before leaving. He had a bad premonition. If that existence were to come out, it would be a disaster for them. There were some existences in the world that even venerables would turn around and run when they encountered them. Soon after, Gu Fei's indestructible war physique also arrived. The Dongfang family won't be able to overturn the heavens. Gu Fei stood on top of a mountain outside the ancestral grounds of the Dongfang family. He sensed the aura coming from the depths of the ancestral grounds of the Dongfang family and said this: "No matter what you do, it won't change anything." Gu Fei left these words behind and left. The experts of the Dongfang family, who were guarding the ancestral grounds, were shocked to the extreme after hearing these words. This made them restless. How did Gu Fei still have such confidence? When these words reached Dongfang Chen's ears, he couldn't help but be moved. Gu Fei could sense the aura of the ancestor, but he still said these words. Could it be that he was comparable to the supremes of the ancient times? In the distant past, the Dongfang family produced Emperor Donghuang. From then on, the family rose to prominence in the Eastern realm. Through the endless years, the family was still extremely prosperous. Emperor Donghuang was a supreme Renhuang who could compete with supremes. The great formation that protected the ancestral grounds of the Dongfang family came from this Renhuang of the Eastern realm. This madman is talking nonsense. Once the ancestor comes out, he will sweep through the entire Eastern realm and display his invincible might. At that time, this madman will kneel and beg for mercy. An important figure of the Dongfang family said this. At this time, Gu Fei was not idle. His real body was still guarding his daughter's place of seclusion. He didn't leave. He would wait for his daughter to come out of seclusion before returning to the Tunglong continent. During this period of time, he would not go anywhere. Yan also stayed by Gu Fei's side. Gu Ling's place of seclusion was filled with the aura of the great Tao. She seemed to want to break through to the saint realm. However, with the existence of the heavenly wrath, it was unrealistic to do so. Rumble. On this day, the sky above Gu Ling's place of seclusion rumbled. The power of the heavenly wrath was rapidly gathering. A pitch-black vortex appeared in the sky, emitting a terrifying aura of destruction. This is on the mountain opposite Gu Ling's place of seclusion. Yan couldn't help but be shocked when she saw this scene. The Heavenly Wrath of a Quasi-Saint, Chapter 2589. Tribulation clouds surged in the sky above Gu Ling's seclusion grounds. It was supposed to be sunny and cloudless, but now the entire sky had darkened. Rumble, blinding bolts of lightning flashed continuously within the tribulation clouds. A terrifying destructive force was rapidly condensing. This was the might of the world, affecting the laws of the world. Many experts in the outer seas were alarmed. It had been many years since a quasi-sage, heavenly tribulation had appeared in the outer seas. However, when those people wanted to come and check it out, they retreated in panic from thousands of miles away. They had sensed someone's aura. Why is that person here? Some experts from the outer seas muttered. They did not dare to approach that area. If they made that person unhappy, it would be a disaster. Could it be that person's disciple is undergoing tribulation again? Someone guessed this possibility. After all, the commotion caused by the Scarlet Dragon's tribulation had affected the entire outer seas, and even the entire soaring dragon ancestral star. No one would have guessed that the person undergoing tribulation this time was not Gu Fei's disciple, but his daughter. Moreover, there were very few people in the outer seas who knew that Gu Fei had a daughter. Do you think Linger will succeed? Yenner asked Gu Fei from the mountain peak opposite Gu Ling's seclusion grounds. That's a must, Gu Fei said. His daughter had his bloodline in her. How could she not be able to pass through a quasi-sage, heavenly tribulation? Upon reaching the sage level, one's physical body would transcend the mortal realm. The power of the laws of the great path cultivated by a sage would fuse into their bloodline and be passed down to their descendants. Gu Fei and Yenner were both sages. Naturally, their bloodline power would be passed down to Gu Ling had the bloodline of a sage. Her starting point was already far better than ordinary people. This was also why her cultivation had improved so quickly. The power of a bloodline was not to be underestimated. With Gu Fei and Yenner around, even if Gu Ling failed the tribulation, she would not be in any danger. This was definitely an extravagant hope for other cultivators. One had to know that failure to transcend the tribulation meant death. Not everyone would have a saint by their side to protect them when they transcended the tribulation. Boom! Suddenly, there was a deafening clap of thunder, and a bolt of lightning the size of a mountain range shot out from the tribulation clouds towards Gu Ling's seclusion grounds. Gu Ling's secluded cultivation ground was instantly destroyed by the lightning. Half of the mountain was blasted apart by the lightning. Immediately, rubble flew into the air and dust rose high into the sky. A figure could be vaguely seen in the lightning. Shwa. At this moment, a golden light shot out from the figure and rushed towards the mountain where Gu Fei was at. A powerful aura was emitted from the golden light. On top of the mountain, Gu Fei reached out and grabbed the golden light. The golden light dissipated, and a divine mace appeared in Gu Fei's hand. This divine mace was the human emperor divine mace. Gu Ling had returned the immortal emperor's mace to her father. Her goal was clear. She didn't need to borrow the power of the immortal emperor's mace to transcend the quasi-sage heavenly tribulation. She wanted to rely on her own strength to survive this test. The quasi-sage heavenly tribulation was only a test to her. Of course, that was only true for her. If it were someone else, it would not be so easy. This child, Yenner, couldn't help but shake her head. Gu Ling had returned the immortal emperor's mace to Gu Fei. This was within her expectations because the personalities of the father and daughter were very similar. Gu Ling sat cross-legged in the void, bathed in lightning. She wore an immortal robe with interweaving immortal patterns on it. This was an immortal robe that she had refined when she was cultivating the immortal path. But now, Gu Ling had already switched to the path of cultivation and stepped onto the path of martial arts. However, she was still wearing this celestial robe. Rumble. Thunder rumbled as powerful tribulation, lightning descended from the sky and blasted Gu Ling's body. The power of the tribulation, lightning grew stronger and stronger. Under the bombardment of the tribulation lightning, Gu Ling's incomparably strong physique was displayed. Each lightning bolt could shatter a mountain, but it couldn't hurt her at all. The destructive lightning engulfed Gu Ling completely. Her aura did not weaken under the bombardment, but instead grew stronger. Not bad. Gu Fei couldn't help but nod when he saw this scene from the opposite mountain. It would be strange if Er's physique wasn't strong after tempering her body with sacred blood and the essence of a quasi-supreme. Said disapprovingly, Gu Fei had once tempered Gu Ling's martial body with the essence of a saint-level creature and a quasi-supreme. At this moment, Gu Ling's martial body was definitely comparable to a saint artifact. Gu Ling's realm wasn't high enough, but her martial body was absolutely unimaginably strong. 81 tribulation, lightning descended from the tribulation clouds. This was the number of 9 by 9, representing the limit. When the 81st tribulation lightning struck, the entire world shook. The aura of destruction filled every inch of the void. Gu Ling's immortal robe finally couldn't withstand the destructive power of the world and shattered in the void. The immortal runes on the immortal robe dissipated under the tribulation lightning. After the 81st tribulation lightning, human-shaped lightning and beast-shaped lightning descended from the tribulation clouds. The power contained within these lightning was much more terrifying than the 81st tribulation lightning. This is on the opposite mountain. Couldn't help but be shocked when she saw this scene. This was the imprint left behind by a creature that had gone through the heavenly tribulation of a quasi-saint before Gu Ling was triggered. This was equivalent to a quasi-saint attacking Gu Ling could only become the number 1 person below the sages after passing this trial. Let's fight. At this moment, Gu Ling stood up in the void and charged towards a human-shaped lightning that rushed down from the sky. This was a human-shaped creature, but there were 2 horns on its head. This creature wasn't a real human, but perhaps a demon. A great battle broke out. Gu Ling pressed forward with an indomitable will and blasted out the fist of fire. Boom! Gu Ling's fist collided with the human-shaped lightning's fist. The 2 figures moved rapidly. At this time, a fierce beast condensed from lightning pounced from behind Gu Ling. This fierce beast opened its mouth and spat out a large amount of lightning towards Gu Ling. Every bolt of lightning tore through the void, displaying a terrifying might. Swoosh! Gu Ling turned around and completely ignored the terrifying lightning. She charged through the thousands of lightning bolts and arrived above the beast in an instant. She then stomped down on the beast's head. This was the 8 desolation steps that Gu Fei had taught Gu Ling. Gu Ling displayed the 8 steps, 8 death technique. With a stomp, the void beneath her feet immediately collapsed. Bang! With a muffled sound, the beast was stomped down from the sky by Gu Ling. Just as Gu Ling was stepping on the ferocious beast, the humanoid lightning charged towards him. The figure waved its hands, causing blades of light to shoot out from its hands. The blades of light spun and slashed towards Gu Ling. Humph! Gu Ling snorted coldly and waved her fists, shattering the incoming light blades. She then clashed with the human-shaped lightning. Roar! A terrifying bestial roar seemed to resound in the void. The beast that Gu Ling had stomped down from the sky once again charged up from below. Gu Ling did not seem to be at a disadvantage against the 2 powerful beings formed from lightning. Fight steadily and consolidate your cultivation and realm in the midst of a great battle. Ling knows very well what she has to do now. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but nod his head. Can easily overcome this heaven's tribulation with her own strength. Looked at the valiant and invincible figure in the sky. She couldn't help but be surprised and overjoyed. Martial artists were indeed natural-born warriors. This father and daughter pair were both battle maniacs. Gu Ling's situation was just as her father, Gu Fei, had said. She consolidated her cultivation base during the battle. The more she fought, the braver she became. Boom! Guling punched out. The terrifying fist force turned into a torrential divine flame, drowning the two beings formed from lightning within the divine flame. The two figures formed from lightning were sent flying before disintegrating in the void. They turned into two imprints and shot up into the sky, returning to the heavens' Tao. Rumble! Just then, a thunderous roar rang out from within the calamity clouds. An incomparably huge figure walked out from the calamity clouds. This was a figure whose entire body was covered in heaven's flames. Guling's eyes narrowed at the sight of this figure. This was a living being that cultivated a fireway technique and became a quasi-sage. The Tao imprint that this living being had left on the heavens Tao was activated. It materialized and charged towards Guling. The living being stretched out its hand. A gigantic hand wreathed in raging flames enveloped the entire heaven and earth, grabbing towards Guling. That gigantic hand emanated heaven's flames, a terrifying flame that could incinerate everything in the world into ashes. Kill! Guling's battle intent surged. She struck out with her heaven-encompassing palm. An incomparably huge palm appeared between the heaven and earth, clashing with the gigantic hand that was descending from the heavens. Boom! Amidst the loud sound, the two gigantic hands clashed together. Two extremely powerful forces erupted. Guling's heaven-encompassing palm dissipated. The gigantic hand formed from the heavens' flames retracted as well. This time around, no one could suppress the other in a head-on confrontation. Very good. Finally, a decent fella has arrived. Guling's eyes lit up. She charged forth and engaged in a fierce battle with that figure. An incomparably powerful force shook the heaven and earth. Chapter 2590. Since ancient times, all living beings who were able to overcome the heavenly tribulations of demi-saints had their own strengths. Guling wanted to defeat the two figures formed from lightning, but it was not an easy task. The power of the heavenly tribulation was constantly pouring into the two figures. The two figures seemed to possess boundless power as they battled with Guling endlessly. The powerful destructive power shook the heavens and earth, and every strike tore through the void. Guling was like a goddess of war amidst the lightning. She punched the humanoid lightning and stepped on the beast figure, displaying an indomitable might. I'm done playing with you guys. Guling had achieved her goal after more than 2 hours. She could feel that her cultivation level had stabilized and would no longer fluctuate. She then used the secret art of ascension that her father had taught her. Her combat strength multiplied, and she sent the humanoid lightning flying with a single palm strike. Whoosh! With a wave of her right hand, a dazzling sword light shot out from her hand, heading straight for the beast figure formed from the power of lightning. The sword light was as fast as lightning, and it cut the beast shadow into two in an instant. Then it dissipated in the void, and a seal soared into the sky, disappearing into the sky. Rumble! Thunderbolts filled the sky. The human-shaped lightning displayed its supreme battle prowess as it attacked from afar. Countless lightning bolts blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they bombarded towards Guling. Humph! Guling laughed. Then she stretched out her right hand and pressed forward. A powerful force surged out from her hand. The lightning attacks were immediately turned into the most primitive spiritual energy of the world. Then they were devoured by her martial body and turned into her power. This was the secret art of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. This was definitely a shocking scene. The endless lightning was like a moth flying into a flame. All of a sudden, it disappeared around Guling. The lightning that could tear apart the void of the world was instantly dissolved into the primal spiritual energy of the world. Virum! The void shook. Guling seemed to have turned into a bottomless black hole, constantly devouring the spiritual chi of the world converted from the power of lightning to replenish her depleted yuan qi. This was a power that could devour the heavens. It sucked in all the lightning, including the human-shaped lightning. Without a doubt, Gu Ling's combat strength was absolutely world-shaking after using the secret art of ascension. There was no other demi-saint of the same level who had such combat strength. The humanoid lightning dissipated, and the destructive power within it was transformed into a huge amount of essence energy that was directly devoured by the ancient spirit. A Tao imprint soared into the sky and disappeared, returning to the heavens. Roar! Gu Ling roared at the sky, her voice shaking the sky. Her battle intent was like a rainbow, but at this time, there were no more beings condensed from lightning descending from the sky. The tribulation clouds that shrouded the sky began to dissipate, and the destructive aura that caused all living beings to tremble retreated like the tide. Very soon, the entire world was filled with light. The tribulation clouds dispersed, and the sunlight once again descended upon the earth. In just an hour, the sky was clear and the air was clear, as if nothing had happened. However, Gu Ling's place of seclusion was completely destroyed by the power of the tribulation. Gu Ling stood in the void, motionless. She closed her eyes, and the boiling blood in her body gradually calmed down. The aura of the great path spread out from her body. 9 blurry Tao patterns appeared on her body. These were the embryonic forms of the 9 Tao patterns. Gu Ling's talent was definitely heaven-defying because her parents were both saints, and the blood of saints flowed in her body. During the tribulation, the power of her bloodline was further awakened. When the tribulation clouds in the sky completely dissipated, Gu Ling opened her eyes. She had a new understanding of this world. She felt as if she could grasp the great path in the unseen world. However, she always felt as if there was a thin veil in front of her. The great path was very close to her, but it was hard to reach. This was the demi-saint realm. As long as one could truly comprehend the great path, they could directly become a saint. Swoosh! Gu Ling's figure suddenly disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already on the mountain where Gu Fei and Yenner were. Father, mother. Seeing Gu Fei and Yenner, Gu Ling was extremely excited. She immediately jumped into Yenner's arms. Good daughter. Yenner patted Gu Ling's back. She was very happy. Her daughter had finally grown up and was already a demi-saint. She believed that it wouldn't be long before her daughter became a saint. Even though the power of heaven's punishment still existed, Gu Fei could still use the mountain and river cauldron and let Gu Ling undergo the tribulation in the cauldron. All right, let's return to the ancestral ground of the demon race, Gu Fei said. Then he waved his hand, and a wave of energy immediately wrapped around the 3 of them. They disappeared from the mountain and left the place. Not long after Gu Fei left, there was a figure appearing at the place where Gu Ling was undergoing the tribulation. Tribulation of a demi-saint. Who was it? Seeing the traces of the tribulation, everyone was extremely shocked. The area affected by the tribulation of a demi-saint was definitely not limited to this. Obviously, Gu Fei used some method to limit the power of the tribulation of a demi-saint to a certain area, minimizing the damage of the tribulation. At this time, Gu Fei and his family had already returned to the ancestral ground of the demon race in the Falling Stars continent. With the return of Gu Fei and his family, everyone now knew that Gu Fei had a daughter. Moreover, his daughter was not a weakling. She was actually a demi-saint. It's time to return to the Tunglong continent. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel nervous. He had been away for too long. The Tunglong continent was in a turbulent situation. Many geniuses had appeared. Those ancient desolate forces were not to be trifled with. Gu Fei naturally didn't care about those so-called geniuses. He had already left them far behind. Even his own disciples could compete with those geniuses. Now, only Yao Yu and Gu Ling were slightly weaker. Gu Zhong and Qi Long were already experts who could take charge of a region. Gu Fei and his family spent more than a month peacefully in the ancestral ground of the demon race. Then, Gu Fei began to prepare to return to the Tunglong continent. It was time to put an end to the grudge between him and the Dongfang clan. Gu Fei planned to settle some things before the power of heaven's wrath disappeared. The unold demon child, who was traveling outside, also returned to the Falling Stars continent. He couldn't miss out on this. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang had already gone to the Tunglong continent. Hierarch South Heaven had also rushed to the Falling Stars continent from the Clear Moon continent. Chapter 2591. In the depths of the Dongfang family's ancestral land, chaotic energy surged. An extremely tyrannical aura surged out from a chaos cavern. Rumble, the entire ancestral land shook. The sky above the ancestral land changed color, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. The lid of the sarcophagus had already flown off to God knows where. A figure stood up from within the sarcophagus. The terrifying tyrannical aura came from this person. Ancestor. Everyone in the Dongfang family's ancestral land was alarmed. The two founding elders were already waiting outside the Chaos Cavern. Every member of the Dongfang family was incomparably excited. One of their ancestors had finally awakened from a deep slumber. Inside the Chaos Cavern, endless chaotic energy frantically converged towards the figure in the sarcophagus. This person's body was like a bottomless pit, constantly devouring the chaotic energy. The Chaos Cavern was connected to the ancestral vein of the earth. Chaotic energy constantly surged out from the depths of the cavern. Soon, the figure was completely enveloped by chaotic divine light. The energy fluctuations from the Chaos Cavern grew stronger and stronger. The tyrannical aura spread out in all directions with the cavern as the center. Is that person finally going to come out? In the Eastern Royal City, Celestial Larch Ziyang, who was sitting cross-legged in the courtyard behind the city lord's mansion, suddenly opened his eyes. He sensed a tyrannical aura. The Dongfang family, Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique, also sensed the aura from the Dongfang family's ancestral land. He couldn't help but be moved. He knew that an unimaginable existence was about to come out from the ancestral land. At the same time, many experts in other regions of the Tunglong continent were also alarmed. They knew that a terrifying existence, who was so powerful that he was not afraid of the power of heaven's wrath, had appeared in the eastern region. Qi Long and Gu Zhong returned to the Eastern Royal City. As saints, they could naturally sense an irresistible aura enveloping the entire eastern region. Could it be that one of the ancestors of the Dongfang family has awakened? Someone from the Zhao clan of the ancients said this. The aura is very tyrannical. Could it be that person? A few elders in the eastern region were alarmed. Some felt that this aura was somewhat familiar. It seemed to be the aura of that overlord. In the distant past, after Donghuang, the Dongfang family had produced another powerful being who was comparable to Donghuang. In the past, in the cultivation world, there was a saying, West Buddha, East Hegemon. The West Buddha land had a Buddha, and the East domain had a hegemon. That hegemon was none other than the Eastern Sky hegemon. The Eastern Sky Tyrant King was an existence whose cultivation and combat ability were second only to the Eastern Emperor in the Dongfang family. Countless years ago, the Eastern Sky Tyrant King was already a human emperor. There's going to be a good show. The older generation of cultivators in the Eastern Domain were all observing. The Eastern Domain was about to undergo a huge change. Once the Eastern Sky Overlord came into being, it would definitely be a terrifying matter. Once the overlord appeared, the winds and clouds changed color. Back then, the eastern sky overlord was equally famous as the Buddha of the West Earth, and this was enough to show how powerful and terrifying he was. At this time, Gu Fei's indestructible war physique ordered his subordinates to stop taking over the Dongfang family's territory and return to the East Imperial City. An unparalleled cultivator of the Dongfang family had awakened from a deep sleep. This was definitely not a good thing for Gu Fei's indestructible war physique. Ever since the appearance of that overbearing aura, Ziyang Celestial began to set up killing matrices around the East Imperial City. These were the holy venerate matrices. Even if it was difficult to truly stop that unparalleled cultivator, it could still hold him off for a while and buy him some time. Beams of murderous light constantly rushed up around the East Imperial City. The aura of the holy venerate matrices shrouded the entire East Imperial City. The terrifying aura made everyone in the city tremble. The cultivators in the city felt extremely complicated. They all knew that a huge change was about to take place in the Eastern Domain. This time, it was very likely that the situation in the Eastern Domain would be completely changed. This was the decisive battle between Gu Fei and the Dongfang family. Buzz. One morning, the teleportation matrix in the East Imperial City suddenly lit up. Divine light intertwined, runes flashed, and a void domain gate appeared in the sky above the matrix. An extremely powerful aura came from the void domain gate. An unparalleled cultivator was crossing the void from the other side of the void domain gate. Very soon, a figure appeared in the void domain gate. It was a figure in the shape of a child. The undying demon child had arrived, crossing the void domain. After sensing the undying demon child's aura, Celestial Emperor Zi Yang immediately rushed over. "Old man, you're finally here." Celestial Emperor Zi Yang and the undying demon child did not have much of a relationship. Back in the outer seas, they were sworn enemies, neither willing to submit to the other. Both were overlords of their own domains. But at this moment, they had walked together. "What? You don't want to see me?" The undying demon child walked down from the Matrix platform. "You've come at the right time," Celestial Emperor Ziyang said. He knew that the undying demon child had the black tortoise seal. That was an extreme king demon weapon, and it might be able to fight against that tyrant. And at this time, the undying demon child's expression suddenly became serious. He felt a powerful aura, an extremely overbearing aura. This person, the undying demon child's eyes lit up. He was an antique that had lived for countless years and had experienced that ancient era. "Could it be an old acquaintance of yours?" Celestial Emperor Ziyang said. "Humph, old acquaintance my ass," the undying demon child said impatiently. Then he shot into the sky and left the Eastern Royal City, heading in the direction of the overbearing aura. This guy, Celestial Emperor Ziyang, did not follow. The undying demon child did not need any help. If he went, he would only make the undying demon child unhappy. Very soon, the undying demon child arrived outside the Dongfang clan's ancestral grounds. He landed on a mountain peak and began to carefully observe the area ahead. In the depths of the area ahead, there was a vast and mighty chaotic aura. The surging chaotic aura would sometimes condense into an extremely overbearing figure. It's really that person. He's actually not dead yet. The undying demon child's expression became even more serious. Good heavens, the undying demon child could tell that this person was extremely powerful. It seemed that after countless years, this person's cultivation had broken through to an unbelievable level. This is going to be troublesome. The undying demon child turned around and left. That person was inhaling and exhaling chaotic aura. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he walked out of the ancestral grounds. At that time, a great battle would be unavoidable. Chapter 25, 92. In the Dongfang family's ancestral ground, a matchless expert had awakened from his slumber. This shocked all the cultivation forces in the Tunglong continent. Some people had already guessed who the matchless expert was. The Eastern Sky Tyrant King, a matchless expert who was unrivaled in the Eastern domain. This Eastern Sky Tyrant King was the strongest existence in the Dongfang family besides the Eastern Emperor. He looked down on the Eastern domain and the entire Tunglong continent. In that distant era, there weren't many existences that could contend against the Eastern Sky Tyrant King in the Tunglong continent. Shifo was one of them. At this time, the East Royal City was bustling with noise. Experts from overseas were coming to the city through the teleportation formation. Even Hierarch Nantian came. What? He's still alive? As soon as Hierarch Nantian arrived at the East Royal City, his expression became solemn. He was also from that era, and was as famous as the Eastern Sky Tyrant King. I didn't expect his cultivation to reach this level. Hierarch Nantian's expression was ugly. He couldn't accept that someone from the same era had surpassed him. Of course, even so, he wasn't afraid of that person. The three venerables from overseas all had great backgrounds. Now that they were all gathered in the East Royal City, all the cultivators in the city were shocked to the extreme. Venerables were the strongest existences apart from the quasi-supremes. They were rarely seen, but now there were three of them. Everyone had a whole new level of respect for Gu Fei and his disciple. No one thought that Gu Fei's forces were so powerful. Three venerables were enough to sweep the entire Tunglong continent. It seemed that it would be very difficult for the Dongfang family to turn the tables this time. The battle between the two superpowers was full of uncertainty. The spies of the Dongfang family in the East Royal City were extremely anxious because it was difficult for them to send the news out. The entire East Royal City was enveloped by the killing formation of the venerables. It was extremely difficult to enter and exit the city. Only those who were guarding the city could enter and exit the city with the approval of the guards. Of course, this was only limited to cultivators. Ordinary people could freely enter and exit the East Royal City. It was impossible for ordinary people to send the news back to the Dongfang family's ancestral ground. One should know that the Dongfang family's ancestral ground was located deep in the mountains. No ordinary person could find the Dongfang family's ancestral ground in the vast mountains. With the East Royal City as the center, everything within a 1,000-mile radius was under the control of the overseas forces. As long as a powerful cultivator appeared, they would be discovered. If it was any other cultivator, it would be fine. But if it was the Dongfang family's people, they would be killed. At this moment, all the forces in the Tunglong continent were paying attention to the eastern region, especially the ancient desolate forces. It should be known that the strength that Gu Fei displayed was too shocking. After all, even in the ancient desolate territory, a holy venerate was a force to be reckoned with. Now that three holy venerates had appeared, no ancient desolate territory faction could ignore them. Venerables, the ancient powers. The Gu venerables were ancient. Some people were optimistic about Gu Fei, but others were optimistic about the Dongfang family. One must know that the Dongfang family's old ancestor was about to be born. Some of the old fogies knew many secrets, such as the origin of the incomparably tyrannical aura emanating from the Dongfang family's ancestral land. One must know that back then, the Eastern Sky Overlord was extremely powerful. He was unrivaled in the Eastern region and could compete with the unrivaled existences of other regions. Rumble, more than 10 days later, a shocking aura was emitted from the Dongfang family's ancestral ground. Chaotic qi surged as a giant figure appeared in the sky above the Dongfang family's ancestral ground. Bang! The figure slammed its palm in the direction of the East Royal City. A giant chaotic hand crossed the endless space and appeared in the sky above the East Royal City, slamming down on the city. Humph! A cold chuckle was heard from the East Royal City. Then a figure appeared in the sky above the city. He raised his head and smirked as he stared at the descending chaotic hand. At this moment, all the experts in the East Royal City were alarmed. Everyone looked at the huge chaotic palm that was slapping down from the sky and was shocked to the extreme. The chaotic hand emitted a domineering aura, causing everyone's heart to palpitate. It was as terrifying as a world-destroying hand. Meanwhile, Hierarch South Heaven and Heavenly Monarch Zi Yang appeared in the sky above the East Royal City. Immortal Demon Child, it's up to you now. Hierarch South Heaven looked at the unaging demon child and said, he knew that the unaging demon child had some grudges with the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor. They were from the same generation. The three Saint Venerables from the outer seas had once traveled to the Tunglong continent. Back then, the outer seas and the Tunglong continent could still interact with each other. Bang! A huge seal flew out from the unaging demon child's hand and transformed into a black sea. A black tortoise rushed out from the Black Sea and directly collided with the chaotic hand in the sky. This was the power of the black tortoise. It was extremely powerful. The black tortoise that rushed out from the Black Sea collided with the chaotic hand in the sky. The mountain-like black tortoise directly smashed the chaotic hand in the sky. Among the chaotic qi, there were Tao patterns dissipating. Humph! A sneer came from the Dongfang family's ancestral ground. The chaotic figure above the ancestral ground also dissipated. The endless chaotic qi began to retreat and entered the cave in the depths of the ancestral ground. A figure walked out from the cave. It was a man wearing a bronze mask. The man was thin and small. He was Emperor Dong Huang of the Dongfang family. How is this possible? Even the Dongfang family's clan leader, Dongfang Chen, couldn't help but be in disbelief when he saw the man. He was very familiar with the mask. It was Emperor Donghuang's mask. Only the two founding elders were extremely excited. They seemed to know something, but they didn't say it out loud. Ancestor, the two founding elders went forward and knelt at the feet of the masked man. They were extremely respectful. The higher-ups of the Dongfang family were extremely shocked when they saw this. One should know that the status of the two founding elders in the Dongfang family was even higher than the current clan leader. Even the Dongfang family's clan leader, Dongfang Chen, had to salute and serve the two founding elders respectfully. He didn't dare to show any neglect. But now, the two founding elders were kneeling at the feet of the masked man. Why are there two Donghuangs? Apart from the two founding elders, everyone in the Dongfang family was in disbelief when they saw the masked man. This man was wearing the same mask as Emperor Donghuang. Furthermore, the most shocking thing was that the man's figure was the same as Emperor Donghuang's. Rise. The masked man said. Judging from the masked man's voice, it was difficult to tell whether the masked man was a man or a woman. Yes, ancestor. As the two elders spoke, they stood up from the ground. Hurry up and pay your respects to ancestor. The two founding elders couldn't help but yell when they saw that the crowd was still in a daze. They didn't care if they were talking to Dongfang Chen, the current clan leader of the Dongfang family. Yes. The crowd hurriedly replied. They hurriedly walked over and knelt before the masked man. The masked man nodded. Everyone, rise. The masked man said, yes. The crowd replied, then stood up and retreated to the side. Ancestor, please uphold justice for us. The Dongfang family is now on the verge of extinction. Dongfang Chen stood up and said to the masked man, as the current clan leader of the Dongfang family, everyone else could choose not to stand up, but he couldn't. Humph! The masked man sneered and didn't say anything else. He then disappeared into the void. In the depths of the Dongfang family's ancestral grounds, a figure was sitting in a valley. It was a woman wearing a bronze mask. Swoosh! The void trembled. A figure walked out from the void and arrived in front of the masked man. Two identical people appeared in the valley. At this moment, the woman who was sitting cross-legged in the valley stood up. The masked woman walked toward the masked man and turned into a ray of divine light, entering the masked man's body. A terrifying aura exploded from the masked man's body. Congratulations, ancestor! You've mastered the mysterious art. Two figures came from the sky. They were the two founding elders of the Dongfang family. The two founding elders arrived in front of the masked man. The tyrant emperor has returned. He is invincible. Such words came from the Dongfang family's ancestral grounds. The tyrant emperor has returned. He is invincible. Soon, these words spread to the East Royal City. This shocked the unaging demon child and the hierarch Southern Heaven. The Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor had really appeared. This was an unimaginable opponent. After so many years, it was unknown how powerful his cultivation had become. The unaging demon child and the hierarch Southern Heaven both knew that the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor had walked a different path, allowing his cultivation to break through to a level that even the unaging demon child and the hierarch Southern Heaven could only look up to. Now that the situation was reversed, the Dongfang family no longer feared Gu Fei and began to take action. On the other hand, all the experts on Gu Fei's side had returned to the East Royal City. Even the three Saint Venerables felt a great deal of pressure because they knew very well what kind of powerful existence they were about to face. On the third day after the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor left the Chaos Cavern, he directly appeared outside the East Royal City. It's the Eastern Emperor. Some people thought that the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor was the current Eastern Emperor of the Dongfang family. However, the Eastern Emperor was only in existence left behind by the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor after his nirvana. Now that the Eastern Emperor had merged with the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor, the Eastern Emperor had disappeared from this world. This secret was only known by the two founding elders of the Dongfang family. Even the family head, Dongfang Chun, did not know. He came so quickly. Chapter 2593. It's really you. When the unold demon child saw the figure standing in the sky outside the East Royal City, he could not help but be shocked. The other party's aura was extremely powerful, as if he was not afraid of the power of heaven's wrath in the sky. So it's you guys. The East Sky Tyrant King also recognized the unold demon child and the hierarch South Heaven. They were from the same generation and had fought against each other in the distant past. Especially the unold demon child and the East Sky Tyrant King. They had fought endlessly in that era, but neither could truly suppress the other. In the end, they were in a stalemate. As for the Heavenly Emperor Ziyang, he had made his debut earlier than these two experts. One should know that he was the successor of the Supreme Tao Ancestor, who had appeared in a very ancient era. I didn't think we would meet again, the unold demon child said emotionally. One should know that the great calamity back then affected the 3 realms and 6 paths. All the cultivators were involved, including the unold demon child. After the great calamity, countless experts fell. Even holy venerables were no exception. It should be known that even supreme venerables could fall in that great calamity. It's not easy to survive. How about we meet again? Outside the East Royal City, The East Sky Tyrant King suggested. I think we should forget about it. At this moment, the hierarch South Heaven spoke. That's right. We each have our own masters. If we get too close, it will cause misunderstandings. The unold demon child nodded. I didn't think that even people like you would submit to someone. I'm really curious. Is that Gu Fei really so powerful that he can make you submit? The East Sky Tyrant King said. You're the old ancestor of the Dongfang clan. At this moment, a figure walked out from the East Royal City. With a step, he instantly arrived in the sky above the city. Isn't he Dong Huang? In the East Royal City, the 13 bandits were extremely shocked. One should know that they were the first group of overseas forces to come to the East Royal City, so they naturally knew the two great geniuses of the Eastern Domain. Although they had never seen Dong Huang, they knew his characteristics. That ferocious bronze mask was the symbol of Dong Huang. What's going on? Even the other cultivators in the city were shaken. This person was clearly Dong Huang, but he gave off a very special aura. It was a feeling of endless vicissitudes. This is too shocking. Dong Huang's body has actually undergone such a change. It's as if he has become a different person. Some of the older cultivators in the city were whispering, You're Gu Fei. No, you're just a puppet. With just a glance at Gu Fei, the Eastern Sky Tyrant King, wearing a bronze mask, was able to see through Gu Fei's actual situation. This wasn't Gu Fei's real body, but merely a battle tool. His true body is about to descend. When that time comes, the Dongfang family will be erased from this world. Gu Fei looked at the Eastern Sky Tyrant King and said, Really? The Eastern Sky Tyrant King disapproved. It must be known that the Dongfang family had been able to stand tall in the eastern region for countless years and had been passed down for so long it was not without reason. Dongba, let's fight first. The unold demon child suddenly rushed out of the great formation of the East Imperial City. Very well. The Eastern Sky Tyrant King directly welcomed him. The two great experts did not say any superfluous words and directly began to fight. The unold demon child's demonic aura soared to the sky, and the shadow of a black tortoise appeared indistinctly on his body. Behind him, there seemed to be a vast and boundless netherworld sea surging, displaying the strongest battle power. The power of the black tortoise. Seeing this scene behind the bronze mask of the Eastern Sky Tyrant King, two resplendent eyes shone. The Eastern Sky Tyrant King directly pointed out with a finger, and a primal chaos divine light immediately rushed out from his finger, piercing towards the undead demon child. Bang! The unold demon child was incomparably powerful. He directly punched out, scattering the primal chaos divine light, and then took a step forward, instantly approaching the Eastern Sky Tyrant King. With a big hand, he directly grabbed towards the Eastern Sky Tyrant King's head. The Eastern Sky Tyrant King directly punched out. Boom! A dull sound like thunder resounded. The Eastern Sky Tyrant King's fist collided with the unold demon child's palm, and the two forces collided head-on. Buzz! The void trembled, and a fist that could be seen with the naked eye spread out from between the two of them. The void ruptured, forming a pitch-black spatial crack. In the next moment, the unold demon child was sent flying, while the Eastern Sky Tyrant King's upper body only swayed a little, but he did not retreat a single step. You really did break through. The unold demon child flew hundreds of feet back before he stabilized his body. He stared at the Eastern Sky Tyrant King, and his eyes lit up like stars. An incomparably powerful battle intent exploded from his body. Knowing that I've broken through, you still dare to come out and fight with me. Could it be that you're relying on the Supreme King Demon weapon? The Eastern Sky Tyrant King looked at the unold demon child opposite him. and the pupils behind the bronze mask contracted a little. The opponent's black tortoise aura was gradually becoming stronger. The Untold Demon Child controlled the Supreme King Demon weapon, the Black Tortoise Seal. This was no secret, especially for an existence like the Eastern Sky Tyrant King, who could directly see through it. Even if you rely on the Supreme King Demon weapon, what can you do to me? The Untold Demon Child coldly said. Humph! The Eastern Sky Tyrant King sneered, and then directly closed in on the Untold Demon Child. At this time, in the sky above the Eastern Imperial City, a group of experts were nervously watching the scene opposite them. The battle power displayed by the Eastern Sky Tyrant King could not be underestimated. The Untold Demon Child knew that the opponent's realm was higher than his, and if he did not use the Supreme King Demon weapon, he would not be able to fight with such an existence. As he thought of this, he directly flipped his right hand, and an ancient seal immediately appeared in his hand. Black Tortoise Seal. The Eastern Sky Tyrant King could not help but be moved when he saw that ancient seal. The Supreme King Demon weapon, the Black Tortoise Seal, was an extremely powerful Supreme King Demon weapon. It was a demon weapon refined by the Supreme King Divine Beast, the Black Tortoise. However, the Eastern Sky Tyrant King was very strong, and he still attacked the Untold Demon Child. As he waved his hand, streaks of primal chaos sword light rushed out of his hand, slashing towards the Untold Demon Child. Humph! The Untold Demon Child's expression was extremely gloomy. He directly shook the Black Tortoise Seal, and a powerful black tortoise force erupted from the Black Tortoise Seal. The streaks of primal chaos sword light immediately collapsed in the void. The Black Tortoise Seal really lives up to its reputation. The Eastern Sky Tyrant King's heart trembled. Rumble. At this time, the whole heaven and earth shook. The power emitted from the huge seal was too shocking, as if it wanted to overturn the whole world. The shadow of a black tortoise condensed above the huge seal, and then rushed towards the Eastern Sky Tyrant King. The heaven and earth were collapsing, and the void was being annihilated. The shadow of the black tortoise displayed a terrifying power. Good timing. Chapter 2594. The battle between the Untold Demon Child and the Eastern Sky Tyrant King shocked everyone. This was a battle between a Saint Venerable and a future human emperor. Originally, a Saint Venerable against a future human emperor was courting death. However, the Untold Demon Child was not an ordinary Saint Venerable. He also had the Black Tortoise Seal, the ultimate Emperor demon weapon. The most important thing was that the power of heaven's wrath still existed. Even a future human emperor would not dare to release the seal on his body at this time and restore his cultivation above the saint level. Under the influence of many factors, the Untold Demon Child and the Eastern Sky Tyrant King fought endlessly. For a while, it was hard for them to suppress each other. Boom! With a loud noise, the Eastern Sky Tyrant King collided with a black tortoise shadow. A powerful force burst out from the Eastern Sky Tyrant King's body. Roar! The Eastern Sky Tyrant King roared and directly smashed the black tortoise shadow. He approached the Untold Demon Child. At this time, a black sea emerged around the Untold Demon Child. The power of the black tortoise burst out, and a terrible wave enveloped the whole world. The Eastern Sky Tyrant King only felt dizzy. Then, he was shocked to find that he had been trapped in the Black Sea by his opponent. Monstrous waves surged towards him from all directions, chaos opening the sky. The Eastern Sky Tyrant King roared and directly displayed his killer move. Endless chaos began to rush out of his body and turned into a heaven-opening divine sword. Then he slashed forward. Swish! The terrible sword light instantly split the void between heaven and earth, leaving a pitch-black space crack. This crack snaked out, and one could not see the end of it at a glance. The Eastern Sky Tyrant King directly rushed out of this space crack. Buzz! The black tortoise seal trembled, wanting to stop the Eastern Sky Tyrant King, but it was already too late. The ultimate Emperor demon weapon is only SOSO. Today, I will stop here. I will fight with you again, next time. After the Eastern Sky Tyrant King rushed out of the Black Sea, he immediately retreated. The confrontation between the two powerful forces did not determine the winner. No one thought that this battle would end like this. All the cultivators who thought that there would be a good show to watch found it hard to understand why the Eastern Sky Tyrant King would retreat at such a crucial moment. Perhaps only the Eastern Sky Tyrant King would know the reason why he retreated. Seeing that the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor had retreated, Gu Fei and the others in the sky above the Eastern Imperial City heaved a sigh of relief. The Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor was definitely the strongest opponent they had met in the Eastern region. In the entire Eastern Imperial City, only the unaging demon child could contend against this Eastern Sky Tyrant. Not long after the Eastern Sky Tyrant King left, the teleportation platform in the Eastern Imperial City started to operate again. There was an incomparably powerful existence that was crossing over. Then, 3 figures appeared on the transportation formation platform. When the people around the platform saw their faces, clearly they were both surprised and happy. Master! Guzhong immediately rushed up and kowtowed to a black-robed youth on the platform. The Crimson Dragon also rushed over and knelt on the ground. Greetings, Master! At this moment, the Iron Blood Taoist and the 13 Great Bandits also walked up and bowed towards the black-robed young man. They did not dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect or contempt. The 3 people who came to the Eastern Imperial City through the transportation formation platform were Gu Fei and his family. They had finally returned to the Tunglong continent and came to the Eastern region. With the arrival of his real body, Gu Fei's indestructible war body clone was kept away by his real body. In the Eastern Imperial City, the overseas forces were extremely excited because the arrival of Gu Fei's real body had boosted everyone's confidence. The destruction of the Dongfang family was just around the corner. Boom. On the same day, an extremely powerful aura spread out from the East Royal City, startling the entire Eastern domain. All the experts felt this fluctuation. What's going on? Could it be that another overseas expert has come to the Eastern Imperial City? An old voice came from the Dongfang family's ancestral land. On a mountain peak in the depths of the ancestral land, 2 white-robed elders were sitting cross-legged. These 2 elders were the 2 elders of the Dongfang family. I didn't expect an ant to grow to such an extent. We miscalculated back then. On top of the mountain peak, an elder sighed and said, "Originally, this was only a grudge between Gu Fei and Dongfang Chen. The entire Dongfang family was not involved. However, things went out of control later on. The enmity between the Dongfang family and Gu Fei grew deeper and deeper. In the end, they became irreconcilable enemies. What the higher-ups of the Dongfang family did not expect was that Gu Fei could reach this step and shake the entire Dongfang family with his own strength. It must be said that no one had expected this. If they knew that this would happen, they would not have made an enemy out of Gu Fei. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Although the great ancestor has woken up from his deep sleep, he seems to be worried about something and did not attack the Eastern Imperial City immediately. Another old man glanced in the direction of the Chaos Cavern and said worriedly, if even the great ancestor was not a match for Gu Fei, then the Dongfang family would really be removed from this world. This was something that none of the descendants of the Dongfang family wanted to see. After the East Sky Tyrant King returned from the Eastern Imperial City, he once again entered the Chaos Cavern and did not come out. On the evening of the second day, a sword cry suddenly came from the depths of the Chaos Cavern. Then, a shocking sword chi fluctuation appeared in the Dongfang family's ancestral land. That's all the cultivators in the Dongfang family's ancestral land were alarmed. Dongfang Chun and the others gathered in front of the Chaos Cavern once again. An hour later, the shocking sword chi disappeared, and a figure walked out from the depths of the Chaos Cavern. This person was holding a long sword. This was no ordinary longsword, but the ancestral weapon of the Dongfang family, the Grand Orient Sword. The great ancestor took out the Grand Orient Sword. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely excited. One must know that the Grand Orient Sword was a divine sword that was refined by the first patriarch of the Dongfang family, Dong Huang. The ancient Dong Huang was the strongest existence in the world, the human emperor. The Grand Orient Sword was a human emperor weapon, a divine weapon of the same level as the supreme emperor weapon in the unaging demon child's hands. The East Sky Tyrant King taking out the Grand Orient Sword from the Chaos Cavern was definitely not a good thing for Gu Fei and the others. What's going on? Just as the East Sky Tyrant King walked out of the Chaos Cavern with the Grand Orient Sword in hand, he seemed to sense something, and his eyes behind the bronze mask suddenly lit up. The entire world seemed to be shrouded in a faintly discernible aura that made the East Sky Tyrant King feel uneasy. Chapter 2595. There would be great changes in the eastern region. Gu Fei's true body had finally returned. An ancient cauldron appeared in the sky above the East Royal City, suppressing the world. Although this ancient cauldron was simple and unadorned, it could make all cultivators envious. Even those old antiques could not sit still, because this ancient cauldron had a name that was enough to make everyone crazy: the Mountain and River Cauldron. The legendary Mountain and River Cauldron has appeared. On the Tunglong continent, an old antique muttered to himself. Needless to say, the current Gu Fei no longer had any scruples and could openly use the ultimate divine weapon. He was already a great saint, only one step away from becoming a saint venerable. With the ultimate divine weapon, who would be willing to be his enemy? When the East Sky Overlord of the Dongfang family took out the Grand Orient Sword from the depths of the Chaos Cauldron, he immediately sensed the aura of the Mountain and River Cauldron. Whoosh! The East Sky Overlord took a step in front of the Chaos Cauldron and disappeared instantly. In the next moment, the figure of the East Sky Overlord appeared outside the East Royal City. She held the Grand Orient Sword in her hand and stared at the ancient cauldron opposite. Behind the bronze mask, there were two sharp eyes. Just as the East Sky Overlord appeared, a figure silently appeared above the Mountain and River Cauldron. East Sky Overlord. When Gu Fei saw the East Sky Overlord, he could not help but be surprised. This East Sky Overlord really looked like the East Sky Overlord, but he knew that although this person was wearing the same bronze mask as the East Sky Overlord, he was definitely not the East Sky Overlord. Gu Fei. The pupils behind the East Sky Overlord's mask shrank. This time, it was not Gu Fei's indestructible battle body clone, but his true body. Great saint cultivation, but controlling an ultimate divine weapon. The East Sky Overlord muttered to herself. The East Sky Tyrant Monarch muttered to herself. She couldn't help but tighten her grip on the Grand Orient Sword. Although she controlled the ultimate Emperor's sword, the origin of the opponent's ancient cauldron was terrifying. The Mountain and River Cauldron was a supreme divine weapon that had existed since the distant mythological era. No one knew the origin of the Mountain and River Cauldron. Some people said that this ancient cauldron could have been formed naturally. However, this was only a guess, and no evidence could be found. Dong Huang is not weaker than others. The Eastern Sky Tyrant King was talking to himself. the Grand Orient Sword. At this time, Gu Fei also noticed the divine sword in the hands of the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor. That was an Emperor Divine Sword, a divine weapon of the same grade as the old demon child's black tortoise seal. Gu Fei, if you and I fight, it will only benefit the demons. The Eastern Sky Tyrant King muttered to himself irresolutely for a while before saying these words. You should know very well that the person who created this situation today is not me, Gu Fei said indifferently. If the demons take advantage of the internal strife of the human race, we will all become sinners. The Eastern Sky Tyrant King continued. You want to make peace. Gu Fei felt a little surprised. He did not expect the Eastern Sky Tyrant King to say such words. The human race should unite to deal with the upcoming catastrophe and unite against the external forces. This is what we should do, the Eastern Sky Tyrant King said. Moreover, Dongfang Chen and the others have already been killed by you. You have also killed many people from the Dongfang family. How about we just forget about the enmity between us? Humph! When the Taishan sect was destroyed by you, did you show any mercy? It's too late to say anything now. The so-called karma. You destroyed my Taishan sect. I will destroy your Dongfang family. There is nothing to say. Gu Fei's attitude was very tough. The hatred of the destruction of his sect was absolutely irreconcilable. No matter what the Eastern Sky Tyrant King said, he was unmoved. For the future of the human race, why don't you put down your personal grievances first? The Eastern Sky Tyrant King did not give up. No need to talk nonsense. Gu Fei waved his hand, and a purple gold sword light was immediately summoned by him. A divine sword appeared in his right hand, purple gold divine light flowing. This is when the Eastern Sky Tyrant King saw the purple gold divine sword in Gu Fei's hand. He could not help but be surprised. There was a supreme aura of the immortal path lingering on the divine sword. This was a powerful divine sword refined by the supreme immortal path. In the East Imperial City, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang, who saw this scene, had mixed feelings. The purple gold divine sword was a sword refined by the Tao ancestor, and it was of great significance to the immortal path. But now, this divine sword had fallen into the hands of outsiders. That's all I have to say. My Dongfang family is not afraid of anyone. You're on your own. After the Eastern Sky Tyrant King finished speaking, he glanced at Gu Fei and directly disappeared into the void. The next moment, he had already returned to the ancestral land of the Dongfang family. Humph, you want to forget all the grievances with just a few words. You're simply dreaming. Gu Fei said to himself, then jumped down from the mountain and river cauldron and returned to the East Imperial City. On a mountain peak, in the ancestral land of the Dongfang family, there stood a man wearing a mask. This man was the Eastern Sky Tyrant King, who had just returned. It seems that this grievance is difficult to resolve. The great hatred of the destruction of the sect, the supreme mystery sect, is just a small sect. Why should it be destroyed? The Eastern Sky Tyrant King sighed. It was the most unwise action to offend a person with endless potential for a small sect, because this would bring great trouble to the family. Old ancestor. At this time, the two elders of the Dongfang family came behind the Eastern Sky Tyrant King. Who gave the order to destroy the supreme mystery sect back then? The Eastern Sky Tyrant King's tone was cold. So many years have passed, we really don't know who gave the order, said a white-haired old man among the two elders. A white-haired old man said, back then, they were still in a deep slumber and had no idea what had happened. Dongfang Chen does not need to be the head of the family anymore. Let someone else do it, said the Eastern Sky Tyrant King. As the head of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Chen was responsible for the negligence of the Dongfang family, which caused the Dongfang family to fall into this crisis. Yes, old ancestor. The two elders glanced at each other and then said, "The Eastern Sky Tyrant King was incomparably powerful, and his seniority in the Dongfang family was higher than the two elders. Since he said such words, then Dongfang Chen's position as the head of the family would definitely be lost." In the end, the two elders left. Soon, Dongfang Chen announced his abdication, and then entered the depths of the ancestral land to cultivate, no longer concerned with the affairs of the Dongfang family. Then, the Eastern Sky Tyrant King thoroughly investigated the matter of that year, and she found that those who participated in that year were all dead, and no one survived. There's no other way. We can only fight with that person. The Eastern Sky Tyrant King sighed. She was very helpless and also very angry. Those people were really pigheads, unable to accomplish anything, and more than enough to spoil things, causing the Dongfang family to fall into a predicament. Chapter 2596. The enmity between Gu Fei and the Dongfang family was one that could not be resolved. It should be known that the Dongfang family had destroyed the Supreme Mystery Sect, and the Supreme Mystery Sect was Gu Fei's sect. The enmity of destroying the sect was absolutely irreconcilable. It was definitely not something that could be resolved with just a few words from the Eastern Sky Tyrant King. As an invincible existence in the Eastern region, the Eastern Sky Tyrant King knew many secrets of the world. She did not want to fight with Gu Fei before the great calamity came. Even if she could win, it would definitely be a huge blow to her vitality. When the great calamity came, the Dongfang family would probably not be able to survive it. Since it was an irreconcilable enmity, there could only be a battle. In the East Imperial Kingdom, the cultivation resources from overseas were continuously transmitted to the city lord's mansion through the transmission array. Gu Fei was preparing to destroy the Dongfang family. The Dongfang family, on the other hand, was like a centipede that died, but did not die. Even if it gradually declined, its foundation was still there. Most importantly, the Dongfang family now had the Eastern Sky Tyrant King. Gu Fei did not act rashly. It should be known that the Eastern Sky Tyrant King was a quasi-supreme. If the power of heaven's wrath completely disappeared with the Eastern Sky Tyrant King's cultivation, killing a Saint Venerable would be as easy as killing a chicken. However, the power of heaven's wrath was still there. Even a quasi-supreme would have to suppress their cultivation to below the saint level. No one knew when the power of heaven's wrath would disappear. Just as Gu Fei was preparing to attack the Dongfang family, a mysterious figure appeared in the East Imperial Kingdom. That person directly found Gu Fei. No one knew what the mysterious person said to Gu Fei. Then, Gu Fei stopped and no longer prepared to fight with the Dongfang family. Instead, he turned his spearhead and aimed it at the demons in the Eastern Region Demon Cave. The mountain and river cauldron in the sky above the East Imperial Kingdom was also put away by Gu Fei. Everyone was very curious about what had happened. Why would Gu Fei point his spearhead at the demon cave? Didn't he say that the Dongfang family was absolutely irreconcilable? Could it be that Gu Fei accepted the Eastern Sky Tyrant King's suggestion? Someone guessed, but that didn't seem possible because the hatred between Gu Fei and the Dongfang family was far too deep. It had already reached a point where it could not be resolved. At this moment, everyone was in disbelief. They thought that Gu Fei would fight to the death with the Dongfang family, but that did not happen. Who is that mysterious person? What exactly happened? Everyone was extremely curious, but Gu Fei did not announce anything to the public. Instead, he ordered his subordinates to consolidate the results of the battle. Then, he issued an order to stop the takeover of the Dongfang family's territories. Not long after, the East Royal City was unsealed and no longer restricted other cultivators from entering the city. Actually, when the mysterious person came to find Gu Fei, he first went to the Dongfang family's ancestral grounds and found the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor. Then, he talked with the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor for a long time before leaving the Dongfang family's ancestral grounds for the Eastern Imperial City. The tense atmosphere in the Eastern Domain began to ease up. No one had expected such an outcome. However, it could be imagined that the mysterious person was definitely a mediator. Moreover, both Gu Fei and the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor had no choice but to give this mysterious person face. No one knew who had such great influence to be able to make Gu Fei and the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor temporarily put down the grudges between them. However, in the entire Tunglong continent, there were only a few people who could have such great influence. At this moment, the demons in the demon lands of the entire Tunglong continent became restless. The demons seemed to be making a big move. This was not a good thing for all living creatures. And at this time, Gu Fei gave the 10,000 years fire turtle gall that he had obtained to his daughter, Gu Ling. This 10,000 years fire turtle gall contained a fragment of the innate great way of fire. It would be of great help to Gu Ling to take that crucial step. After obtaining the fire turtle gall, Gu Ling immediately went into seclusion. Up until now, among Gu Fei's disciples, only Yao Yu had not become a saint. Gu Ling was about to take that step, and Yao Yu's cultivation was not much different from Gu Ling's. Zhu Guliang also went into seclusion. He felt that he had also touched that realm. Old ancestor, why don't we take action to eradicate Gu Fei? In the Dongfang family's ancestral land, outside the Chaos Cave, two elders came to pay their respects to the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor. A great calamity is coming. We have to preserve our strength. The Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor's voice came from the Chaos Cave. The two elders were extremely shocked. Could it be that the great calamity that the old ancestor mentioned was the change of the world? A change was about to occur. This was a major event that would affect the 3 realms and 6 paths. Just like the great calamity of the past, it would engulf the 3 realms and 6 paths. No cultivator could avoid it, and all of them would be involved in that great calamity. Even with the status of the 2 elders, they did not know what that mysterious person had said to the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor that day. Rumble. At this time, the devil chi that gushed out from the eastern region Devil Cave became even stronger. The monstrous devil chi enveloped half the sky, and from time to time, devil shadows could be seen faintly in the devil chi. Not long after, bursts of thunder came from the depths of the sky. Everyone felt an incomparably oppressive aura coming from the depths of the sky. Some of the more powerful cultivators could vaguely see figures in the depths of the sky. Those figures seemed to have existed since the beginning of time. Is it finally going to start? In the northern Devil Cave, in the sky above the largest Devil Cave, a figure sitting cross-legged on the yin-yang Dao diagram suddenly opened his closed eyes and looked into the depths of the sky. In the Plentiful City Ghost Palace, Plentiful City Ghost Emperor walked out and looked up. His expression was somewhat complicated, and no one knew what he was thinking. At the same time, in the various dangerous places of the Tunglong continent, there were powerful auras coming out. Some incomparably powerful existences were alarmed. Under the abyss of immortals and demons, terrifying roars came out as if there were countless immortals and demons roaring. The immortal and demon chi surged, and the terrifying aura made all the living beings in the northern land terrified. At this time, everyone had already guessed that the power of heaven's wrath was about to disappear. Countless people were incomparably excited once the power of heaven's wrath disappeared. All living beings above the saint level would regain their freedom without any restrictions. At this time, on the Kunlun ancestral star, Li Lingfeng finally sensed the existence of the ancestral god weapon. It was a bronze 8 trigrams, an intact ancestral god weapon. the ancestral god weapon was intelligent, and it could transform and walk in the world. It was an existence with a different kind of life. Chapter 2597. An ancestral god weapon was a weapon refined by a supreme ancestral god. On the Kunlun ancestral star, there was once a supreme ancestral god that could contend with a supremacy. The name Fuxi was no stranger to the humans on Kunlun ancestral star. Fuxi, the ancestor god, was the creator of the 8 trigrams divine art. He established the celestial Tao and traveled across the 5 ancestral stars, passing down the teachings of the celestial Tao. However, the divine Tao was unable to flourish in the end, and it was eventually annihilated in the endless years. However, as the birthplace of the ancestor god, the Kunlun Mountains still had all sorts of legends about the ancestor god. There was still a deification pool on the Kunlun ancestral mountain. Of course, although the deification pool still existed, the water in the pool had long since dried up. The legendary deification pool that could allow one to reach deification immediately had long since become a legend. At this moment, Li Lingfeng was sitting cross-legged on a boulder beside the deification pool. He was circulating his divine, way mysterious art to sense the aura of the ancestral divine weapon. Legend had it that ancestor god Fuxi had once comprehended the divine Tao on that huge rock next to the deification pool. That boulder was the famous spirit transforming stone on the Kunlun ancestral mountain. On this spirit transforming stone, there were still 8 original trigrams left on it. After experiencing countless years of wind and rain, these 8 original trigram patterns had become blurred, and the divinity contained in these trigram patterns had long been lost. However, if one were to carefully comprehend the 8 blurry trigram markings, then one would still be able to sense the aura of the divine Tao. Of course, this was only limited to those that cultivated the divine Tao. Ever since Li Lingfeng returned to Kunlun, he had been cultivating on this god-transforming stone. This god-transforming stone might not be of much use to other cultivators, but to him it was of great use. Even though the 8 blurry primordial trigram markings on the divine transformation stone had lost all their divinity, the aura of the Tao was still there. During this period of time, Li Lingfeng had been cultivating on the divine transformation stone, allowing him to have a deeper understanding of the divine Tao. Li Lingfeng could feel that his cultivation had already reached a bottleneck. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he could break through to Saint Ruler. At that moment, he also sensed the changes in the depths of the sky. The power of heaven's wrath was constantly weakening, and he believed that it wouldn't be long before the power of heaven's wrath completely disappeared. At that time, without the restraints of the heavenly wrath, it would be time to undergo the Sage King ordeal. Swoosh! As Li Lingfeng was deep in thought, a figure appeared before the god-transforming stone. It was a tall, middle-aged man. "It's you." When Li Lingfeng saw this person, he couldn't help but be extremely excited. "Little child, you are indeed not bad. You have the qualifications to become the successor of the ancestor god," the middle-aged man said. After that, the middle-aged man's silhouette gradually faded away. A bronze 8 trigrams appeared in the air. The bronze 8 trigrams exuded an ancient aura. There was no divine light circulating on it, and it did not even emit a hint of divinity. Ancestral divine weapon, with a wave of Li Lingfeng's hand, the bronze 8 trigrams flew over and landed in his hand. "It's time to return to the soaring dragon sect." Li Lingfeng stood up from the divine metamorphosis stone and looked up at the starry sky. At this moment, a storm was brewing in the Tunglong continent. All the great sects were restraining their disciples and waiting for the arrival of the great change. Even the eastern region had a rare moment of peace. Under the mediation of a mysterious person, Gu Fei and the Dongfang family would not start a war for the time being. At this moment, even Gu Fei felt a great pressure. He knew that once the power of heaven's wrath disappeared, the consequences would be unpredictable. He was only a great saint now. Even if he had a supreme saint weapon, it would still be very difficult for him to fight against a quasi-supreme. There was no doubt that a quasi-supreme was powerful. If his cultivation could break through to the saint venerable realm before the power of heaven's wrath disappeared, the situation would be much better. At least, it would not be so difficult for him to fight against a quasi-supreme. As soon as he thought of this, Gu Fei immediately went into closed-door cultivation. He wanted to use the body of a quasi-supreme sea beast that he obtained from overseas to break through the shackles of his current cultivation. The body of a quasi-supreme sea beast contained the Tao law of a quasi-supreme. If he could refine this body, his cultivation would definitely improve by a lot. In fact, if the device spirits of the supreme saint weapons were not in a deep sleep, he would directly ask the device spirits for advice on cultivation. This would be more reliable. One should know that the device spirit of the mountain and river cauldron was an existence that had existed for countless years and had once followed an extreme supremacy. If the device spirit of the mountain and river cauldron could give him pointers, it would be like an extreme supremacy giving him pointers. As Gu Fei went into closed-door cultivation, everything in the East Royal Palace fell on the shoulders of the Iron Blood Taoist, Guzhong, and Red Dragon. Yen did not like to manage things. It was too troublesome. After Gu Fei went into closed-door cultivation, she also entered the cultivation area of the City Lord Mansion to cultivate. On the contrary, Gu Ling came out after half a month of closed-door cultivation. The 10,000-year fire turtle gall was very helpful to her, but it was still difficult for her to break through the shackles of her cultivation. If she wanted to become a saint, she had to continue to settle down and accumulate experience. This was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Gu Ling felt that everything in the East Royal Palace was very fresh. Soon, she became acquainted with Gu Fei's disciples. Guzhong and the others did not dare to neglect their master's precious daughter. They would definitely answer her questions. Soon, Gu Ling learned about the grudge between her father and the Dongfeng family from Guzhong and the others. Who is that person? Why does even father have to give face to that person and not start a war with the Dongfeng family? Gu Ling was very puzzled and curious. That day, when that mysterious person came to find her father, she happened to see the back of that person. At this time, the East Royal Palace was guarded by 3 great saints. No one dared to cause trouble, and the people of the Dongfeng family did not dare to go near the East Royal Palace. However, humans did not dare to cause trouble, but demons did. As the power of heaven's wrath continued to weaken, the demons in the Eastern Demon Cave became more and more restless. Figures of great demons began to appear around the Demon Cave. Apart from the strange movements of the demons, there was another piece of news that caused the eyes of the Eastern Domain to focus on the Zhao family of the desolate antiquity, which had always been low-key. The Zhao family's goddess had come out of seclusion. Moreover, when she came out, she directly killed her way into the demon domain, killed a great demon, and calmly retreated. Gu Ling and Gu Zhong stood on top of the East Royal Palace's city wall. "Senior brother, is the Zhao family's goddess very strong?" Gu Ling asked Gu Zhong. "I don't know. We haven't fought before." Gu Zhong said after thinking for a while. The Zhao family's goddess was a heaven's pride of the Eastern Domain. Originally, she was as famous as the Eastern Emperor of the Dongfeng family. However, the Eastern Emperor was someone who did not exist. The so-called Eastern Emperor was just an incarnation of the Eastern Sky Tyrant King. As for the Zhao family's goddess, she was the true heaven's pride of the Eastern Domain. Her cultivation was incomparably strong. Among the younger generation of the Eastern Domain, she was almost invincible. The Zhao family's goddess had come out of seclusion. Her cultivation was extremely powerful. This caused Gu Ling to feel a great pressure. She was a rising star, so her opponent should be this kind of existence. In fact, the Zhao family's goddess and Gu Fei were from the same generation. However, Gu Fei had already left his peers far behind. These people were no longer qualified to be his opponent. However, Gu Ling treated these Heaven's Pride as her opponents. Unfortunately, there was still a huge gap between her and these opponents. Say, if I were to fight against the Zhao family's goddess, would I have any chance of winning? Gu Ling said after thinking for a while. What? Gu Zhong couldn't help but be shocked. According to his knowledge, the Zhao family's goddess was a saint. Gu Ling was only a quasi-saint. How could she be her opponent? AI, looking at your expression, I know that I'm no match for the Zhao family's goddess. Gu Ling sighed. However, she was not discouraged because her goal was to fight against these Heaven's Pride. She wanted to fight against these Heaven's Pride and defeat her father's former opponents. Junior sister, you're already not bad, Gu Zhong said. Gu Ling was already a quasi-saint at such a young age. When Gu Zhong was her age, he wasn't even an immortal. I still can't do it. If I had senior brother's cultivation, I would be happy, Gu Ling said. Work hard. With your cultivation speed, it won't be difficult for you to surpass me, Gu Zhong said seriously. One must know that Gu Ling had the bloodline of a saint. Her body contained the inheritance power of Gu Fei and once the power of her bloodline was completely awakened, becoming a saint would absolutely not be a problem. Hee, senior brother must be joking. Gu Ling laughed. At this time, the divine melody of the Grand Tao reverberated in Gu Fei's seclusion area. He was refining the corpse of the quasi-supreme sea beast. Streams of pure energy were refined by him before being devoured by his martial physique. In the body of the sea beast, there were looming runes. These were the runes of a quasi-supreme. By comprehending these runes, Gu Fei could feel the Tao of a quasi-supreme. There was no day or night in cultivation. Time passed. Runes rushed out of the sea beast's body and then dissipated in the void. The Tao rhyme that erupted when the runes dissipated was accurately captured by Gu Fei. This was his purpose. He wanted to observe the Tao of other experts and then comprehend his own Tao. Learning from others was sometimes very important, especially when it came to comprehending the Tao. One must know that different paths lead to the same goal. When the Tao was cultivated to a profound realm, one would be able to understand everything. Gu Fei had already reached the great sage great accomplishment. He was only one step away from breaking through to the Saint Venerable realm. However, it was this one step that shackled him at the great sage realm. As the physical strength of the sea beast was constantly refined, the quasi-supreme Tao pattern was forcibly extracted from the sea beast's body. The aura on Gu Fei's body finally showed some changes. Gu Fei felt that the bottleneck of his cultivation had begun to loosen. Just as Gu Fei was in seclusion, in the Dongfang family, the Eastern Sky Tyrant also walked into the Chaos Cave to cultivate in seclusion and no longer asked about anything. Chapter 2598. The situation was about to change, and everyone was waiting for it. Many people were thinking of ways to increase their cultivation and strength in order to welcome the arrival of this day. Some unknown changes had already occurred in the depths of the sky, and the power of heaven's wrath had weakened further. However, it still existed, and this was an unavoidable problem. As long as the power of heaven's wrath existed, it could intimidate those saint-level life forms. Those saint-level life forms would not dare to undo their seals and do whatever they wanted. Gu Fei had gone into seclusion and the Dongfang clan's ancestor, the Eastern Sky Tyrant King, had also gone into seclusion. There seemed to be no signs of conflict between the two great powers in the eastern region. However, the eastern region had become even more chaotic. The prodigies had come out of seclusion, and the Zhao clan's goddess was extremely powerful. She dared to kill her way into the demon domain alone, slaying a great demon, and then calmly retreating. This kind of cultivation and courage was not something that just anyone could possess. The Zhao clan's goddess was indeed worthy of her title as a prodigy. However, among the demons, there was also an incomparably powerful demon. It was the Black Lotus Devil ancestor's son, who had only awakened from his slumber in the recent 100 years. This was a pure-blooded demon, with the devil ancestor's blood flowing in his veins. His demonic cultivation was extremely powerful, and he was a prodigy among the demons. After the Zhao clan's goddess killed a great demon in the demon cave, the Black Lotus Devil Son spread the word that if the Zhao clan's goddess dared to enter the demon domain again, he would kill her. The Black Lotus Devil Son had great prestige in the demon cave. His words greatly increased the morale of the demons. The primordial Zhao clan and the eastern region's demons both had their own prodigies. In the Eastern Imperial City, there was only one person who could be called a prodigy, and that was Gu Zhong. The entire Eastern region had once again formed a tripartite balance. However, this time, the Dongfang clan was not among the three powers. The prodigy that walked out of the Dongfang clan was originally Dong Huang. However, Dong Huang was a non-existent person. She was only an incarnation. After the Eastern Sky Tyrant King awakened from his slumber, Dong Huang was destined to disappear. However, the only people who knew this secret were the Eastern Sky Tyrant King and the two elders of the Dongfang family. Even the Dongfang family patriarch did not know about it. Thus, many cultivators in the eastern region were looking forward to the appearance of the Dongfang clan's prodigy. Boom! A loud sound broke the silence of the mountain. A powerful energy wave suddenly erupted, and a mountain directly collapsed. It was directly blown up by a punch. Gu Zhong, what is the meaning of this? A loud shout was heard, and a silhouette appeared high up in the sky. It was a petite woman. She was surrounded by an aura of the Great Path, and no one could see her face clearly. Nothing much. Since we met here, let's exchange some pointers. A figure soared into the sky from the mountain ridge and arrived in front of the woman. It was Gu Zhong. At this moment, a bright moon hung high up in the sky. High up in the sky, the mountain winds whistled by. Gu Zhong and the goddess of the Zhao clan unexpectedly met, and after that, the scene from earlier occurred. You want to spar? Very well. When the goddess of the Zhao clan heard this, her eyes instantly lit up. She was a proud daughter of the heavens. Ever since she made her debut, she had always been successful and rarely met a worthy opponent. This Gu Zhong was definitely a good opponent. It was a good opportunity for him to practice and experience how much his combat power had improved after he went into seclusion. Then let's begin. Gu Zhong didn't waste any words and directly attacked. He stretched out his right hand and directly unleashed the heaven-covering palm. A huge golden hand immediately appeared in the sky and slammed towards the goddess of the Zhao clan. The huge hand instantly enveloped the entire sky, sealing all the escape routes of the goddess of the Zhao clan. This was forcing her to fight head-on. Gu Zhong wanted to use his own advantage to defeat this proud daughter of the heavens. One must know that the strength of a cultivator was their advantage. Their martial body was incomparably strong and was most suitable for fighting head-on with others. They had to use absolute strength to suppress everything. Good timing. The goddess of the Zhao clan directly activated her mysterious technique. An incomparably powerful yin qi erupted from her body, and the shadow of an ancient frost dragon appeared on her body. The goddess of the Zhao clan directly unleashed a huge dragon claw. The power of Yin condensed, and a dragon claw rushed out from the goddess of the Zhao clan, colliding with Gu Zhong's heaven-covering palm. Boom! A loud sound rang out as two extremely powerful forces collided. The heaven-covering palm and the huge dragon claw dissipated in the sky at the same time. Countless runes collapsed and directly turned into nothingness. You've obtained the inheritance of the ancient great calamity. Gu Zhong was a little surprised. To think that the successor of the Zhao clan of the desolate antiquity had actually obtained the inheritance of the legendary ancient frost dragon. The ancient frost dragon was not some kind person. It was a famous great calamity from the ancient times. The ancient great calamity was incomparably powerful. Although it wasn't a supreme being, its cultivation base was definitely at the level of a quasi-supreme being. What ancient great calamity? The figure of the goddess of the Zhao clan moved rapidly. She took the initiative to rush towards Gu Zhong. As she waved both her hands, rays of extremely sharp Yin sword light were unleashed. Ha! Gu Zhong smiled. After that, he directly rushed forward and punched out. A resplendent golden light instantly blossomed from his golden fist. Two extremely powerful forces were clashing against each other. With a single punch, over 10 rays of Yin sword light were shattered. He then attacked the goddess of the Zhao clan with incomparable force. 10,000 miles of ice, shouted the goddess of the Zhao clan. An unimaginably powerful shadow power erupted from her body. In just an instant, the temperature of the entire world plummeted. It was as if the space was about to be frozen. Gu Zhong, who was attacking the goddess of the Zhao clan, only felt his body tighten. He was actually sealed in ice in an instant. What? Gu Zhong was shocked. However, he did not panic. He directly exploded with extremely powerful physical strength. A series of explosive sounds rang out from his body. Crack! Cracks immediately appeared on the ice on Gu Zhong's body. Seeing that Gu Zhong was actually about to shatter the ice on his body and rush out, the goddess of the Zhao clan immediately stretched out her hand, wanting to completely seal him in ice. However, before the Zhao family's goddess hand could touch Gu Zhong, the ice on Gu Zhong's body violently exploded. His entire body was like a metal god as he charged out of the ice. Bang! Gu Zhong did not show mercy just because the goddess of the Zhao clan was a woman. He directly punched the goddess of the Zhao clan's shoulder. The sound of bones breaking rang out. The goddess of the Zhao clan screamed in pain. She was sent flying by Gu Zhong's punch. What kind of genius is this? Gu Zhong used the 8 direction steps and displayed the speed of 8 steps. He instantly caught up to the goddess of the Zhao clan. Buzz! At that moment, a tremor suddenly came from the goddess of the Zhao clan's body. Then, a black wheel rushed out from the goddess of the Zhao clan's body and pressed towards Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong was astonished. The goddess of the Zhao clan had used a divine tool. The black wheel emanated a terrifying power of shadow. Streaks of shadow runes appeared on the wheel, causing the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth to quickly gather over. The more spiritual chi gathered, the more powerful the moon wheel would be. Rumble! The lunar wheel unleashed a terrifying ripple that sealed off a part of the world. Gu Zhong felt his body suddenly sink, as if he had been suddenly smashed by a huge mountain. Even his movements became slow. Oh no! Gu Zhong's heart trembled. The opponent's divine weapon was very powerful. It made him feel threatened. Bang! Gu Zhong became stronger and stronger. He was not afraid of the divine weapon. He directly punched, breaking through the layers of power coming from the moon wheel. His fist fiercely smashed onto the moon wheel. The lunar wheel immediately shook. Guzhong had actually shaken the lunar wheel. How is this possible? The goddess of the Zhao clan was extremely shocked. Ever since she started cultivating, she had never met such a crazy person. He actually shook the divine weapon with his bare hands. However, when she thought of Guzhong's identity, she understood. This guy was a martial saint. His martial body was unimaginably strong. Martial artists could not be compared to ordinary cultivators. Bang! Guzhong punched the lunar wheel again, causing it to tremble continuously. A powerful martial arts power exploded from his fist. Suppress. The goddess of the Zhao clan directly landed on the moon wheel. She used all her power to control the moon wheel. A terrifying aura exploded from the moon wheel. She wanted to suppress Guzhong. Guzhong was directly smashed down from the sky by the power of the moon wheel. Boom! A loud sound was heard. Guzhong directly crushed a mountain below him. Instantly, rocks flew through the air and dust filled the air. The mountain was in chaos. Guzhong soared into the sky and charged towards the Zhao clan's goddess. His entire body was emitting a dazzling golden light. The golden light was like a golden flame that danced continuously on his body. This was a battle between geniuses. Although it happened at night, it still alarmed many cultivators who came to watch. Why is the goddess of the Zhao clan fighting with Guzhong? On a mountain far away, someone muttered. Nobody knew why Guzhong, and the goddess of the Zhao clan started fighting. They all looked at this scene in shock. A battle between geniuses would affect a large area. Nobody dared to get too close. If they were to be affected, it would be no laughing matter. I didn't expect them to be fighting. Some cultivators were very surprised. One must know that the grudge between Gu Fei and the Zhao clan had long been resolved. Why did Guzhong still want to fight with the descendant of the clan of the Huanggu? The entire mountain was shaking. Guzhong and the goddess of the Zhao clan were fighting nonstop. The vast and mighty energy waves shook the earth. Chapter 2599. The Battle of the Heavens favorites attracted the attention of countless cultivators. Those who received the news immediately rushed to the mountains to watch. In an instant, rainbow-colored lights streaked across the sky, disappearing into the depths of the mountains. Some even rode chariots and divine boats to watch the battle. The giant divine boat crashed down from the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. All the beasts in the mountains quieted down and didn't dare to roar. Rumble! A fiery chariot rushed over from afar. Powerful divine power rippled in all directions. On top of the fiery chariot was a human-shaped flame. The descendant of the fire god is here. Someone was shocked to see the chariot. It was a chariot that only the strong of the fire god race could use. In the eastern region, the fire god race was an outsider. Their ancestral land wasn't in the eastern region. However, no one dared to look down on this race because they had a great background. Legend had it that they were the descendants of the innate gods from the primordial era. They had the blood of the innate gods in their veins. The Li clan is here too. Someone saw a divine boat flying over from afar. On the divine boat, there was a huge flag with the word Li written on it. This was the Li clan's divine boat. The Li clan's background was even greater than the fire god race. Some said that the Li clan was the original clan of the supreme Tao ancestor. The supreme Tao ancestor was a supreme from this clan. Back then, countless years had passed. As for the truth, no one knew and no one could find out. However, the Li clan's strength was undeniable. It was a super ancient clan. Its history could even be traced back to the Age of Legends, before the primordial era. In this world, there weren't many inheritances that could be traced back to the Age of Legends. That era was far too long ago. Rumble. The huge divine boat flew across the sky, forming a black mass. It was as if a huge mountain was moving. Everyone in the mountain who witnessed the scene was shocked to the extreme. They all knew that the important figures of the Leaf family of the ancients had arrived in person. Could it be that the Lee clan's heaven's favorite is here too? Someone said something like that. The Leaf family's ancestral land was very mysterious. No one knew where it was, but the Leaf family's people had always been in the Central Plains. Some people believed that the Leaf family's ancestral land was in the Central Plains. Only a super ancient force like the Leaf family of the ancients, which had existed for countless years, could stand firm in the Central Plains and not be replaced by other forces. It should be known that the Central Plains was different from the four great regions. The Central Plains was a land of outstanding people. It was the birthplace of the ancestral vein of the Tongue-Long continent. Since ancient times, countless outstanding people had appeared in the Central Plains. There were definitely quite a number of geniuses in the Middle Lands. Even if the geniuses of the other four regions were to be added together, they probably wouldn't be as many as the geniuses of the Middle Lands. The primordial Lee clan's heaven's primordial geniuses were also very mysterious. No one had ever seen their faces, but no one dared to underestimate them. Rumble. At this moment, the heavens and earth trembled. The battle between Guzhong and the goddess of the Zhao clan had reached its climax. Guzhong's fists were like two golden divine suns, emitting boundless golden light. The power of metal shook the heavens and earth. With every punch, the entire heavens and earth trembled. Boom! With a loud bang, a mountain tens of miles away was hit by Guzhong's fists. It immediately exploded and turned into dust, disappearing from the world. All the cultivators who were watching the battle nearby were shocked. They all felt the danger and retreated further away, not daring to get too close. Buzz. The lunar wheel trembled. The space was like a thin piece of paper, easily torn apart by the power of the moon. The power of Guzhong's fists was actually mostly neutralized. The goddess of the Zhao clan coughed out blood. Guzhong's fists were too powerful. They displayed an undefeatable fist intent. Every punch caused the lunar wheel to tremble violently. The proud daughter of the Zhao family suffered a huge impact. Guzhong wasn't feeling well either. Golden blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. This was a sign that both sides were injured. This was not the situation he wanted. Guzhong, there is no enmity between us. There is no need for us to risk our lives. The goddess of the Zhao clan said. She moved quickly in the air, dodging Guzhong's attacks. Very well. I don't want to risk my life against you either. Guzhong nodded. Boom. Guzhong unleashed an extremely powerful punch. 9 golden Dao patterns appeared on his fist. The power of the Great Path surged. With this punch, he had activated the power of the Great Path. At the same time, Guzhong's physical strength was also released. The two forces fused together, pushing the power of this punch to the limit. Humph! The eyes of the goddess of the Zhao clan lit up. She stretched out her hand and brought the lunar wheel over. Then she moved forward to block. 9 Dao patterns appeared on the lunar wheel, activating the power of the Great Path of the moon. Boom! With a loud sound, Guzhong's fist smashed onto the lunar wheel. Countless runes were scattered by Guzhong's punch. Only the 9 Dao patterns emitted a dazzling light of the Great Path. The Great Path of metal and the Great Path of the moon collided. A transparent ripple spread out. A terrifying scene appeared before everyone's eyes. The ripple spread out. Everywhere it passed, everything instantly turned into dust and dissipated in the air. The ground was sinking. Everything within a radius of 100 miles was directly destroyed. The power of destruction shocked all the cultivators to the extreme. All of them rushed into the distance. Guzhong was sent flying. Then he turned and rushed out of the mountain. The goddess of the Zhao clan also had the same thought. She turned and left, not wanting to stay here. One must know that this place was no longer safe. There were other geniuses nearby. Boom! With a loud sound, an extremely powerful aura suddenly exploded in the mountain. A silhouette rushed out and directly attacked the goddess of the Zhao clan. What? The goddess of the Zhao clan was astonished. She hurriedly activated the lunar wheel, and a mass of black light bloomed. The power of the lunar wheel was vast and mighty, and it instantly froze the space, forcing the silhouette that had attacked her away. Zhou clan of the southern wasteland. The goddess of the Zhao clan could tell who that person was. Goddess, do you dare to fight? In the space opposite the goddess of the Zhao clan, a silhouette stood there. There was no aura emitting from his body. It was very strange. No one could clearly see the cultivation of this young man. This person was the genius of the Zhou clan of the southern wasteland. His name was Zhou Shi. Despicable. The goddess of the Zhao clan looked at Zhou Shi coldly. This guy clearly knew that she had just fought a great battle with Guzhong and had exhausted a lot of energy. Now that he had jumped out to challenge her, he was simply taking advantage of her. However, it was not so easy to take advantage of her. Goddess, don't say that. Am I not openly challenging you? Zhou Shi looked at the goddess of the Zhao clan with a smile that was not a smile. The goddess of the Zhao clan was enraged. This guy was too shameless. However, she could not see through his cultivation at all. She could not help but feel uneasy. Humph, the Zhou clan of the ancient desolation wants to challenge my Zhao clan? At this moment, an old voice rang out. A silhouette walked over from afar and appeared near them in an instant. This was an old man in white. There was an indescribable Taoist rhyme circling around him. This was an expert of the older generation. His cultivation was extremely strong. Greetings, senior. This junior dares not. When Zhou Shi saw the old man, he hurriedly bowed. He did not dare to slight him. Humph! The old man snorted coldly and did not say anything more. He was here to fetch the goddess of the Zhao clan back. The moment he arrived, he saw Zhou Shi attacking her. The goddess of the Zhao clan had left, but Guzhong was targeted. Guzhong did not have the same treatment as the goddess of the Zhao clan. Gu Fei was already in seclusion and would not be coming to fetch him back to the East Imperial Kingdom. Besides, he did not need Gu Fei's protection anymore. A divine boat appeared in front of him, blocking his way. Immediately after, a figure rushed out from the divine boat and stood opposite Guzhong. Guzhong looked at the person in front of him and saw that it was a tall and thin young man wearing green clothes. Although he looked frail, Guzhong could feel a dangerous aura coming from this young man. Could this guy be even stronger than the goddess of the Zhao clan? Guzhong was shocked. However, he did not show it on his face. You are Gu Fei's disciple, Guzhong. The young man sized Guzhong up from head to toe before he spoke. And who the hell are you? Guzhong said impatiently. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? The young man was infuriated. He was a proud son of the heavens. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never lost a single battle. Among the younger generation of the Middle Earth, no one was his match. But now, someone actually dared to provoke him. Damn it! Che, do you really think you're someone important? Guzhong said disapprovingly. You won't have a good ending if you anger me. The young man said coldly. He stared at Guzhong as runes appeared on his body. An incomparably powerful aura erupted from his body. If you want to fight, let's fight. If not, scram to the side. Guzhong did not have time to waste on this fellow. Roar! The young man was finally infuriated. He roared in anger and directly attacked Gu Zhong. Divine light shot out from the fingers of his right hand, piercing through the void. The strength of this claw was incomparably strong. Humph! Gu Zhong also stretched out his right hand as his 5 fingers clawed forward, meeting the 5 fingers of the young man. Kacha! 2 sharp claws clashed against each other. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. The young man groaned in pain as his right hand retracted at lightning speed. The young man was shocked and infuriated at the same time. He hurriedly retreated. "Why, aren't you very powerful?" Gu Zhong laughed. He chased after the young man like a shadow, causing the young man to be shocked. He immediately used his divine tool to fight against Gu Fei. Buzz. Chapter 2600. The prodigy of the Li clan was at a disadvantage the moment he attacked. Gu Zhong's finger force directly shattered his finger bone. He had no choice but to use a saint treasure. It was a purple lotus that emitted a resplendent divine light. Runes appeared on the surface of the lotus, circling around it. A saint lotus has been refined into a saint treasure. Gu Zhong was forced back by the explosive power from the purple lotus. Streams of purple qi descended from the purple lotus, and there seemed to be sounds of the Tao lingering in the air. Kill! The prodigy of the Li clan attacked in anger. With a wave of his hand, countless purple lotuses appeared in the air and flew towards Gu Zhong. Every purple lotus was formed from runes of the Tao. This was the power of the great Tao. If one was hit by the lotus, even a saint would be injured. Gu Zhong turned serious. Since his opponent used such a method, he might as well play with this fellow. Buzz. The air trembled as Gu Zhong struck out with the golden element fist. Golden runes appeared on his fist, exuding a powerful power of the great Tao. The golden fist force was like a raging wave that swept outwards. The lotus directly dissipated within the golden light, destroyed by Gu Zhong's fist force. Gu Zhong's fist directly collided with the lotus, causing it to fly away. The tyrannical power shook the heavens and earth, forcing the prodigy of the Li clan to retreat. The prodigy of the Li clan didn't expect Gu Zhong to still have such combat prowess after fighting with the Zhao clan's goddess. This exceeded his expectations and was somewhat unbelievable. What he didn't know was that martial artists were different from ordinary cultivators. Martial artists could fight for a long time. In a situation where both sides were evenly matched, the final victor would always be the martial artist. Of course, when Gu Zhong fought with the Zhao clan's goddess earlier, he had expended a lot of energy. However, he could still maintain his peak condition to fight against the prodigy of the Li clan. A divine lotus has been refined into a saint treasure by you guys. How extravagant! Gu Zhong spoke as he attacked. Preposterous. The prodigy of the Li clan was wrong. This fellow didn't look like he had just fought with the Zhao clan's goddess. His qi and blood were still exuberant, and his divine strength was shocking. Bang! Gu Zhong's fist collided with the divine lotus once again, and a loud sound rang out. The power of the great Tao surged, and the divine lotus was sent flying again. You're still not good enough. You're far inferior to the Zhao clan's goddess. Gu Zhong strode forward and threw punch after punch. The power of the metal element fist was fully displayed by him, and the golden light illuminated the dark world. At this time, the cultivators who were watching the battle in the mountains came over again. That's the Li clan's divine boat. The Li clan's prodigies are fighting with Gu Zhong. Someone muttered to himself. High up in the sky, there was a divine boat. At this moment, there were many people standing on the deck of the divine boat. They were all experts from the Li clan of the ancients. The prodigy of the Li family was accompanied by many experts when he came to the East region. There were even elders of the Li family among them. At this time, the Li clan's experts on the divine boat did not have high hopes for the Li clan's prodigy. It was not that the Li clan's prodigy was weak, it was that Gu Fei's disciple was even stronger. This Gu Zhong truly lives up to his name. On the divine boat, an old man sighed. Gu Zhong had been cultivating for many years and was the eldest disciple of Gu Fei. He had long become a saint, and his cultivation level was already at the great completion stage. The Li clan's prodigy's cultivation level was not weak either. However, in front of Gu Zhong's words, it was still not enough. One should know that Gu Zhong's battle experience was extremely rich. At this time, Gu Zhong displayed his prowess and threw out 9 punches in a row. Small cracks appeared on the purple lotus. The Li clan's prodigy coughed out blood continuously. He had to admit that he was no match for Gu Zhong. Even if he used his saint weapon, he would not be able to change the outcome. Admit defeat. If not, I might accidentally kill you with a single punch. If that happens, those people behind you will come and kill me. Gu Zhong mocked. How dare you belittle me? The Li clan's prodigy was enraged. One should know that all prodigies were arrogant and thought highly of themselves. How could they let their opponents belittle them? They had to fight with their lives on the line. Shit. On the divine boat, the old man could not help but feel uneasy when he saw this. His successor's mental state was not good enough and was about to be tricked. Roar. The Li clan's prodigy roared in anger as he used all his might to control the purple lotus and attack Gu Zhong. Buzz. The lotus let out a crisp sound as all the runes within it were awakened, emitting a dazzling divine light. In the sky, a purple lotus was blooming. Everyone was shocked to the extreme when they saw this scene. The gigantic lotus shadow that was like a mountain enveloped the entire world, turning it into a terrifying killing field. Gu Zhong was also enveloped by the illusory images of the purple divine lotus. Clang! One by one, the purple lotuses turned into streaks of terrifying sword qi, piercing through the void and slicing through the sky towards Gu Zhong. Every single streak of sword qi displayed a terrifying amount of power. The lotus had already started to crack. At this time, the Li clan's prodigy was using all his might to activate it. It was as though a purple sun had appeared in the sky. However, the number of cracks on the lotus was increasing, as though it was about to shatter at any moment. Is this all you've got? You shall be defeated then. Gu Zhong did not hesitate as he executed the Heaven Ascension secret technique. A powerful force erupted from his body, causing the entire sky to tremble. A ball of golden light shone from Gu Zhong's body. When the streaks of sword qi landed on the ball of golden light, they were all shattered, turning into specks of light that dissipated into the sky. Bam! Gu Zhong punched out with an extremely ferocious force. An intense golden light lit up the night sky, causing everyone to be unable to open their eyes. That purple lotus finally exploded, turning into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. The Li clan's prodigy screamed in pain as he was sent flying. The fragments of the lotus pierced through his body. Even though his life wasn't in danger, the pain was unbearable. Bam! In the next moment, Gu Zhong took a step forward and instantly caught up to the Li clan's prodigy. With a punch, the Li clan's prodigy was sent flying tens of thousands of feet away, crashing into a mountain peak. This punch had almost shattered the Li clan's prodigy's body. All the bones in his body were shattered as he coughed out blood. Humph! Gu Zhong wanted to continue attacking. Fellow Taoist, please have mercy. At this moment, an old and frail voice rang out from the divine boat. Gu Zhong stopped and raised his head to look at the divine boat in the sky. Since old senior has spoken, I shall give you face. Gu Zhong said. He was very clear that the Li clan's prodigies were watching from the divine boat. It was impossible for him to kill the Li clan's prodigy. Most importantly, he had no intention to kill the Li clan's prodigy. Many thanks. Chapter 26:01. The prodigy of the Li clan had been defeated. Even his saint weapon had been destroyed by Gu Zhong. This scene was unbelievable. One had to know that the Li clan was an extremely ancient clan. Most people thought that the Li clan was the original clan of the Wushang Dao ancestor. Back then, the Wushang Dao ancestor had come from this clan. Moreover, this clan was mysterious and powerful. They had always been active in Middle Ground. Some people thought that the ancestral land of this clan was in Middle Ground. However, no one could prove it. The prodigy of the Li clan, actually, many people felt like they were in a dream. The performance of the prodigy of the Li clan did not match up to the foundation of this clan. Even the goddess of the Zhao clan could fight Gu Zhong to a draw. Could it be that the prodigy of the Li clan could not even be compared to the goddess of the Zhao clan? At this time, all the formidable martial artists of the Li clan on the divine boat felt embarrassed. The prodigy of the Li clan was really disappointing. He was like a flower in a greenhouse, unable to withstand any wind and rain. The prodigy of the Li clan was rescued. His physical body was severely injured. There was a bloody hole in his chest. It was a wound caused by Gu Zhong's punch. Gu Zhong had used the Heaven Ascension secret technique to punch. The strength of that punch was so strong that even a saint weapon would have been destroyed. This prodigy of the Li clan was already very lucky that his physical body was not destroyed by that punch. At this time, the prodigy of the Li clan was both shocked and angry. Although his physical body was severely injured, it was not fatal. As long as his spiritual soul was not destroyed, he would be able to recover his damaged physical body. He could ignore the injuries on his physical body. However, he could not ignore the fact that he had been defeated by Gu Zhong. This concerned the reputation of the Li clan and his own. "Granduncle, I can still fight." Back on the divine boat of the Li clan, the prodigy of the Li clan said to the old man, "Fight your head. Do you think that our Li clan has not lost enough face?" The old man almost slapped him. This descendant of his was too much of a B** starred. Why did he find such a person to pass on his legacy to? "Granduncle," the prodigy of the Li clan was stunned. His granduncle had never been angry at him before. What was going on today? This was the first time he saw his granduncle getting angry. "It seems like my foresight is really not as good as third brother." The old man sighed and said, "There was more than one prodigy from the Li clan of the ancients. There were other prodigies. The reason why this prodigy from the Li clan was defeated by Gu Zhong was because his cultivation was not strong enough and his temperament was not strong enough. The fundamental reason was that the Li clan's genius had too little battle experience against a martial saint like Gu Zhong, who had grown through battle. Even if the Li clan's genius cultivation was higher than Gu Zhong's, the result would still be the same. He would still be defeated by Gu Zhong. At this time, no one dared to make a move against Gu Zhong. Even the Li clan's geniuses were no match for him. The other geniuses were all apprehensive of Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong left the mountain and returned to the East Royal City. Geniuses from all over the world rushed to the Eastern Domain. This was a battle between geniuses, and the experts of the older generation were all busy preparing for the arrival of the great changes. Even Gu Fei and the others were the same. Truly peerless figures would not waste their time on battles. The eastern region was destined to not be peaceful when the geniuses fought for supremacy. Gu Zhong, Red Dragon, and the others left the East Royal City and joined in the fray. Very quickly, the Zhou clan's genius, Shou Shi, found the Li clan's genius who had been defeated by Gu Zhong. After a huge battle, the Zhou clan's genius won by a huge margin. In less than a month, the Li clan's genius was defeated again. This made him so ashamed that he almost committed suicide. He left the eastern region immediately. However, this Li clan's genius was only one of the few geniuses in the Li clan. When the Li clan's divine boat left, many cultivators saw it. The huge divine boat flew across the sky above the eastern region and disappeared into the void. Everyone thought that the Li clan had backed out of this battle. However, on the third day after the Li clan's divine boat left, another Li clan's divine boat appeared in the eastern region. That Li clan's genius is here again so quickly. The cultivators of the eastern region were very surprised. Isn't that guy afraid of being defeated again? Someone said something like that. However, something unbelievable happened. The Li clan's divine boat arrived at the place where the Zhou clan's genius was. It was a beautiful valley in the middle of the mountains. It was now noon, and the huge divine boat stopped in the sky above the valley. It cast a dark shadow over the valley, giving off a strong sense of oppression. To think that you would dare to come. In the valley, a young man in purple robes opened his eyes and stood up on a huge rock under a huge tree. This young man in purple robes was the Zhou clan's genius, Zhou Shi. Why? Not the same person. Zhou Shi took a step forward and appeared opposite the divine boat. He glared at the young man on the deck, and his face turned serious. The young man on the deck was not the Li clan's genius who had been defeated by Zhou Shi. You were the one who defeated my good-for-nothing cousin. The young man on the deck looked at Zhou Shi and said expressionlessly, "And who are you?" Zhou Shi furrowed his brows. He could sense that this man seemed to be way stronger than that genius of the Li family from before. I'm also a successor of the Li clan. If you think that the Li clan has no one left after defeating my useless cousin, you're wrong. The man replied coldly, "Is that so?" Zhou, she said with a non-committal smile. Boom. Just at this moment, an extremely powerful force burst forth from the young man on the deck. In the next moment, the young man's figure disappeared from the deck. Damn it! Zhou, she retreated backward immediately. To think that the other party would strike out at him. Boom! A palm slapped out from the void, causing a huge hole in the void where Zhou Shi was standing earlier. The void shattered, and even the chaotic chi was forced out. So strong. Zhou Shi was taken aback. The strength of the other party had far exceeded his expectations. This young man seemed to be much stronger than the Li clan's genius from before. A huge battle broke out. The Li clan's genius was extremely domineering. He fought with Zhou Shi relentlessly. After more than 1,000 rounds, he sent Zhou Shi flying. The Li clan's genius was suppressing the Zhou clan's genius. His first move was extraordinary. The Zhou clan's genius was defeated. Chapter 26:02. The second prodigy of the Li family was called Li Daoi. He was extremely powerful. After defeating the prodigy of the Zhou family, he immediately came to the East Royal City and declared that he wanted to challenge Gu Zhong. The huge divine boat stopped outside the East Imperial City as a strong suppressive force emanated from the divine boat. The cultivators near the East Imperial City were terrified. The prodigy of the Li family has come here. Is he going to fight against Gu Fei in the East Royal City? All the cultivators in the region were alarmed. Even the experts from the primordial Zhao clan came to the vicinity of the East Royal City. Some people even saw the figure of the Zhao clan's goddess. The people of the Dongfang family had also arrived. The silhouettes of experts appeared on the horizon. "Gu Zhong, do you dare to come out and fight?" A loud shout came from the Li family's divine boat. On the deck stood a black-robed youth. This youth was the other prodigy of the Li family, Li Dowie. Li Dowie's voice traveled into the East Royal City. All the cultivators, even the mortals, heard this prodigy of the Li family. The prodigy of the Li family is very confident. On top of the city walls, Qi Long saw this and couldn't help but be shocked. The fact that the prodigy of the Li family dared to come to the East Royal City to challenge Gu Zhong meant that something was wrong. Without confidence, who would dare to provoke Gu Fei and his disciple? At this time, outside Gu Fei's room, a figure sitting cross-legged on the ground opened his eyes and stood up. A blinding bolt of lightning bloomed from his hand. Senior brother, Yao Yu and Gu Ling had arrived. Got it. I'll go meet this guy. Gu Zhong stepped forward and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in the sky outside the East Royal City. He calmly looked at the black-robed youth on the divine boat. Gu Ling and Yao Yu naturally wouldn't miss this battle. All the cultivators in the East Royal City were shocked. Someone dares to challenge Gu Zhong. Who has the guts? All the overseas cultivators knew how powerful Gu Zhong was. Gu Zhong was the disciple of Gu Fei, a martial saint with an indestructible Vajra martial body. Even an ancient saint might not be his match. The overseas cultivators were all shocked. Even the 3 holy venerables came out. The Iron Blood Taoist led the 13 bandits out of the East Royal City and onto the city wall. At this time, quite a few people walked out of the Li family's divine boat. But when they saw so many experts from the Eastern Royal City, they couldn't help but be shocked. Is this Gu Fei really as the rumors say? He has unified the overseas world of cultivation. Only now did the Li family of the ancients understand why even the Dongfang family could not do anything to Gu Fei. 3 Saint Venerables. Such power was enough to sweep the Tenglong continent. Even among the ancient Desolate Era's factions, having 1 or 2 holy venerates was already very good. Some ancient Desolate Era's factions didn't even have a holy venerate. With the disappearance of extreme supremes and the absence of quasi-supremes, holy venerables could be said to be the strongest existences in the world. However, when the power of heaven's wrath was about to disappear, the hidden existences at the saint realm and above would jump out one after another. In the Eastern Region Demon Cave, there was a terrifying demon, the Black Lotus demonic ancestor. Even if this Black Lotus demonic ancestor wasn't an extreme demonic ancestor, he was definitely stronger than a quasi-supreme. One must know that this Black Lotus demonic ancestor was an existence on the same level as Ghost Emperor Fengdu. And in the Dongfang family, there was the Eastern Sky Tyrant Monarch, a genuine quasi-supreme. Even the powerful Li family of the ancients didn't dare to be too presumptuous in the Eastern region. Your Gu Zhong. On the deck of the divine boat, the black-robed youth sized up Gu Zhong and said, "This was the person who defeated that good-for-nothing Li Su." Li Su was the first genius from the Li family of the ancients to come to the Eastern region. He was defeated by Gu Zhong, and then by Zhou Shi, the descendant of the Zhou family of the ancients. Afterwards, he left the Eastern region and returned to the Li family. Li Dowie was very clear about Li Su's cultivation. Although he wasn't the strongest genius in the Li family, he was still one of the most outstanding of the Li family's younger generation. The fact that this person could defeat Li Su was enough to show how powerful he was. Of course, Gu Zhong's face was still calm, without any expression. Very well. Li Dowie didn't say anything else. His body exploded with a powerful immortal energy, and immortal runes faintly appeared on his body. His battle intent was like a rainbow, and his aura instantly rose to the peak. He could attack Gu Zhong at any time. Rumble. Gu Zhong extended his right hand, and a lightning-shaped divine spear appeared in his hand. In the void, faint sounds of thunder could be heard. Lightning spear. Seeing the divine spear in Gu Zhong's hand, Li Daoi's expression changed. He knew that Gu Zhong was a warrior, and to warriors the best weapon was their martial body. Gu Zhong had actually used a weapon which surprised him. "If you want to fight, then come." Gu Zhong gripped the lightning spear and stared at the figure on the divine boat. His blood was boiling. He could feel that the guy in front of him was a good opponent. "Kill." On the deck of the divine boat, Li Daoi's feet pushed off the deck, and his entire body transformed into a gray beam of immortal light, charging towards Gu Zhong. Earth elemental power. Gu Zhong saw the waves of immortal energy explode from Li Daoi's body. He could immediately tell that this guy cultivated earth elemental techniques. Roar! Li Daoi waved his hands, and an endless amount of earth elemental essence coalesced into a huge dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced towards Gu Zhong. "Hey!" Gu Zhong raised the lightning god's spear in his hand and thrust it towards the incoming dragon. The lightning god's spear in his hand turned into a dazzling electric light and pierced the dragon. The dragon, formed from earth elemental power, immediately collapsed, and the immortal inscriptions within the dragon also dissipated into the air. Gu Zhong rushed over and instantly closed the distance between them. Then he struck out with his heaven-covering palm. The golden palm covered the entire heaven and earth as it slammed down towards the figure on the divine boat. Even the divine boat was covered by his heaven-covering palm. Rumble, the heaven-covering hand, emitted waves of destructive power. This caused Li Daoi, who was on the deck, to be moved. His opponent was very powerful. Dragon soaring to the 9 heavens. Li Daoi let out a loud roar. His entire body transformed into the image of a dragon, soaring from the deck of the ship toward Gu Zhong's heaven-covering palm. Boom! With a loud sound, the two extremely powerful forces collided, creating a destructive storm that exploded outwards. Black spatial cracks that looked like spiderwebs appeared in the air. The Eastern Imperial Kingdom was protected by a protective formation, so it was not affected at all. However, the mountain ridges outside the Eastern Imperial Kingdom were affected. Large swathes of the forest and mountain ridges were destroyed by the destructive power. At that moment, Gu Zhong's heaven-covering hand dissipated, and Li Daoi's dragon disappeared as well. The two figures soared into the sky, facing off against each other. "You're not bad. You're much stronger than that guy from before," said Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong said he did not dare to be careless in the face of such an existence. Anyone who came from the Huanggu family would not be weak. "You've surprised me as well." Li Daoi stared at Gu Zhong. Within his eyes, a faint gray inscription appeared. His opponent's strength was beyond his expectations. He could feel a powerful pressure from Gu Zhong's body. Again, Gu Zhong directly attacked. The lightning spear in his hand blossomed with blinding light, transforming into a bolt of lightning that shot towards Li Daoi. Bzzz. Li Daoi's hands danced in front of him, and a gray shield appeared in front of him. Boom! With a loud sound, the lightning formed by the lightning spear slammed into Li Daoi's shield, shattering it and stabbing directly towards Li Daoi's forehead. Even saints would die if they were hit. Li Daoi wanted to dodge, but the thunder god's spear followed him like a shadow. It continued to stab towards Li Daoi. "How dare you!" A beam of celestial light appeared between Li Daoi's eyebrows, and a divine eye appeared. Whoosh! When the divine eye opened, a beam of chaotic light shot out, colliding with the lightning spear. The destructive power was vast and mighty. This was a terrifying divine eye. The chaotic divine light pierced through the void and collided directly with the thunder god spear, causing a dull sound to erupt. The lightning spear was actually sent flying by the chaotic light. Whoosh! Another beam of chaotic light shot out of Li Daoi's divine eye. This beam of chaotic light swept towards Gu Zhong. The destructive aura made even Gu Zhong tremble. Divine eye of chaos. Gu Zhong's heart trembled. He had never imagined that this Li clan of the ancients would be able to cultivate such a technique. He used the desolation steps to fly up into the air, dodging the beam of primal chaos divine light. Then he fought back. He waved both hands, sending one beam of incredibly sharp sword aura after another toward Li Daoi. Each beam of light was like a golden rainbow. They fell from the sky, destroying everything in their path. Good timing. Li Daoi used his divine eye. Beams of chaotic light shot out of it, blocking all of Gu Zhong's golden beams of light. Whoosh! At that moment, a beam of golden light also shot out of Gu Zhong's forehead. It transformed into a divine sword of the Great Path and slashed towards Li Daoi. Li Daoi hurriedly used his divine eye of chaos in an attempt to block the sword. But this time, the destructive light from his divine eye of chaos was unable to block the golden sword. This time, Li Daoi was truly shocked to the extreme. His opponent had mastered a secret technique created by a peerless Tao ancestor. This was something he had never imagined. Primordial Spirit Sword. Chapter 26:03. Gu Zhong used the Primordial Soul Sword of the Way. The Golden Sword of the Way was invincible. Even Li Daoi's chaotic divine eyes could not block it. The golden sword light instantly shot towards Li Daoi. 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Li Daoi couldn't help but be moved. His clan had once produced an invincible paragon like the Wushang Tao ancestor, so he naturally knew the power of this secret art. Swoosh! Just as the golden sword light was about to strike him, Li Daoi's body suddenly became dim and blurry. It was as if he was about to melt into the void. The golden sword light sliced through Li Daoi's body. It was as if it had sliced through the air, giving Gu Zhong the feeling that there was no force behind it at all. Gu Zhong's heart trembled. The divine ability displayed by the other party was actually the anti-void secret technique that he was incomparably familiar with. Could it be that the Li clan of the desolate antiquity was really like what the legends said, that they were the original clan of the supreme Tao ancestor? At this moment, even the experts who were watching the battle were staring at the blurry figure. I'm afraid the Li clan of the primordial ancients is really related to the supreme Tao ancestor. In the sky above the East Royal City, the unold demon child said as he glanced at Heavenly Emperor Ziyang. One should know that Heavenly Emperor Ziyang was the disciple of the supreme Tao ancestor. Heavenly Emperor Purple Sun's expression wasn't that good. He didn't say anything. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that there was definitely something going on between the Li family of the primordial era and the supreme Tao ancestor. Otherwise, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang wouldn't have such an expression. At this time, after the golden Tao sword cut through Li Daoi's body, it flew directly back to Gu Zhong, sinking into the space between his eyebrows. At the same time, Li Daoi's illusory figure once again solidified. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he seemed to have dissolved Gu Zhong's sword, the power of the primordial spirit Tao sword had still injured him. You actually obtained the legacy of the Tao ancestor. Li Daoi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Staring at Gu Zhong, a berserk aura exploded from his body. Although he was injured, the Li clan's chosen was still filled with battle intent. Humph! Gu Zhong didn't say anything. So what if he obtained the inheritance? Hand over the secret art and cripple your own cultivation, and you might be able to survive. Otherwise, Li Daoi coldly stared at Gu Zhong. A chilling, killing intent began to emanate from his body. The surrounding air temperature began to rapidly drop under the pressure of the killing intent. Otherwise what? Gu Zhong said disapprovingly. This primordial Li clan was truly tyrannical. He cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, yet they wanted him to cripple his own cultivation? What a joke! Then only death awaits you. Li Daoi said murderously. Ha! Gu Zhong smiled. Do you know what you're saying? Gu Zhong said with a smile. This fellow actually dared to threaten him? In his opinion, this was simply too laughable. Seeing Gu Zhong's indifferent expression, Li Daoi couldn't help but feel angry. Do you know why the previous prodigy of the Li family was able to return alive? Since you want to kill me, then there's nothing more to say. This time, I won't be merciful. Gu Zhong stopped smiling. He wanted to kill Li Daoi as well. At this time, the strong cultivators of the Li family on the divine boat were all shocked. Li Daoi was too domineering. This had aroused his opponent's killing intent. This was not a good thing for Li Daoi. Things had changed. This caused all the spectating cultivators to be incomparably shocked. Now, it was no longer a spar, but a duel. A duel was a battle of life and death. It was a battle to the death. On the Li family's divine boat, the strong cultivators of the Li family did not say anything. They had no objections. At this time, everyone was staring at the 2 figures in the sky. Cut the crap. Come on. Li Daoi was as domineering as ever. Die. A dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from Gu Zhong's body. It was as if he had instantly turned into a golden divine sun, causing the space around him to tremble. Whoosh! Gu Zhong transformed into a streak of golden light, directly attacking Li Daoi with killing intent. Boom! Gu Zhong punched out, and the entire sky was shattered. The destructive power was unstoppable, and it sent Li Daoi flying into the primordial chaos. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. No one had thought that Gu Zhong would use his full strength right from the start. One punch had shattered the sky, and even the primordial chaos had been forced out. The Gu Zhong now was like a completely different person. His killing intent had been ignited, and he no longer had any reservations. He directly displayed his strongest battle ability. This guy, on the Li family's divine boat, a black-bearded middle-aged man's heart jumped when he saw this. His opponent's battle ability had exceeded his expectations. Third brother, are you worried that Daoi will lose? Asked a young lady in purple next to the black-bearded man. Although she looked young, she was of the same generation as the middle-aged man. My son is a genius. How could he lose? Said the black-bearded man, but deep down he was a bit uneasy. After all, Gu Fei and his disciple were so famous that even the Dongfang family couldn't do anything to them. It should be known that the Dongfang family had a quasi-supreme. Furthermore, the Dongwang family had left behind an imperial sword for the Dongfang family. The Dongfang family had this kind of foundation, but they still couldn't do anything to Gu Fei and his disciple. That was enough to explain the problem. Rumble, a huge battle had erupted in the primordial chaos. Primordial chi surged, and powerful energy rippled out. Everyone was indescribably shocked. The primordial chaos was extremely chaotic, and no one could use their divine will to sense what was going on inside. No one knew what the outcome of Gu Zhong and Li Daoi's battle was. Third brother, the situation doesn't look good, said the young lady on the Li family's divine boat to the black-bearded man. The black-bearded man frowned. He didn't say anything, but it was obvious that he couldn't sit still. Gu Zhong and Li Daoi were fighting in the primordial chaos, and he couldn't sense what was going on inside. If Li Daoi was in danger, he wouldn't be able to save him in time. Just as everyone was anxiously watching the shattered void, deep within the primordial chaos, Gu Zhong and Li Daoi were fighting with all their might. The battle had reached a climax. Boom! Metal element energy surged, pushing away the surrounding primordial chi. The terrifying energy ripples seemed like they were about to split the heavens and earth apart. Gu Zhong used the Heaven Ascension secret technique, his battle prowess sword, and with a single punch, Li Daoi's left side exploded into a bloody mist. Roar. Chapter 2604. Li Dao was going all out. He used a secret technique to ignite the essence blood in his body. As his immortal blood burned, his battle prowess skyrocketed. Terrifying immortal runes appeared on his body. At that moment, he was like a supreme immortal who had appeared in the primal chaos. The primal chaos seemed to be filled with immortal music. Gu Zhong sensed the powerful ripples of power erupting from Li Daoi's body. He was a bit shocked. The secret technique Li Dao was using was similar to the Heaven Ascension secret technique. Igniting his blood pushed Li Daoi's power to the limit. "I'll send you on your way." Li Dao let out a roar of rage. He took a step forward, instantly arriving in front of Gu Zhong. He stretched out his hand, and countless immortal runes rushed out from his hand, transforming into rays of terrifying sword light that cut apart the primal chaos of space. "I should be the one saying that." Gu Zhong directly punched out. Brilliant golden light blossomed from his fist. It was as if a golden sun had appeared in the primal chaos. Under the bombardment of Gu Zhong's golden fist, the rays of light formed from the immortal runes were all shattered. The power of this punch was terrifying to the extreme. Li Dao was directly sent flying. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. The blood he coughed up ignited in the air and transformed into blood-colored flames. Then, the flames rushed back into his body. The primordial Li clan's heavens chosen was completely enveloped in the blood-colored flames. He was using up his essence blood. Essence blood was a cultivator's life. Once his essence blood was used up, even a saint would die. The Heaven Ascension secret technique. Li Dao forcefully swallowed back the blood that had already rushed up his throat. This secret technique should have belonged to the Li clan. Back then, the Dao ancestor had come from the Li clan. However, due to various reasons, the Li clan had only obtained 1 or 2 of the 9 secrets of the immortal path created by the Dao ancestor. It was a huge regret that the Li clan didn't have the complete 9 esoterics of the immortal's Dao. For countless years, the Li clan had been trying to gather all 9 esoterics, but to no avail. After all, ever since the birth of the Supreme Dao Father, the primordial Li clan had always considered themselves to be an orthodox clan of immortal Dao. However, the Supreme Dao Father had never admitted to being a part of the Li clan. No one knew what had happened back then. No one knew what had happened between the Supreme Dao ancestor and the Li family. No one knew why the Supreme Dao ancestor had never returned to the Li family. That heavenly Emperor Zi Yang seemed to know something. "You should be on your way." Gu Zhong strode forward, causing the entire chaotic void to tremble beneath his feet. At this moment, he was like the reincarnation of an ancient metal-type deity. Every single move he made contained a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and earth. Rumble, a huge golden hand appeared in the chaotic void. Gu Zhong had unleashed the heaven-shrouding hand. The hand covered the sky, trapping Li Dao within it. The heaven-shrouding hand's vast and mighty power sealed off this part of the void. Not even Li Dao could escape. His body felt as if it were being crushed by an ancient divine mountain, making it difficult for him to move. "Arg, I refuse to accept this." Li Dao howled madly. At the same time, before the golden hand could even touch him, his body exploded, turning into a bloody mist. His immortal blood burned madly, exploding with supreme power. A blood-colored flame, along with a tiny figure, broke through the sealing power of the heaven-shrouding hand and charged out. "What Gu Zhong had never imagined that Li Daoi would be so decisive and ruthless. He had actually self-detonated his body, igniting all of his essence blood. The explosive power was so great that he had actually broken through the sealing power of the heaven-shrouding hand. His nascent spirit had escaped. Before Gu Zhong could react, the blood-colored light wrapped around Li Daoi's nascent spirit. It broke through the chaotic void and charged out. This is preposterous. Gu Zhong put away the heaven-shrouding hand and then broke through the chaotic void in pursuit. Whoosh! Under the gazes of countless cultivators, a beam of blood-colored light shot out of the chaotic void. It shot into the sky and landed on the Li family's divine boat. What? The Li family's heaven's pride was defeated? At this time, all the cultivators were shocked to the extreme. The Li family's heaven's pride had only managed to escape with his nascent spirit. Daoi, my son, you... On the Li family's divine boat, the black-bearded man saw the figure within the blood-colored light. He couldn't help but pale with fright. His son had been defeated. However, just as the black-bearded man was in shock, a golden sword light descended from the sky, directly destroying the figure within the blood-colored light. Roar! The black-bearded man roared madly at the sight of this. The son he was so proud of had been killed right in front of his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot. "I will kill you!" The black-bearded man had gone insane. His son's death had driven him into a state of insanity. He didn't care about anything else. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to avenge his son. Humph, we still don't know who killed who. A disdainful voice rang out. At this time, a golden figure walked out from the chaotic void. This person was Gu Zhong. The Li family's heaven's pride was killed. Everyone was dumbfounded. This Gu Fei was simply too unscrupulous. He actually dared to kill the Li family's heaven's pride just like that. He's pierced the sky. An expert of the older generation said. One should know that the Li family was an extremely ancient family. Legend has it that even the Taoist ancestor came from the Li family. Rumble, thunder rumbled as the black-bearded man leaped down from the divine boat. His entire body was covered in lightning. With a wave of his hand, bolts of lightning shot towards Gu Zhong. Every bolt of lightning was as large as a mountain, emitting a terrifying amount of destructive energy. It was as if the heavens were punishing them. Kill the young one, and here comes the old one. Gu Zhong raised his hand. The bolts of destructive lightning exploded and were blocked by him. The powerful lightning landed on his palm, but it didn't even budge. Kill! The black-bearded man lunged towards Gu Zhong. His son was his hope. Now that his son had died, his hope was gone. Third brother. Chapter 26:05. Seeing his son killed, the black-bearded middle-aged man from the Li clan was infuriated to the extreme. He was on the verge of going crazy. He no longer cared about anything else and directly attacked Gu Zhong. Rumble! The power of lightning exploded. The black-bearded, middle-aged man cultivated the lightning immortal art. It was as if an ancient god of lightning had descended. Blinding bolts of lightning descended from the sky, blotting out the sky and blasting towards Gu Zhong. In just an instant, Gu Zhong's figure was engulfed by the endless lightning. A terrifying aura of destruction spread out from the lightning. At this time, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang and the others did not make a move. Given Gu Zhong's cultivation, the Li clan's expert could not hurt him at all. Senior brother, the Li clan's people don't seem to be abiding by the rules. What should we do? On top of the East Imperial City's city wall, Gu Ling, who saw this scene, asked Qi Long, who was beside him. This was supposed to be a battle between two young experts. If one died, then so be it. However, the older generation of the Li clan was attacking Gu Zhong. Don't worry, eldest senior brother will be able to handle it, Qilong said. He stared at the lightning in the sky and realized that his divine will could not penetrate the lightning. He could not sense the situation inside. I've already killed the prodigies of the Li clan. Who do you think you are? Gu Zhong's voice rang out from the sea of lightning. His tone was full of confidence. Everyone who was watching the battle was incomparably shocked. The Li clan's expert could not do anything to Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong's powerful aura burst out from the sea of lightning. Following that, the sea of lightning shook violently. A supreme metal elemental power erupted from the sea of lightning. Everyone saw rays of golden light rushing out from the sea of lightning. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning was directly destroyed by the golden divine light, and a figure was sent flying backward. Third brother, a cry of shock came from the Li clan's divine Arkansas. Then a figure rushed down from the divine arc and caught the figure that was sent flying. Boom! At this time, a shocking power erupted from the divine Arkansas. This power directly surpassed the limits of the human realm. In the depths of the heavens, a thunderous sound could be heard. A bolt of purple lightning struck down from the heavens and struck the divine boat. Power of heaven's wrath. Everyone was given a big fright and hurriedly retreated into the distance, not wanting to be affected by heaven's wrath. After all, this sort of power could even kill saints. However, Heavenly Emperor Ziyang and the other Saint Venerables soon sensed that the power of heavenly retribution that came crashing down from the depths of the sky didn't seem to be as powerful and terrifying as the legends made it out to be. The primordial Li family's divine boat began to shake from the force of the heavenly wrath. However, a layer of divine light surged from the boat, protecting it from the force of the heavenly wrath. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. The power of heaven's wrath was actually unable to break through the protective, celestial light of the Li family's divine boat. How was this possible? For countless years, the impression that the power of heaven's wrath had given all cultivators was that it was indestructible. Even sages, holy venerables, and quasi-supremes could be killed by it. But now, the power of heaven's wrath couldn't even break through the protective light of the primordial Li family's skysoar godship. This was unbelievable. Haha, we are free now. The black-bearded, middle-aged man laughed maniacally. Then runes rushed out from his body and scattered in the void. A saintly aura that could cause all living beings to tremble erupted from the black-bearded, middle-aged man. He broke free from the young woman who was holding him and directly undid the seal on his body, recovering his saintly cultivation. His injured saintly body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Third brother, come back! The black-bearded, middle-aged man charged at Gu Zhong. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a divine sword. It was a divine sword in the shape of lightning. A formidable power of thunder and lightning erupted from the saint sword. 9 saint-level Tao patterns appeared indistinctly on the body of the purple lightning immortal sword, attracting the supreme power of the sword Tao. Rumble, the power of heaven's wrath erupted in the sky. Bolts of purple lightning blasted down from the depths of the sky toward the black-bearded middle-aged man. Every bolt of lightning was larger than a mountain, connecting the heavens and the earth. The power of heaven's wrath blasted the black-bearded, middle-aged man's body. This fellow who dared to challenge the power of heaven's wrath was immediately charred black. The fragrance of meat wafted out, as if he had been roasted by divine fire. Roar! The black-bearded, middle-aged man roared at the sky. Then he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Although he didn't die from the power of heaven's wrath, he suffered unimaginable damage. Damned heavens, even you are bullying me? The black-bearded, middle-aged man was so depressed that he coughed up a few more mouthfuls of blood. The violet lightning divine sword was also on the verge of collapsing under the bombardment of the power of heaven's wrath. The 9 saintly runes on it dimmed as if it had suffered a great impact. Third brother. Seeing the black-bearded middle-aged man in such a sorry state, the young woman couldn't help but turn pale with fright. She had no choice but to retreat far away from the mighty power of heaven's wrath. The power of heaven's wrath has indeed weakened. Seeing that the black-bearded middle-aged man didn't die from the power of heaven's wrath, all the beings at the saint level and above couldn't help but be moved. Everyone was incomparably excited. In the future, the power of heaven's wrath would probably completely disappear. Swoosh! At this moment, a figure fearlessly charged past the power of heaven's wrath. The black-bearded middle-aged man's head flew up into the sky, and then a lightning-shaped divine spear nailed it into the void. Third brother. The young woman immediately let out a sorrowful howl when she saw this. She raised her right hand, and a dazzling divine light immediately pierced through the figure. It was an immortal rope. It directly transformed into a silver dragon that coiled around Guzhong. At this moment, Guzhong grabbed the violet lightning divine sword and directly swung it. A violet sword light immediately charged out and slashed at the silver dragon. The violet lightning divine sword was a saint artifact. When it slashed down, it actually cut the silver dragon that the immortal rope had transformed into two. The runes dissipated and turned back into a long rope. When the immortal rope was severed, the young woman's body instantly trembled and her face turned pale. This was the immortal artifact that she had refined. Naturally, she was also affected when it was destroyed. Madman, don't be so arrogant. An old voice came from the Li family of the desolate antiquity. An old man appeared on the deck of the divine boat, and the supreme aura of the immortal Tao lingered around him. The aura of the divine Tao was vast and mighty in the 9 heavens. This old man was actually an extremely powerful great saint. The power of heaven's wrath bombarded down from the depths of the sky. However, the powerful immortal Tao that erupted from the old man's body could actually block the power of heaven's wrath, making it difficult for the power of heaven's wrath to approach him. At this moment, the thunder god spear that was nailed to the black-bearded middle-aged man's head shook violently. The middle-aged man's head immediately exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The old man was instantly enraged when he saw this. This madman actually dared to kill one of his juniors in front of him. This was definitely a slap in the face. The old man was about to take action. However, at this moment, a divine thought instantly swept over from the opposite sky and directly locked onto him. What? The old man was shocked. It seemed like there was an expert no weaker than him in the East Royal City. It was your Li family who broke the rules first and was killed. You can only blame yourselves for not being skilled enough and not having enough cultivation. Guzhong stared at the old man on the deck of the Li family of the desolate antiquity and said calmly, "That's right. Can the Li family of the desolate antiquity not follow the rules?" Someone on the city wall of the East Royal City said loudly. The battle between Guzhong and Li Daoi was a duel. Life and death were determined by fate. According to the rules, the Li family of the desolate antiquity could not take revenge after the battle. If they were not satisfied, they could challenge Guzhong. It would not be like this, where the older generation jumped out and directly attacked Guzhong. Even though the world of cultivation was a world where the strong preyed on the weak, there were still unwritten rules. It was precisely because of these rules that the ancient desolate era's forces were able to coexist peacefully. Otherwise, the entire world of cultivation would be in chaos. Of course, there were plenty of people who broke the rules. However, it was rare to see someone break the rules of the cultivation world in broad daylight. on the Leaf family of the desolate antiquities divine ark, the old man's expression was extremely ugly. This time, his side was in the wrong. The other side was in the right. Moreover, among the spectators, there were many powerful cultivators from various forces. Even the Leaf family of the desolate antiquity had to be cautious at this time. "Very well, let's go," the old man shouted. The young woman rushed back and landed behind the old man. She glared at Guzhong with gritted teeth, wanting to tear him to pieces to vent her anger. After the old man gave the order, the divine ark of the Leaf family of the desolate antiquity exploded with a dazzling divine light. Within the divine light, one could vaguely see a series of runes. Whoosh! In the next moment, the divine light flashed, and the divine ark of the Leaf family of the desolate antiquity disappeared before everyone's eyes, crossing through the void. Guzhong had achieved a complete victory. He had killed a genius from the Leaf family of the desolate antiquity. This result shocked all the other spectating geniuses, especially Zhou Shi of the Zhou clan. He had been defeated by Li Daoi from the Leaf family of the desolate antiquity. Now, Li Daoi had died at Guzhong's hands. In the sky, the figure of the goddess of the Zhao clan was faintly discernible. Only now did she realize that Guzhong had been hiding his strength when he fought. The next time they met, she would be in trouble. After getting to know Guzhong again, the goddess of the Zhao clan was very cautious of him. The other geniuses also viewed Guzhong as their most dangerous opponent. They would not challenge him lightly. Chapter 2606. When the news of Guzhong killing the Heaven's Pride of the Li family spread, all the experts in the Tunglong continent were shocked to the extreme. One should know that the Li family was not an ordinary ancient clan. Those who knew the Li family's background all thought that Guzhong had gone crazy to kill a prodigy of the Li family and become enemies with them. However, some people had different opinions. After all, Li Daoi from the Li clan had been killed in a battle with Guzhong. If he was killed in a fair battle, then Li Daoi could only blame himself for not having enough cultivation. He deserved to be killed, and the Li family would have nothing to say about it. However, in the world of cultivation, fairness was determined by one's strength. All the rules were in the hands of the strong. The so-called rules had no restraints on the strong. However, this time, the Li family had suffered a great loss. 2 saint-level experts had died. This was a great loss even for the Li family. In particular, just before the power of the heavenly wrath was about to disappear, someone had killed 2 of their sage-level disciples. The primordial Li family would definitely not let this matter rest. There were more than 2 prodigies in the Li family. Li Daoi was not the strongest prodigy of the Li family. The strongest prodigy of the Li family was still in seclusion in the ancestral grounds of the Li family. The identity of the strongest prodigy of the Li family was very mysterious. No one had seen his face, but his cultivation was extremely powerful. He seemed to have broken through to the saint ruler realm. With this kind of cultivation, he could definitely sweep through the younger generation. When the news reached the ancestral grounds of the Li family, a furious roar rang out. An extremely powerful aura erupted from the depths of the ancestral grounds. At this time, everyone knew that the power of heavenly wrath had weakened to the point where even saints couldn't kill it. It could disappear at any time. This was definitely a huge matter for all the saint-level antiques. Beings at the saint level and above would no longer be bound by anything. They would no longer need to use secret techniques to suppress themselves. As a result, many beings at the saint level and above would appear. No one knew what would happen in the mortal world without the power of heavenly wrath. In the East Imperial City, the 3 saint sovereigns could no longer remain calm. With their cultivation, They could naturally sense that the power of heaven's wrath could no longer threaten them. However, even if they recovered their holy venerate cultivation, they still wouldn't be able to change anything. They would still be under Gu Fei's control and wouldn't be able to regain their freedom. Moreover, at this time, Gu Fei was in seclusion to break through to the Saint Venerable realm. Once he succeeded, he would become a Saint Venerable of the Martial Way. A Saint Venerable of the Martial Way was definitely the strongest Saint Venerable in the world. At this time, although there were layers of runes sealing the place where Gu Fei was in seclusion, there were still Dao sounds coming out from time to time. It was as if there was a supreme existence chanting sutras. Could he be the descendant of the martial ancestor? The unold demon child turned around and looked at where Gu Fei was cultivating in seclusion. He was very shocked. He knew that Gu Fei could definitely break through to the holy venerate realm. This was his intuition. Heavenly monarch Zi Yang felt a little complicated. He was the disciple of the supreme Tao ancestor, but now he had become Gu Fei's subordinate. This was truly vexing. However, he was also very helpless because Gu Fei's cultivation was almost catching up to him. It would be very difficult to break free from his control. Meanwhile, Hierarch Southheaven was sitting in a pavilion in the East Royal City's City Lord Manor. He was very calm, and no one knew what he was thinking. One of his servants had died in the hands of Gu Fei, but even so, he did not show any hostility toward Gu Fei. Hierarch Southheaven was very shrewd. Of course, none of the 3 Saint Venerates from the ocean were simple characters. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived until now. After Gu Zhong killed Li Daoi, the genius of the Li clan of the desolate antiquity, the forces of the ocean were greatly encouraged, and their morale was greatly boosted. However, at this time, Gu Zhong chose to undergo the heavenly tribulation. This was not a small matter. One should know that the power of the heavenly tribulation had not completely disappeared. Undergoing the heavenly tribulation at this time would be very dangerous, and he would be threatened by both sides. Gu Zhong was very careful. He chose to undergo the heavenly tribulation in the mountains outside the East Royal City. He had asked heavenly monarch Zi Yang to set up a holy venerate formation at the location of the heavenly tribulation. In this way, the power of the heavenly tribulation wouldn't cause too much damage to the area when they were undergoing the heavenly tribulation. One should know that the sage ruler tribulation was not simple. If he did not do this, the entire eastern realm would be affected, not to mention the East Royal City. When the news of Gu Zhong undergoing the heavenly tribulation spread, the people of the Dongfang clan were extremely shocked. Gu Zhong was Gu Fei's disciple. The higher Gu Zhong's cultivation was, the more disadvantageous it would be for the Dongfang clan. In the Dongfang clan's ancestral ground, the new clan gathered the upper echelons of the Dongfang clan to discuss this matter. At this time, the upper echelons of the Dongfang clan had already been divided into 2 camps. One was for war, and the other was for peace. Among the people for war, Dongfang Yifeng's attitude was the most resolute. When he was fighting with Gu Zhong, he was suddenly rescued by Dongfang Xian. If not for Dongfang Xian, he would have died in the East Royal City. However, although Dongfang Xian was also in the camp for war, his view was very different from Dongfang Yifeng's. Gu Fei and his disciple were so powerful that he did not agree to be enemies with Gu Fei and his disciple. The camp for peace was led by the deposed clan leader of the Dongfang clan, Dongfang Chen. Dongfang Chen was the representative of the camp for peace. Their goal was actually very simple, and that was to make peace with Gu Fei and his disciple. This way, they could preserve the Dongfang clan and allow the Dongfang clan to continue to reproduce. Now that Gu Zhong was undergoing the heavenly tribulation, and it was the sage ruler tribulation, everyone in the Dongfang clan could not remain calm. The current clan leader of the Dongfang clan was called Dongfang Sheng. This Dongfang Sheng's seniority was one generation higher than Dongfang Chen's, and he was an old member of the Dongfang clan. Dongfang Sheng had never imagined that he could become the clan leader of the Dongfang clan. In fact, the current ruler of the Dongfang clan was not the clan leader, nor was it the two great elders, but the ancestor, the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor, who had awakened from his deep sleep. However, with just a sentence from the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor, he, Dongfang Sheng, had become the clan leader of the Dongfang clan. In the Dongfang clan's discussion hall, the camp for peace and the camp for war began to quarrel. At this time, the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor was in seclusion, and there was no one to take charge of the overall situation. The two great elders stood guard outside the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor's seclusion and did not ask about the Dongfang clan's affairs. Chapter 2607. It was not an easy task to kill Gu Zhong in secret. If the Eastern Sky Tyrant King acted personally, there might be a chance of success. However, with his status, the Eastern Sky Tyrant King would not stoop so low as to ambush a junior. Moreover, the Eastern Sky Tyrant King was cultivating in seclusion and could not spare any attention. While the Dongfang family was secretly making their moves, Gu Zhong was nervously preparing for his saint ruler, heavenly tribulation. Not only did he invite Heavenly Emperor Ziyang, but he also invited the unaging demon child and hierarch Southern Heaven. He was not simply going through the tribulation. He had other plans. Because Gu Zhong was Gu Fei's first disciple, the three holy venerables did not reject Gu Zhong's invitation and agreed to help. 3 days later, in the morning, Gu Zhong left the East Imperial Kingdom and entered the depths of the mountains. It was a valley, and the entire valley was enveloped by a Saint Venerable level formation. Gu Zhong sat on a large rock in the middle of the valley and began to adjust his state of mind to the best. After all, it was the Saint Ruler Heavenly Tribulation. It was impossible to say that Gu Zhong was not nervous. After all, he was about to face a double test. Not only did he have to face the tribulation, but he also had to deal with the power of heaven's punishment. When others went through the tribulation, they paid particular attention to avoiding the difficult part, but Gu Zhong was different. He knew that the tribulation was dangerous, but he still had to face it head-on. At this time, almost all the experts in the East Imperial Kingdom had arrived. The Iron Blood Taoist had long brought the 13 bandits to the vicinity of the valley. They occupied a mountain peak and waited to watch Gu Zhong go through the tribulation. The experts of the 3 overseas continents had also arrived. On the mountain peaks around the valley, figures flashed. There were definitely many people who had come. After all, there were definitely many saint-level living beings in the 3 overseas continents. The aura of the saint level filled the air. It was unknown how many saint-level living beings had come, and there were even more living beings below the saint level. Gu Ling and Red Dragon had also come, and they stood together with the 13 bandits. The arrival of the little princess of Gu Fei immediately attracted countless gazes. If one could gain her favor, it would be like ascending to the heavens in a single step. However, everyone who had feelings for Gu Ling would be disappointed. Gu Ling's thoughts were all on cultivation, and she had not thought about the matters between a man and a woman at all. Senior brother, don't you think it's too risky for eldest senior brother to undergo the tribulation at this time? On the summit, Gu Ling said to Red Dragon beside him. She was also well aware of the dangers of transcending the tribulation at a time like this. Although the power of the heavenly wrath had weakened to the point where sages could withstand it, it was still a great threat. Back then, when the Li family of the ancients broke the seal, he was almost burnt to a crisp by the power of heaven's wrath. Eldest senior brother should have his own plans. Red Dragon pondered for a moment and said, Gu Zhong wasn't an impulsive person. If he wasn't confident, he definitely wouldn't choose to undergo the tribulation at this time. Rumble. More than 2 hours later, thunder began to rumble in the sky. The originally clear and boundless sky quickly darkened. Winds and clouds gathered in the sky, and tribulation clouds began to appear. A terrifying destructive power quickly condensed, and dazzling bolts of lightning continuously appeared. Wherever the lightning passed, it tore through the void, creating a lightning-shaped spatial crack. The Sage King tribulation is indeed terrifying. Everyone sensed the destructive aura descending from the sky, and they couldn't help but be moved. This was the power of heaven and earth, and it could intimidate all living beings. Gu Zhong released his own aura and triggered the Sage King tribulation. The tribulation clouds quickly gathered, and the entire sky darkened as if night had suddenly descended. In the mountains, everyone felt a great pressure. The tribulation didn't erupt immediately, and the power of the tribulation was still condensing. Incomparably powerful figures vaguely appeared in the tribulation clouds. They were figures condensed from the power of thunder and lightning. At this time, Guling and the others suddenly realized that the three Saint Venerables didn't appear. This seemed a little unreasonable. How could the three Saint Venerables not appear when Gu Zhong was undergoing the tribulation? Something's wrong. Guling sensed something sensitively. The power of the mark of the heavenly way has been activated so quickly, a sage-level being exclaimed with extreme shock. It was definitely not an easy thing for beings above the sage level to undergo the tribulation, because the mark of the heavenly way was definitely not easy to deal with. It was the mark of the great path left behind by the former. In fact, the mark of the heavenly way had a region. Gu Zhong was undergoing the tribulation in the east region, so the mark of the great path that he activated was the mark of the great path left behind by the sages in the east region when they were undergoing the Sage King tribulation. Since ancient times, countless sage kings had appeared in the east region. It seemed a little difficult for Gu Zhong to defeat the mark of the great path left behind by those people. It should be known that the east region had once produced the invincible Eastern Emperor, and now there was the Eastern Sky Overlord. Swoosh! An hour later, a dazzling bolt of lightning broke through the tribulation clouds and rushed out. Then, the bolt of lightning didn't disappear. Instead, it turned into a humanoid creature and directly pounced into the valley below. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. A humanoid lightning actually appeared right from the start. Was it going to kill Gu Zhong? Guling stared at the valley in front of her, but she couldn't see anything. There was the power of the great path enveloping the entire valley in front of her. Even a practitioner who had cultivated the divine eyes would find it difficult to see into the valley. Everyone was extremely nervous, but they were also extremely curious. Rumble, the entire valley shook. Clearly, Gu Zhong had already started fighting with the humanoid lightning, causing powerful energy fluctuations to spread out from the valley. On the ground, and in the void around the valley, there were faintly discernible runes. The power of the holy venerable level formation had been activated, and the power of the formation offset the powerful destructive power that spread out from the valley. If not for the holy venerable level formation sealing the entire valley would have been destroyed when the heavenly tribulation erupted. In the valley, Gu Zhong and the humanoid lightning were fighting fiercely. Kill! Gu Zhong's blood was boiling. He directly punched out, and the void shattered. The humanoid lightning was directly forced back. Buzz! Gu Zhong separated his hands, and a golden divine sword immediately appeared in front of him. It emitted a cold and powerful sword chi. Go! Gu Zhong waved his right hand, and the golden divine sword immediately turned into a dazzling golden light. It broke through the void and slashed towards the humanoid lightning. He attacked with all his strength, not holding anything back. He knew that he had to get rid of the figure formed by the lightning in the shortest time possible. Swoosh. Chapter 2608. Gu Zhong was extremely powerful. Even in the face of the human-shaped lightning formed by the imprint of the Great Way, he was not afraid at all. He directly slashed the human-shaped lightning with his sword. The human-shaped lightning directly collapsed and turned into a seal that shot into the sky. It returned to the way of heaven and disappeared into the depths of the sky. Just SOL. Gu Zhong raised his head and stared at the tribulation clouds in the sky. A powerful and invincible aura exploded from his body. Rumble, as if responding to Gu Zhong, the tribulation clouds in the sky produced a deafening sound of thunder. Dazzling lightning bloomed in the tribulation clouds. An even more powerful destructive force was rapidly condensing. A powerful figure appeared in the tribulation clouds, emitting a terrifying aura that dominated the world. This aura, Gu Zhong could not help but be shocked when he sensed the aura of the figure above the tribulation clouds. It was a familiar aura that was unimaginably overbearing. Only the Eastern Sky Overlord could have such an aura. In the entire Eastern region, even the Eastern Emperor did not have such an overbearing aura in the past. What's going on? At the moment when the figure in the tribulation clouds appeared, in the depths of the Dongfang family's ancestral land, a figure surrounded by chaotic qi seemed to have awakened from a long slumber. Two incomparably sharp eyes broke through the chaotic qi and shot out. An extremely powerful aura exploded from the figure. My seal has been activated. A voice came from the chaotic qi. The gaze that came from the chaotic qi seemed to see through the endless void and saw the figure in the tribulation clouds in the sky above the mountain. Someone is undergoing a tribulation, and it's a saint ruler tribulation. The figure in the chaotic qi muttered to himself. Then, the overbearing aura that erupted from the Dongfang family's ancestral land retreated like the tide. It was completely restrained, as if it had never appeared before. Old ancestor, this is... Everyone in the Dongfang family's ancestral land was shocked. That overbearing aura was too terrifying. It suppressed everyone to the point that they could hardly breathe. When the aura dissipated, the experts in the Dongfang family's ancestral land heaved a sigh of relief. The Eastern Sky Tyrant King did not appear and continued to cultivate in the Dongfang family's ancestral land. He did not pay attention to the person who was attracting the Saint King's heavenly tribulation outside. This was the confidence of the Eastern Sky Tyrant King. Even if the person who attracted the Saint King heavenly tribulation successfully crossed the tribulation and became a Saint King to the Eastern Sky Tyrant King, there would not be any threat. However, not everyone could remain calm in the face of Gu Zhong's tribulation. The other members of the Dongfang family began to feel restless. In particular, Dongfang Yifeng and the other members of the pro-war faction wished for nothing more than to kill their way out of the ancestral land and kill Gu Zhong. However, this was a very special time. The Dongfang family and Gu Fei master and disciple had temporarily stopped fighting. No one dared to break this situation, especially the Dongfang family. Because of the temporary ceasefire, the Dongfang family had a chance to catch their breath. Once the Dongfang family breaks this stalemate, Gu Fei and his disciple would no longer have any reservations and could openly attack the Dongfang family. Dongfang Sheng and others were speeding up their preparations. They wanted to secretly interfere with Gu Zhong's tribulation and let Gu Zhong die under the Saint King's heavenly tribulation. However, they could not let Gu Fei get hold of them. At this time, in Gu Fei's seclusion place, a rune was lingering. It was the quasi-supreme Tao pattern that originated from the quasi-supreme sea beast. The quasi-supreme Tao had penetrated deep into the bone marrow and integrated into his life. The flesh of the sea beast contained the Tao power of the sea beast. This Tao power turned into a Tao pattern and was sacrificially refined by Gu Fei. Observing the quasi-supreme Tao pattern and comprehending his own Tao, Gu Fei had a great harvest. The aura on his body was gradually changing, and the shackles of cultivation seemed to have loosened. It was not an easy thing to break through from the Great Saint Great Mastery realm to the Saint Venerable realm. It was impossible to break through just by observing the quasi-supreme Tao pattern once. Moreover, the Tao pattern contained in the flesh of the sea beast was not complete. When Gu Fei felt that there was no gain from continuing to observe the quasi-supreme Tao pattern, he stopped. The countless runes lingering around him immediately dissipated, turned into a pure essence, and then submerged into his body. Hey, this aura! When Gu Fei opened the great array of the seclusion place, a domineering aura immediately came in from the outside. Could it be? Gu Fei's heart trembled. He quickly took a step and instantly came to the sky above the East Imperial City. He thought that the tyrant king of the East Sky had arrived, but it did not seem to be the case. He looked in the direction of the domineering aura and saw that the sky above the mountain was dark and flashes of lightning flashed from the black clouds. In the black clouds, there was a terrifying destructive power, and the domineering aura came from the black clouds. You're out of seclusion. At this time, a figure rushed out from the city lord's mansion below and came to the side of Gu Fei. This person was dressed in white, and it was Yen Er. Yes, what happened? I sensed the aura of the tyrant king of the East Sky. Gu Fei said doubtfully. It seemed to be the power of the heaven's retribution, and not the real tyrant king of the East Sky. He thought of a possibility. It's your disciple Gu Zhong, who is going through the heaven's retribution. Yen Er explained. What? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. Gu Zhong was going through the heaven's retribution at this time. It should be known that the power of the heaven's retribution still existed. Wasn't it courting death to go through the retribution now? You've been in seclusion all this time, so you still don't know? The power of the heaven's retribution has weakened to the extent that even a sage can't kill it. Yen Er glanced at Gu Fei and said, This. Gu Fei looked at Yen Er in shock and then said, What you said is true. The power of the heaven's retribution had actually weakened to this extent. In that case, wouldn't those sage kings and saint venerables be unafraid of the power of the heaven's retribution? At the thought of this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. The real great era was coming. A great era without the participation of sages was not a real great era. Once the power of the heaven's retribution disappeared, the sages would no longer be restrained, and the 3 realms and 6 Daos would be lively. Do you think I would lie to you? Yen Er said unhappily. Seeing that Yen Er was unhappy, Gu Fei couldn't help but panic. You idiot! When Yen Er saw Gu Fei's expression, she couldn't help but laugh. Let's go take a look. As Gu Fei said this, he directly rushed out of the East Royal City, and together with Yen Er, they entered the mountains outside the East Royal City. Chapter 2609. The arrival of Gu Fei and Yen Er was unexpected. It should be known that Gu Fei was in seclusion. No one thought that Gu Fei would appear at this time. Had he already broken through to the Saint Venerable realm? It didn't seem like it. If he had broken through to the Saint Venerable realm, the heavenly tribulation would have come long ago. Oh no! The people of the Dongfang family, who were secretly watching, could not help but be shocked when they saw Gu Fei appear. They were secretly moving to interfere with Gu Zhong's tribulation. Gu Fei's appearance was definitely a variable that the upper echelons of the Dongfang family did not expect. Rumble, the dark tribulation clouds in the sky were already pressing down. Huge lightning bloomed in the tribulation clouds, tearing the void between heaven and earth. A destructive aura filled every inch of space between heaven and earth. Everyone felt a great pressure. Those with weak cultivation had already retreated far away. Only the strong could stand close to watch Gu Zhong's tribulation. At this time, Gu Fei and Yan came to a mountain outside the valley. Gu Ling, the iron-blood Taoist Red Dragon, and the others all stood behind Gu Fei and Yan. Your eldest disciple is amazing. He actually triggered the great path imprint of the Eastern Sky Tyrant. Yan was already a Saint King. Her vision was naturally unique. The figure in the tribulation clouds emitted a domineering power. Only an overlord of the Eastern region could have such power. In the Eastern region, since ancient times, there was only one person who could be called an overlord, and that was the Eastern Sky Tyrant. When Gu Fei saw this, he could not help but frown. The great path imprint left by the Eastern Sky Tyrant was not easy to deal with. It should be known that this was an overlord, and he was extremely powerful. Anyone who succeeded in passing the tribulation would leave a great path imprint on the heavenly path. What Gu Zhong was facing now was the great path imprint left by the Eastern Sky Tyrant when he passed the Saint King tribulation. The power of the great path imprint could not be at the Saint King level. Otherwise, no one could pass the tribulation in the Eastern region successfully. It should be known that in front of the power of a true Saint King, saints could only despair. Gu Zhong's cultivation had already broken through the economic shackles of a saint, but he was still not a true Saint King, and the strength of the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor's great Tao imprint was equivalent to his. As long as he defeated the great Tao imprint of the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor, Gu Zhong would have hope of becoming a Saint King. Kill. At this moment, Gu Zhong, who was in the valley, suddenly roared in anger. He directly rushed into the tribulation clouds and attacked the domineering figure. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. Has this Gu Zhong gone mad? He actually charged into the tribulation clouds by himself. Is he courting death? Boom. An earth-shattering battle broke out within the tribulation clouds. The tyrant's divine might was unparalleled, displaying a powerful combat strength that caused others to feel despair. If it was an ordinary person, they would have already given up all hope. However, Gu Zhong was not an ordinary person. He was a martial artist, a natural-born warrior. The stronger he met, the stronger he became. The great path imprint of the Overlord was the opponent he desired the most. Gu Zhong displayed the metal element fist as soon as he appeared. The power of the metal element was vast and mighty. Every time he punched out, it would shatter the void of the world. He fought with the figure of the Overlord endlessly. However, what surprised Gu Zhong was that the figure of the Overlord also displayed a fist technique. It was an extremely tyrannical fist technique. The legendary Overlord fist. Gu Zhong thought of some legends in the Eastern domain. The Overlord fist was a kind of combat skill created by the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor. The Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor cultivated the tyrant body. Boom. Bam. The two figures moved rapidly within the tribulation clouds, constantly clashing. The powerful force shattered the void, and even part of the tribulation clouds was scattered. Is this the power of a saint-level martial body? At this time, only the saint level and above could see the battle between Gu Zhong and the human-shaped lightning. Those below the saint level, even the quasi-saints, couldn't see the tribulation clouds. The combat strength displayed by Gu Zhong made those old antiques in the Eastern domain drop their jaws. One must know that the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor was the most outstanding person in the Eastern domain after the Eastern Empress. In the past, the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor was an invincible existence in the Eastern domain. Even now, the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor was still invincible in the eyes of these old antiques. The fact that Gu Zhong could fight endlessly with the seal left by the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor on the way of the heavens really shocked the old antiques in the Eastern domain to the extreme. In particular, the ancient sages who were on good terms with the Dongfang family felt even more complicated. No wonder Gu Fei and his disciple dared to challenge the Dongfang family. It wasn't without reason. At this time, the ancient sages of the Zhao family of the desolate antiquity also had a new understanding of Gu Zhong. At this time, the geniuses of all the major regions of the Tunglong continent had gathered in the eastern domain. Gu Zhong was going through the tribulation, so these geniuses naturally came to watch. No wonder he could kill Li Daoi. He really has some ability. Some geniuses muttered to themselves. Above the clouds in the distant sky stood a veiled woman. She was watching Gu Zhong go through the tribulation with all her attention. Her exposed eyes revealed a look of concern. The Zhao family's goddess had also come. This former opponent was actually going through the tribulation of a saint king. The next time they met, he was afraid that he would no longer be her opponent. Among the geniuses of the younger generation, there seemed to be no one who had broken through to the Saint King realm. Of course, this was not absolute. Some geniuses might be hiding their strength. The Zhao family's goddess cultivation had also reached the Saint King realm. However, she did not go through the tribulation because she was not ready. Not everyone dared to go through the tribulation while the power of heaven's wrath was still present. It should be known that the power of heaven's wrath and the power of heaven's wrath were superimposed together. This was not something that ordinary sages could withstand. At this time, Gu Zhong was sent flying by a punch from the human-shaped lightning. In the end, the battle power of the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor's seal was still a notch higher. Gu Zhong fought with it for more than 1,000 rounds before he was finally hit by the opponent's punch. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of Gu Zhong's mouth. He stretched out his hand to wipe it away. Although he had been sent flying by the human-shaped lightning, his battle intent had become even stronger. Die! Gu Zhong roared angrily and rushed forward again. At this time, he had no way out. If he did not send the human-shaped lightning back to the heavenly path, then he would be killed by it. However, after a few hundred rounds, Gu Zhong was once again sent flying by the human-shaped lightning. He kept coughing up blood. However, he had cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal path and had mastered the secret art of ascension. Using the secret art of ascension, his injuries rapidly healed. In an instant, he was full of fighting spirit again. Chapter 26:10. Although Gu Zhong was at a disadvantage in the battle against the Eastern Sky Tyrant King's Great Path imprint, his fighting spirit was strong. He was pushed back again and again, but he came back again and again. In the end, he did not even use the 9 secrets of the immortal way and fought against the Eastern Sky Tyrant King with his own martial power. The saint-level martial body was extremely powerful, and its recovery ability was amazing. Even if Gu Zhong was injured by the Eastern Sky Tyrant King's Great Path imprint, he would recover instantly. This was the advantage of a martial physique. Gu Zhong's martial physique had been cultivated to the level of golden indestructible. The recovery speed of such a martial physique was comparable to the Ascension's secret art, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. At Gu Zhong's level of cultivation, he could be reborn from a drop of blood. Kill! Gu Zhong became more and more courageous as he fought. An extremely powerful power rippled from his body, and the vigorous blood in his body surged, producing the sound of wind and thunder. His cultivation had already broken through the sage realm, and the Eastern Sky Tyrant King's Great Path imprint was a test for him. The Great Path imprint transformed into a human-shaped lightning, and there was Tao lingering around it. To a certain extent, Gu Zhong's battle with the human-shaped lightning was actually observing the Tao of others and comprehending his own Tao. If he could comprehend it, he could successfully pass the Sage King's heavenly tribulation. Bang! The human-shaped lightning punched out, and Gu Zhong was sent flying again. This time, a fist mark was left on Gu Zhong's chest, and the fist mark was surrounded by lightning. Roar! Gu Zhong roared to the sky, and the power of metal erupted from his body, immediately forcing out the power of lightning that had entered his body. The fist mark on his chest gradually disappeared. Again, Gu Zhong roared, and with the desolate steps, he rushed forward. A pair of golden fists emitted a dazzling golden light, causing the void to tremble. Bang! Boom! Two figures moved quickly in the tribulation clouds, and the violent power was wreaking havoc. The tribulation clouds that covered half of the sky rolled violently, and lightning with a terrible aura of destruction bloomed. This was the Sage King's heavenly tribulation. Every lightning was extremely powerful and could easily kill a sage. However, these lightning bolts struck Gu Zhong's body like scratching an itch and posed no threat to him. The real threat to Gu Zhong from the sage ruler heavenly tribulation was the Tao seal left by the predecessors in the heavenly Tao. Gu Zhong and the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor's Taoist seal fought for half an hour. At this time, a destructive aura that was even more terrifying than the heavenly tribulation descended from the depths of the blue dome of heaven. The power of heaven's wrath is about to be activated. Gu Fei, who was watching the battle from a mountain peak in the distance, sensed the changes in the depths of the sky. He looked up into the sky, and his expression became solemn. The power of heavenly wrath was different from heavenly tribulation. Although the power of heavenly wrath had weakened to the point where even sages could not kill it, it still could not be underestimated. At this time, Gu Zhong also felt the threat of heaven's wrath. This was a double test. For Gu Zhong, this was no longer a simple tribulation. This guy is still as conceited as ever. In the distant sky, the veiled woman muttered to herself. She seemed to understand Gu Zhong very well. Heavenly tribulation and heavenly wrath. This guy is courting death. An expert from the eastern region said this. Many people did not think that Gu Zhong would succeed. It must be known that, under the influence of heavenly wrath, if Gu Zhong could still successfully pass the tribulation, it would truly be heaven-defying. When the spies of the Dongfang family saw this scene, they naturally hoped that Gu Zhong would die under the heavenly tribulation. This way, it would save the Dongfang family a lot of trouble. Come, all of you come. Gu Zhong roared as if he had gone mad. His long hair danced wildly, and his eyes were as sharp as lightning. The sound of metal clanging did not stop, and rays of golden sword shadows appeared around his body. Kill! Gu Zhong waved his hands, and the countless golden sword shadows around him immediately soared into the sky, slashing at the human-shaped lightning in front of him. Sword chi crisscrossed. Each of the golden sword lights displayed great power. However, the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor's seal was also very powerful. The human-shaped lightning separated its hands, and the power of lightning in the tribulation clouds rapidly gathered towards the human-shaped lightning. Rays of lightning-shaped sword light condensed in the void, and then, under the control of the human-shaped lightning, they met the golden sword light that was slashing down. The two sword lights collided with each other in an instant, resulting in a destructive shockwave. Countless sword lights collapsed in an instant. The two sword lights collided head-on. Die for me! Gu Zhong was extremely powerful. He directly rushed through the vast and mighty power of destruction, and his fist landed on the human-shaped lightning. Although the human-shaped lightning was powerful, it was still formed by the seal and not its real body. When Gu Zhong's fist landed on the human-shaped lightning, The patterns on the human-shaped lightning flickered. The Tao patterns on the human-shaped lightning flickered, and it was almost shattered by Gu Zhong's punch. Rumble. At the same time, a destructive lightning bombarded from the depths of the sky, directly hitting Gu Zhong's body. Gu Zhong felt numb all over, and his hair immediately stood up. His body was smoking, and he fell to the ground. The lightning in the tribulation clouds could not pose any threat to Gu Zhong, but the power of heaven's wrath was different. Although it had weakened to the extent that it could kill an undying saint, it was still a different story. Although it had weakened to the extent that it could kill an undying saint, the moment Gu Zhong was hit by the power of heaven's wrath, he felt as though his spiritual soul was about to leave his body. However, Gu Zhong's spiritual soul was extremely powerful. Although his spiritual soul was shaken by the power of heaven's wrath, it did not really affect him. Under everyone's gaze, Gu Zhong fell into the valley below. The human-shaped lightning formed by the eastern sky tyrant emperor's seal pounced out of the tribulation clouds and directly plunged into the valley below. Preposterous! Gu Zhong's angry roar came from the valley. Obviously, he was in big trouble. The people around the valley, who were watching Gu Zhong's tribulation, were terrified. The heavenly tribulation and heaven's wrath had descended at the same time. This was the rhythm of killing a genius. Father, eldest senior brother. On the top of the mountain, Gu Ling said to Gu Fei. She did not want anything to happen to Gu Zhong. Don't worry, he will be fine, Gu Fei said. He knew that although Gu Zhong seemed to be in danger, everything was still under his control and nothing had changed. Why is he doing this? Gu Fei felt a little strange. At this time, he had already noticed that the three saints had not appeared. He vaguely guessed what was going on. Rumble. The destructive lightning formed by the power of heaven's wrath bombarded down from the depths of the sky. In the valley, Gu Zhong's aura was constantly weakening. Gu Zhong is dead. The experts of the Eastern family, who were hiding in the dark, were overjoyed. The people who were secretly manipulating Gu Zhong still did not stop. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out. The earth quaked, and the mountains shook. The valley Gu Zhong was in collapse. A huge flame rushed out from the ground, burning everything in its path. At this time, an extremely powerful aura suddenly appeared in the distance. It was a purple-robed man. He stretched out his hand, and a figure rushed out from the depths of the mountain, flying towards his hand. You dare to play tricks in the dark? Die! The purple-robed man shook his hand, and that person was instantly turned into a mist of blood. He had directly and thoroughly killed that person. The spies of the Eastern family who were hiding in the dark were shocked and furious. The person that was killed by the purple-robed man was an expert of the Eastern family. The fox has finally revealed its tail. Gu Zhong's hearty laughter rang out from the collapsed valley. At this time, his blood and qi were still as vigorous as a primordial true dragon. What? Wasn't he about to collapse? What's going on? The spies of the Eastern family were dumbfounded. They had triggered the earth fire in order to disturb Gu Zhong's tribulation. However, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. When the experts of the Eastern family made their move, they had no idea that they had been targeted. Thus, the experts of the Eastern family met a tragic end. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang took action and killed an expert of the Eastern family, while Hierarch South Heaven and the unaging demon child each captured an expert of the Eastern family. Without any hesitation, they directly killed the two experts. When the news reached the ancestral land of the Eastern family, the current patriarch of the Eastern family, Dongfang Sheng, was extremely furious and depressed. The Eastern family could only suffer in silence. They would never admit that the people killed by the three heavenly sovereigns were from the Eastern family. One had to know that once they admitted it, the consequences would be unimaginable. In fact, Gu Zhong and the others had been waiting for the people of the Eastern family to make their move. Once the people of the Eastern family made their move, they would have nothing to worry about. However, Gu Zhong didn't expect the experts of the Eastern family to trigger the earth fire, causing the mountain to be engulfed in flames. Gu Zhong was still fighting against the human-shaped lightning, and at the same time, he had to resist the power of heaven's wrath. His fighting spirit was unyielding. Even if his clothes were stained with blood, he wouldn't give up. At this moment, everyone was stunned by the sudden change. The earth fire was unleashed, causing a pillar of fire to soar into the sky. It was over 1,000 zhang tall. Even the tribulation clouds in the sky were blasted open by this pillar of fire. There's something strange going on. Gu Fei calmly watched the scene. At this moment, the three heavenly sovereigns stopped in the sky. Their heavenly sovereigns' auras were mighty, causing everyone's mind to tremble. The powerful pressure made it hard for everyone to breathe. After killing those who wanted to deal with him in the dark, Gu Zhong no longer had any scruples. He began to focus on his tribulation. It's time. Gu Zhong let out a furious roar and displayed his strongest power, forcing the human-shaped lightning to retreat. Kill. Chapter 26:11. Gu Zhong had created a martial arts technique that allowed him to transform his body into a sword and even transform into various divine weapons to attack his enemies. His body transformed into a sword, and he directly split the Eastern Sky Tyrant King's heavenly Tao imprint into two halves, displaying an incomparably powerful might. However, what shocked Gu Zhong was that the humanoid lightning did not dissipate, and the great Tao imprint did not return to the heavenly Tao. Instead, it once again joined together. Rumble, within the tribulation clouds, the power of the heavenly tribulation was vast and mighty, and the destructive power of thunder frantically gathered towards the humanoid lightning. In just an instant, the humanoid lightning completely recovered. Seeing this, Gu Zhong was secretly shocked. This great Tao imprint was different from others. It was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Before this, all the humanoid lightning that was slashed would return to the heavenly Tao. However, the Eastern Sky Tyrant King's Tao imprint seemed to be very different. It had an unyielding fighting spirit, and it was extremely overbearing. Even if it was slashed, it was not willing to return to the heavenly Tao. The Eastern Sky Tyrant King is indeed overbearing, worthy of his name. On a distant mountain top, Gu Fei could not help but secretly nod when he saw this scene. The great Tao imprint left by the Eastern Sky Tyrant King was overbearing to such an extent, it was really hard to imagine. Boom! Millions of lightning bolts appeared, and the entire tribulation clouds shook violently. Dazzling lightning bolts directly broke through the tribulation clouds and rushed out, illuminating the dusky world. The inside of the tribulation clouds turned into a sea of lightning, and Gu Zhong was trapped in the Black Sea. Gu Zhong's whole body was bathed in lightning, and each lightning bolt was enough to shatter a mountain range. It was incomparably terrifying, but when it hit Gu Zhong's body, it did not cause any threat at all. Drawing the power of lightning to temper the martial body was definitely a good thing for a martial artist. After the tempering of the heavenly lightning, the martial body would transform and become even more powerful. At this time, Gu Zhong's martial body had integrated with the power of lightning, and his whole body was flickering with lightning. When his eyes opened and closed, there were also lightning rays rushing out from his eyes. That humanoid lightning attracted the extremely powerful power of lightning. The humanoid lightning constantly evolved and finally turned into a beautiful woman. However, this figure was very hazy, and no one could see her true appearance. The Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor is actually a woman. Gu Zhong was extremely shocked. He had never thought that the eastern region's hegemon was actually a woman. Even if he told others about this, no one would believe him. The woman stretched out her right hand, and an endless amount of lightning condensed in her hand. A divine spear appeared in her hand. It was a divine spear that was completely condensed from the power of lightning. The real show is about to begin. On a distant mountain peak, Gu Fei smiled when he saw this scene. The previous test was nothing. Gu Zhong's true test had just begun. All living beings above the sage level were extremely nervous. They were all staring at the two figures in the tribulation clouds. At this moment, only beings above the holy grade could sense everything within the tribulation clouds. Those below the holy grade could not sense anything at all. Gu Zhong is a good kid. What a pity! How good would it be if he was my disciple? Heavenly Emperor Ziyang stood in the sky and suddenly sighed. He did not accept a disciple because he had no disciple to serve him. In fact, he had accepted a disciple before, but that disciple betrayed him in the end. Since then, he had never accepted another disciple. The annulled demon child and hierarch Southern Heaven looked at the tribulation clouds with solemn expressions. The great Tao seal of the eastern sky tyrant emperor was not easy to deal with. Gu Zhong would definitely be in great danger if he were to face such an existence. If he was not careful, he might even die under the heavenly tribulation. Of course, with Gu Fei around. Even if Gu Zhong failed the heavenly tribulation, his life would not be in danger. In this way, Gu Zhong had nothing to worry about. He could give it his all. Winning or losing seemed to be a small matter. If he lost, he would just have to start all over again. If he won, he would become a martial saint king. What do you think the chances of your disciple succeeding are? On the mountain peak, Yen glanced at Gu Fei and said with a smile, "He will definitely succeed. Don't you know who taught this disciple?" Gu Fei said confidently, "Dad, are you trying to sell your melons and boast?" Gu Ling said cunningly, "You little girl, what are you talking about? Your father is not a prostitute, and I'm not selling my melons." Gu Fei said snappily. Gu Ling stuck out her tongue and hid behind Yen You have to cultivate well during the battle of the geniuses and beat all those so-called geniuses to the ground. Understand? Gu Fei said to Gu Ling, who was hiding behind Yen Dad, your expectations are too high. Those geniuses are all sages, and I'm just a quasi-sage. How am I going to compete with them? Gu Ling said helplessly. She also wanted to compete with those geniuses, but the reality was very harsh. How could a quasi-sage compete with a sage? You don't have to worry about this. I believe that you will become a sage soon. You should know that you are my daughter, Gu Fei. Gu Fei said. He knew that Gu Ling was very talented and was the descendant of a sage. Ordinary people couldn't compare to her. Moreover, with his help, how could she not become a sage? Dad, do you have the ability to predict the future? Even I don't know when I will become a sage. Gu Ling said disapprovingly, You have to believe in your father. If he says he can, then he can. Yen patted Gu Ling's head dotingly and said, Rumble, just as Gu Fei's family was talking, the heavenly tribulation was triggered once again. Deafening thunder rang out from the tribulation clouds, shocking all living beings in the world. Kill. Gu Zhong was like an undefeatable ancient martial god that had descended into the world. He charged towards the figure that was surrounded by endless lightning. Extremely powerful martial arts power erupted from his body. A dazzling golden light blossomed from the tribulation clouds, as if a golden sun had appeared in the sea of lightning. At this moment, the figure also moved. The peerlessly beautiful woman held the lightning divine spear in her hand and directly stabbed towards the golden figure that was rushing towards her. An extremely overbearing power erupted in an instant. It was as if all the power of the heavenly tribulation had condensed on the divine spear in the woman's hand. "Eat my fist," Guzhong roared angrily. Golden light flowed around his body. The moment he punched, all the power in his body surged into his fist. 9 dazzling golden Tao patterns emerged on his golden fist. Boom. Chapter 26:12. No one would have thought that the mysterious Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor was actually a beautiful woman. Even the unaging Demon Child and Hierarch Southern Sky, who were his rivals, did not expect this. Ever since the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor appeared, he had always been wearing a sinister bronze mask. No one had ever seen his true appearance, perhaps even among the people of the Dongfang family. Only a few had seen the true face of the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor, not to mention others. At this time, the figure of the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor, who was fighting with Guzhong in the Tribulation Clouds, was not wearing a mask. However, even so, Guzhong could not see the face of this tyrant. At this time, the entire mountain range was shaking. Earth fire was spewing out. Even the great formation laid down by the saint was broken by the earth fire that rushed out from the depths of the earth. The valley where Guzhong was originally at had already turned into a sea of fire. The people of the Dongfang family were really ruthless. If not for the great formation laid down by the saint, when the earth fire erupted, the mountains within a radius of thousands of miles would have collapsed in an instant. The earth would have collapsed and turned into a sea of fire. The great formation of the saint sealed the earth. The earth fire could only break through the place where the valley was. However, even so, the mountains were still filled with flames and thick smoke. Coupled with the eruption of the power of the heavenly tribulation, the entire mountain range was as terrifying as the end of the world. All the creatures in the mountains were terrified. Boom! With a loud sound, Guzhong's golden fist fiercely collided with the divine spear in the hands of the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor. The two powerful forces directly collided, shaking the earth. Golden Saint blood blossomed. Guzhong was directly forced back by the incomparably overbearing attack. A hideous bloody scar was left on his fist. The peerless figure also took a few steps back. However, he immediately stabilized himself and then chased after Guzhong. The divine spear in his hand blossomed with a bright electric light. An extremely terrifying destructive aura erupted from the divine spear. So strong. Guzhong was secretly shocked. This figure was much stronger than before. Could it be that this was the true strength of this great Tao imprint? A true martial artist must have an invincible heart. Although Guzhong was shocked by the strength of the opponent, his battle intent was still like a rainbow, and he rushed forward to kill. An intense battle erupted. Guzhong's fist swung wide and wide. Every single punch emitted an invincible fist intent that seemed to be able to destroy everything. The great Tao was simplified from complexity. When one's cultivation had reached this level, the simplest attack could often bring about a powerful force that could transform something rotten into something magical. In the end, it was still the power of the heavenly tribulation that was powerful. Soon, Guzhong was at a disadvantage. He was suppressed by that exceptional figure, his body covered in blood. Pooh! The lightning god spear pierced through Guzhong's left shoulder. The peerless figure lifted Guzhong up, and with a shake of his hand, half of Guzhong's body exploded. The right side of his body flew out horizontally, his wound a bloody mess. Roar! Guzhong bellowed furiously. The golden saint blood that had splashed out from his body turned into pure metal elemental energy, rushing back to him and entering his body. His flesh and blood were being reborn. In just an instant, the left half of Guzhong's shattered body had completely recovered. If it wasn't for the bloodstains on his clothes, it would be impossible to tell that he had been injured. Rumble, the qi and blood in Gu Zhong's body circulated rapidly, emitting the sound of wind and thunder. Countless golden runes appeared in his flesh and bones. The power of a saint-rank martial body erupted, not to mention the half of his body that had been shattered. Even if he had been blasted into a bloody mist, Gu Zhong could still recover in an instant. Again, Gu Zhong was like an unkillable cockroach as he charged forward once again. Without any suspense, Gu Zhong was once again sent flying. This time, a bloody hole had appeared in his chest. However, in just a few breaths, Gu Zhong had recovered from his injuries and continued to fight the peerless figure. His body had been shattered and then reconstructed. It was as if he had been tempered by the most powerful lightning. The reconstructed martial body had become even more powerful. The stronger the martial body, the stronger Gu Zhong's battle prowess. Gu Zhong fought tirelessly. After an unknown amount of time, he was once again blasted into pieces by that overbearing figure. He was completely blasted into a bloody mist. The bloody mist surged and emitted an extremely powerful aura of life as it rapidly reconstructed itself. At this moment, the power of heaven's wrath descended. Destructive lightning directly blasted into the bloody mist, causing Gu Zhong, who was in the midst of reconstructing his body, to feel dizzy. The power of heaven's wrath had already weakened to the point that even a sage couldn't kill him. Gu Zhong was not afraid of heaven's wrath and heaven's wrath. He had even guided the power of heaven's wrath to refine his body. Such an action was simply too crazy. Very good. Gu Zhong's martial body is getting stronger and stronger. He's about to succeed. Gu Fei said from the top of a mountain in the distance. Using heaven's wrath to refine one's martial body was one of the ways to refine one's martial body. Not everyone could withstand such a method. If they couldn't, there was only one outcome. They would be killed by heaven's wrath or heaven's wrath. Their bodies and souls would be destroyed. Eldest senior brother is going to succeed. Gu Ling couldn't help being surprised and overjoyed when he heard this. At this time, Gu Zhong's martial body was constantly being bombarded by heaven's wrath and heaven's wrath. It transformed and became even stronger, allowing Gu Zhong to gradually turn the tables. Boom! Gu Zhong's all-out attack directly forced the figure to retreat. The power of heaven's wrath gradually weakened under the consumption of the peerless figure. Just as Gu Zhong was turning the tables, he finally broke through the shackles of cultivation. It was as if a seal had been broken in his body. A violent new power gathered in his body. Gu Zhong has finally opened the treasure of his body again. He's already a sage king. Gu Fei said, "Has eldest senior brother succeeded? But why are there still no signs of the heaven's wrath dispersing?" Gu Ling said doubtfully, "The world was still dark, and the heaven's wrath did not show any signs of dispersing. What exactly was going on?" At this time, in the heaven's wrath, Gu Zhong became more and more courageous as he fought. In the end, he actually destroyed half of the peerless figure's body with a punch. "Ha! Let's see how you can still be so domineering." Gu Zhong laughed heartily. His combat strength seemed to be even stronger than before. The strength of his new life was tyrannical to the extreme. He countered with his attacks and directly rushed forward. Swoosh! A golden sword light flashed and directly slashed the figure in half. Chapter 26:13. Gu Zhong transformed himself into a sword, and his extremely powerful sword qi caused the world to lose its color. Wherever the sword light passed, nothing could stop it. It directly cut the peerless figure in half. Rumble! The sound of thunder shook the sky. At this time, the power of the heavenly tribulation was exploding. At the same time, an extremely terrifying destructive aura descended from the depths of the sky. the power of the heavenly tribulation was also increasing. What Gu Zhong was shocked to find that the peerless figure that had been cut in half by his sword had actually reappeared. It was still extremely overbearing. Swoosh! The figure directly raised the divine spear in his hand and pierced towards Gu Zhong's head, displaying an indomitable and domineering power. "I don't believe that I can't destroy you." Gu Zhong was furious. He waved his fist and smashed it against the spear. He fought with the peerless figure again. Violent power swept out in all directions. A series of pitch-black spatial cracks directly appeared in the void, like pitch-black lightning, extending in all directions. At this time, all the saint-level creatures felt that it was inconceivable. It should be known that this was the second time that Gu Zhong had cut the great path imprint of the Eastern Sky Tyrant. However, unexpectedly, the great path imprint of the Eastern Sky Tyrant still did not return to the heavenly path. Instead, it continued to fight with Gu Zhong. This was already beyond everyone's expectations. How could this happen? On a distant mountain, even Gu Fei frowned. Even he had never encountered such a thing. Could it be that the great path imprint of the Eastern Sky Tyrant had its own consciousness? Otherwise, how could it be like this? Gu Zhong consecutively cut the peerless figure twice, but still could not cut it back to the heavenly path. Not to mention Gu Fei, even the three Saint Venerables were puzzled. Boom! In the loud noise, Gu Zhong was blasted away. He had to simultaneously deal with the peerless figure and resist the power of the heavenly tribulation. This was a two-pronged test. Only Gu Zhong would choose to undergo the heavenly tribulation at this time. If it were someone else, they would definitely not undergo the heavenly tribulation at this time. Those people would wait until the power of the heavenly tribulation completely disappeared before undergoing the heavenly tribulation. One had to know that the chances of success at this time were very low. No one had Gu Zhong's boldness. Kill! Gu Zhong was coughing up blood. His martial body had been severely injured, and there was a bloody hole in his chest that was seeping out golden blood. He had already cultivated the indestructible martial body golden body. This kind of injury was nothing. His fighting spirit was like a rainbow. He completely ignored the injuries on his body and directly attacked the figure. This is the last of the heavenly tribulation's power. As long as he can endure it, he will succeed. Celestial Arch, Yang muttered to himself. He could already tell that the power of the heavenly tribulation was already an arrow at the end of its flight and was making its final bloom. This was also the time when the power of the heavenly tribulation was the most powerful and terrifying. The silhouette of the Eastern Sky Tyrant King attracted the power of the heavenly tribulation. At this moment, the silhouette of this peerless overlord represented the heavenly punishment, the punishment of the heavens and earth. Many people saw through the crux of the matter, but there were some people whose realms were not high enough to see through it. Eldest senior brother will be fine, right? On the top of the mountain, Gu Ling said worriedly. With her cultivation, it was difficult for her to see into the tribulation clouds. However, the drops of golden blood that dripped from the tribulation clouds were exceptionally eye-catching. This was Gu Zhong's blood essence. Every drop of golden blood was emitting a resplendent golden light. They were as bright and dazzling as small golden suns. Yao Yu was also worried. One must know that her cultivation was imparted to her by Gu Zhong. To a certain extent, this eldest senior brother was equivalent to a master. Don't worry. With eldest senior brother's cultivation, how can he not pass the Saint King heavenly tribulation? Qilong said. Qilong was a saint dragon and could see into the tribulation clouds. Although Gu Zhong seemed to be seriously injured, it was only an injury on the martial body. However, even if Gu Zhong's life was not in danger, The figure of the peerless overlord had left a real injury on Gu Zhong's body. Even if Gu Zhong's martial body was extremely strong, it was difficult for him to recover in a short period of time. Blood constantly flowed out from his body, staining his clothes with golden blood. Kill! Gu Zhong turned into a golden sword and directly slashed at the peerless figure. The power of a Saint King was displayed, and 9 golden Dao patterns appeared on the sword. However, this time, the peerless figure had gathered all the power of the heavenly tribulation and displayed supreme combat strength. His entire person seemed to be walking out of the void. The peerless figure abandoned the divine spear and directly used the tyrant fist. As he punched out, a starry sky appeared around his fist. The sun, the moon, and the stars exploded. Under this extremely powerful punch, it seemed as if the universe was about to collapse. Boom! The domineering punch directly landed on the golden sword that was slashing at him. The golden sword was immediately blown away, and the peerless figure was also sent flying into the tribulation clouds. Swoosh! The golden sword disappeared, and Gu Zhong's figure appeared in the void. He directly coughed out a mouthful of golden saint blood, and his face was extremely pale. Roar again. Gu Zhong fought crazily and directly rushed forward. His fists shook the heavens and earth. He was incomparably domineering, and seemed to be no weaker than the figure formed by the Eastern Sky Tyrant King's seal. Boom! The tribulation clouds exploded, and 2 figures rushed out of the tribulation clouds. They fought fiercely, and golden blood constantly sprinkled from the sky. The 2 figures were fighting crazily. Bang! The left half of Gu Zhong's body was smashed by the tyrant fist and immediately exploded, turning into a golden mist of blood. Boom! Gu Zhong's right leg swept wildly at the waist of the tyrant figure, and the tyrant figure was broken in half. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked to the extreme. This was too tragic. In the end, Gu Zhong's martial body exploded, and he was blasted into a mist of blood by the tyrant fist. His muscles, bones, and flesh were all shattered. At the same time, the tyrant figure dissipated after unleashing an extremely powerful attack, turning into a mark of the Great Path. It soared into the sky and disappeared into the depths of the sky, returning to the heavenly path. Rumble. At this moment, the power of heaven's wrath also descended with a terrifying destructive power. 9 purple lightning blasted into the golden mist of blood that Gu Zhong's martial body had turned into. More than half of the golden mist of blood was instantly blasted away. When Qi Long and the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but turn pale with fright. This time, Gu Zhong had suffered unimaginable injuries, but in the end, he still managed to survive. The heavenly tribulation dissipated, and the power of heaven's wrath also quieted down. Chapter 26:14. The Saint Ruler's tribulation had finally ended. Gu Zhong had suffered unimaginably heavy injuries. His martial body had been reduced to a golden mist, and he had also been struck by the power of heaven's wrath. The golden mist hovered in the air, but it did not disperse. A weak pulse of life radiated from the mist. Gu Zhong was still alive. First Senior. Gu Ling, Yao Yu, and the others all paled in fright. Gu Zhong's cultivation was powerful, but no one knew just how heavily injured he was after being struck by the tribulation and the power of heaven's wrath. The Iron Blood Taoist and the Scarlet Dragon Taoist were both shocked. If it were them, they probably would have been killed by the power of heaven's wrath, even if they did not die to the tribulation. He's finally made it through. At this moment, Gu Fei sighed deeply. Gu Zhong was his first disciple. It was impossible for him not to worry, but he believed in Gu Zhong. There were many times when Gu Fei almost took action, but he did not do anything in the end. He endured it. Reality proved that he was right. Gu Zhong did not disappoint him. At this moment, the flames of the earth wreaked havoc. Fiery light shot into the sky in a radius of 1,000 kilometers as black mist permeated the air. Even though the tribulation had dispersed, the entire world remained dark. Swish! Just at this moment, a black light rushed out of the earth fire and directly slashed at the golden blood mist in the sky. The golden blood mist immediately dimmed. Roar! Gu Fei roared out furiously. He directly took a step and arrived before the golden mist in an instant. He extended his hand and sucked the mist into his sleeve. Afterwards, he extended a finger, and the streak of dark light immediately collapsed. Immediately afterward, Gu Fei directly rushed down from the sky and fiercely pounced into the fire cave on the ground that was spewing out earth fire, killing his way into the fire cave. Everything happened just too quickly. When everyone returned to their senses, Gu Fei had already killed his way into the cavern of flames. There's actually someone who dares to launch a sneak attack on Gu Zhong at this moment. At this moment, everyone knew what had happened. Someone had always been hiding in the fire pit, waiting for Gu Zhong to undergo the saint ruler heavenly tribulation before suddenly launching a sneak attack. That black light was definitely a demonic artifact. It was a demonic artifact that could annihilate a cultivator's soul. Gu Zhong had suffered a blow from that black light, so the odds were against him. Although Gu Zhong had cultivated the indestructible martial body golden body, once his spirit was destroyed, his spirit would dissipate just like the indestructible golden body back then, leaving behind an indestructible martial body. Eldest senior brother, Gu Ling and the others were stunned. No one had expected that someone would dare to try to kill Gu Zhong at a time like this. After all, there were 3 holy venerables watching. Yet, someone had actually dared to attack Gu Zhong. This sudden attack had definitely heavily injured Gu Zhong's divine soul. Soon, Gu Fei rushed out of the fire cave with a hideous head in his hand. This was the head of a powerhouse from the demons. It's a demon from the devil's cave. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this scene. It turned out to be a demon from the devil's cave that had attacked Gu Zhong. This demon was also very cunning. It used the earth fire as a cover and hid in the fire cave. Even the holy venerables couldn't sense the existence of this demon. Humph! Gu Fei exerted force in his hand, and the demon's head immediately exploded. Let's go back, Gu Fei said with a gloomy face. He took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. Other than the 3 holy venerables, no one could see how he left. Everyone was shocked. The cultivation of that ominous devil wasn't low. It was extremely powerful. It was definitely a great saint realm existence. However, it had been easily killed by Gu Fei. The combat strength that Gu Fei had displayed was really frightening. He had already surpassed his peers. He already has 1 foot in the holy venerable realm. The unold demon child sighed. Gu Fei was the most monstrous existence he had ever seen. Even he was amazed by the speed of his cultivation. It won't be long before he breaks through the shackles of cultivation and becomes a holy venerable. Hierarch South Heaven said. He was very shrewd and didn't show his emotions on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. Even in the ancient era, this guy is still considered a monstrous existence. Heavenly Emperor Zi Yang said. At this moment, the heavenly tribulation had ended. Those who were watching Gu Zhong's heavenly tribulation began to disperse. The geniuses also left. Although Gu Zhong had passed the heavenly tribulation of a saint king, it was still uncertain whether he could recover. Someone had already recognized the origin of that black light. It was the Soul Slayer demon blade. If an ordinary cultivator was struck by this demonic blade, aura, their soul would definitely be destroyed. That devil had launched a sneak attack at Guzhong when he was at his weakest. He had slashed Guzhong with the soul-exterminating devil blade. Guzhong's soul had definitely suffered heavy injuries. What a pity! The Zhao clan's goddess shook her head and left, above the clouds in the sky. The veiled woman's eyes were filled with worry, and then she also retreated. Brought Gu Ling and the other disciples back to the East Royal City. At this moment, in the city lord's mansion, Gu Fei opened up his inner world and stepped into it. This was a divine land. The spiritual qi here was much denser than the outside world. Cultivating here would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. The people of the Meng clan settled down here. Meng Long had already become the clan leader of the Meng clan. The previous clan leader of the Meng clan had already passed away. The previous clan leader was too old. It was difficult for him to cultivate to the immortal realm. When the time was up, his lifespan would be exhausted, and he would pass away. This was the law of heaven and earth. The birth, aging, sickness, and death of mortals were very common. Even with immortal pills and spiritual medicines, it was still impossible to overcome the law of heaven and earth. Apart from those who were really old and couldn't defeat Tianming, the rest of the people of the Meng clan had survived. Immortality was something that the Meng clan didn't even dare to think about when they were on the desolate star. Gu Fei entered the inner world. He didn't go to the place where the Meng clan lived. Instead, he went straight to the deepest part of this divine land. There, the spiritual qi was soaring and the aura of life was vast. A divine spring could be vaguely seen amidst the spiritual light. This was the largest divine spring of life in this divine land. It was constantly absorbing the essence of life. Gu Fei waved his hand. A ball of dim golden blood light immediately flew out from his big sleeve. He directly sent this ball of golden blood mist into the divine spring of life. Then he sat cross-legged on a big rock beside the divine spring of life. At this moment, a divine medicine in the shape of a dragon stuck its head out from the divine spring of life. It seemed to be very afraid of Gu Fei. It wanted to escape, but couldn't bear to leave the divine spring of life. Haha, I won't hurt you. Rest assured and take root here.